we're starting, which means I go to the studio and see that we're connecting, and then I launch the call. Says we have an excellent connection. Should only be moments before we get up to snuff here. And let's try the infinite call. And we press the right button. Turn on the audio. Here we are. Okay. Let's take a look and see if something's come up on the inbox. Should be only a few minutes. Is that you, Aristides?
None other than me.
Delightful. Okay. Now, for some reason, the rest of the people... Oh, it's still calling the others. That's why. I get the celebrity squares effect. Okay. We are waiting to see if anyone else will answer. And then we're going to basically have our dear friend Aristides do the blurb, if he's ready.
Yeah.
Okay. And...
Yeah.
Brooke answered! Somehow, she did momentarily at least, before she hung up. That was weird. Okay, that was nice. What was that? That's like, would have been nice to have you on with us, Brooke. But, you know, join us whenever you feel like it. You're invited on the call. Hopefully she's not dead and her phone isn't stolen by that crackhead. Yeah, I know it's meth instead of crack, and that's a point of pride with them. But as far as I'm concerned, he's a crackhead in the sense that his head is like the crack of a butt. And maybe she's dead and he stole her phone and he opened it for a second when we called, because that's a scenario I can imagine happening. Anybody who thinks I'm morbid, well, you're right. I've experienced enough in life to the point where, yes, I have been confronted with morbid scenarios. So it's, that being said, we're going to turn towards our friend Aristides. It's just he and I at the moment. One more thing before it says we're now live according to the YouTube's email to me, so that's fine. So everything seems to be working. Let's see if we also flip on with the reload. I've reset the page. Turn towards okay, and just... There we are. We now have already half a dozen upvotes, thanks to Aristides, T-Tank Berry, and everybody else. Bless you all. T-Tank Berry says, good evening, loud and clear, brother. 100, Aristides Crystal, and he shows the crystal ball. Goddess bless you, dear T-Tank Berry. We love you dearly. And with that, we turn towards Aristides. And, dear sir, feel free to launch. Yes.
All right. Well, we talked about upvotes. It's very important you do that as soon as you get here. It affects the algorithm. It's not just a way to show support. That algorithm dictates how likely Douglas is to be a searcher suggested or found, and find new listeners and maintain his job here. So please do that right away. Slide over, make sure the subscribe button is on, even if you have turned it on before. It may have come undone. And turn on the notification bell. It gives you a little handy pop-up. That's what I use to get here anymore, even though I know it's happening, you know, because it's just easy. So please do all that. You need an account, YouTube or Google or same thing to do all that. And once you do that, actually, if you have an account, you go under your little account menu. You can create sub-channels under the account, normally used for different types of content. You don't have to put anything in there. And they can each do separate upvoting. So I've already put a second upvote as one person. And that's a very easy thing to do. And you can also share the link right out of the browser there. That will stay the same after program is live and it goes to a fixed video. Also, after the program is live, Douglas will put a pinned comment underneath the video. Those are not enabled until afterwards, and that'll have this critical contact information. Please upvote that for similar reasons so it doesn't get downvoted or disappear. Also, feel free to leave any kind of comment that helps the the algorithm also. So please do that. Another very important thing you can do is contribute whatever you can afford through PayPal. We'll put that link.
Thank you.
In the live chat here on YouTube. But you don't need to find the link to send Douglas money. You can do it on a whim at any time of the day. You can just go to PayPal, and if you just remember his name or his handle there, Douglas D. Dietrich, you can search him there and find him. And I don't even think you need a PayPal account to do that. And I think you can just do it with a credit card. And so you'll know it's him when you see him.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't search for other Douglas. Is there any others on PayPal?
I hope not. I have never searched.
That's where all your money's going.
Yeah.
Please do these things. If you are so inclined and capable to download episodes and re-upload them to any other type of platform, we won't get into an involved discussion about that. It's not that hard if you want to look into it and get free programs to do so, and kind of convert and compress the format if you need to. That is an option. Also, if you're listening to the replay, you can, on the computer, it's right-click. One of these days I'll figure out if you can do it on the phone and how, because I think most people use phones. You can right-click during the replay and generate a link with the timestamp of that time on it to send to a friend. So if you hear something very interesting, that's usually the most likely way things are going to get shared. People aren't going to just be like, hey, listen to this program. It's going to be like, ooh, this is a neat topic, and so-and-so needs to hear this. So you can right-click there and then send them that, and it brings them right to that time. So in this point-and-click society, that's a handy tool. What else usually is there? I'm a little tired, so maybe I'm not remembering everything.
Oh, don't worry. We're all tired tonight. We're all kind of, like I said, this is an episode in which I admitted it right in the title. I said it's post-Labor Day depression. So I'd say that, okay, remind everyone, of course, to subscribe, that oftentimes their subscriptions will be canceled without their knowing it, and therefore they've got to keep checking on that, and as well, leave comments, for God's sakes. We don't care what kind of comments you leave, just leave comments. It really helps with the algorithm, etc. Stuff like that. Go on, take it from there.
Yeah, please. I did mention that, but yes, please do.
Yeah. I mean, yes, you did mention all that. I'm sorry. I'm just kind of like...
But we can say it again.
Yeah. I think our man has covered it all. Aristides, he's so good with this. And really, I'm just... both Aristides and I are here to tell you that we're, here. We're going to try our best to stay here for a little bit of time, but we can't promise anything tonight. It's, again, as I said in the title, it's post-Labor Day weekend depression. We're just kind of like, I don't know about Aristides, but I'm kind of... going through my version of a hangover, and really anxious to get back to work on what I've been writing for quite some time now. And status report is that whenever I find a spare moment, I go back to writing on it, and it has to do with Transnistria, the Crimea, the elements about the two Russian governments, or to be quite specific, Soviet government in Transnistria, which is the Soviet government in exile. It's the Soviet version's union of, it's their version of Taiwan, Soviet Union's version of Taiwan. So just as there is a exile government of nationalist China on Taiwan, there's the exile government of the Soviet Union in Transnistria. Many people can look up elements about this, but they don't know how this happened, how it came about. They don't know the individual behind it, a former cosmonaut who is heavily, his body has been heavily mechanically imbued. Let's just put it this way, because anyone who's familiar with space travel, truly long-term space travel results in a decalcification of the bones. It results in eventually, with a long enough period of time, an inability to really readjust back to Earth's gravity, which is quite heavy, comparatively speaking. And for individuals, this is something that has been considered in the past. If we were to start giving birth to children in space, what would they be like? Well, the conclusion has been that they will be unable to readapt back to Earth. That if you're born in space, you're going to be born in an environment that's weightless. It would take a lot of effort for you to readjust back to Earth. As a matter of fact, your bones probably would not be able to. If you were spending a childhood in space, you would probably wind up with a inability to walk on Earth. So for this reason, with the old Soviet technology, he was given a lot of framework. That means metallic framework, what these days we would call an exoskeleton. And this was combined with basically replacement of a lot of his body parts. Wasn't due to radioactive exposure. There's a whole story behind that I have to go into inside of the essay that I'm writing, epistle as I call it. And so at this point, let's take a look at the number of pages that I have on that. And I have to put all of that in context of the history of, say, for instance, Transnistria, which is a breakaway part of Moldova, which most people don't even know about how exotic Moldova is, and just why that's such a sensitive area. That Putin's launch of the war in Ukraine was not just to conquer Ukraine, it was to build a land bridge to Moldova. So that he could crush Transnistria. Everybody thinks he's trying to connect to Transnistria in some trip where he's trying to help it or something. It's not the case. He wants to destroy it because the man who's there threatens him. 135 pages. We're at 135 pages on this so far, and it's going to be probably 150 easily or close to that. By the time that I'm done. So just a lot of work on this that I've been doing, and it takes time because I do it my way and I do it right. I'm a perfectionist. So been involved with that lately whenever I have a moment's spare time, and just want everyone to know that, I'll be sending it out to everyone on Team Dietrich and a lot of the ladies who have been supportive and have gotten on what's essentially a mailing list of mine. So I'll send it out to them as well. And a shout out to Diane Buchberger. Diane Buchberger appears every once in a while in the chat room, and she's this wonderful human being who is one of the few who actually kept visiting, aside from Veronica Barrera. Hope she's doing okay. She has visited less and less often because with some people, their lives are Facebook. And once I was no longer on Facebook, once I was permabanned, then they, out of sight, out of mind. And, which is sad because that shows how limited the world is. But hey, that's just the way people are. People get used to something they're comfortable with and they stay with it. And, but otherwise, for us here on YouTube, I can only say it's just a miracle that I've lasted this long when you think about it, considering the amount of enemies we've had working to take this channel down, and still working at it. So there we have that. We're going to just do our best to be here for a little while. Then I'll go back to work on the epistle after another good night's sleep, which for everyone, just to get some perspective on this, when I check out, and whether I'm at the Estates or whether I'm going to sleep, I check out, and I at the Estates don't get that much sleep because I'm just too overstimulated with my responsibilities. It's more like cat naps I take over there. So when I come home is when I really sleep and I crash. And so when I crashed recently, coming home from the Labor Day weekend. We dropped me off at home to prevent any traffic issues or snarl-ups and security issues concerning Chinatown. And once Ed Beth dropped me off here at the crypt, I was here for a few hours, then went to see my chiropractor in Chinatown. Then, of course, it would be just a crime not to stop off at my favorite Chinese restaurant thereafter, which I did. And that brings us to some odd stuff about just how the government works. Because, thank God, I was able to go to my favorite Chinese restaurant, then come home, and on the way home purchase a number of Coca-Colas that I needed, because I do drink Coca-Cola for the sugar and the caffeine. And purchased, of course, a case of 4 16-ounce cans of Glutenberg beer, which has become my beer. And I got the IPA version, which I don't prefer, but that's the only thing they have left now that the tariffs have really kicked in and Canada is no longer trading with the United States until Trump dies. All of the lower alcohol or the regular beer editions of Glutenberg, which is a gluten-free beer produced in Canada from millet as its base, which gave it the Code of Good Health approval from Brendan Zogye. It's just not, well, they ran out. the tariffs kicked in. The Canadians stopped trading. So the only case left in the corner store is of the IPA version, which is double the alcohol. And so I purchased that, and I just drink that for when I'm like either really getting drunk, getting ready to go to sleep. It's not a casual beer to drink. The closest replacement I could find for the regular edition of Glutenberg beer, with the normal amount of alcohol that a beer would have, was a wheat beer from Belgium. And the wheat beer is like drinking water. It's only 4.9% alcohol. Close to 5% alcohol is really low, and that's fine. And it tastes great. It's so it's refreshing even. It's you got to keep it refrigerated, unlike the other one. Most of the time there's one type of beer that I keep refrigerated, and that's just oh God, which beer is that? Einstock. And but when it comes to the others, the Glutenberg, I would always drink that room temperature, because San Francisco is so fucking cold anyway. It's really not good for your body to drink too many cold things all the time. So I don't drink. I always enjoy bringing water that I purchase from the store out of their refrigerator. I drink a whole bottle of that as soon as I get home, these are large bottles. These are like, how many ounces? Let's see now. These are like 12 fluid ounces. So I drink that as soon as I get home, like a whole bottle of the cold water, because otherwise I let it get to room temperature. I don't put it in the refrigerator because, again, just drinking things cold all the time is not good for your body. I don't drink tea nearly at all these days, as much as I should at home, and that's too bad. But it's also a bit of a money saver because tea was expensive. But I should get back more into that, but just things changed over the years, and I just don't do that much anymore. So I'm not balancing out cold or hot in my body too much. Vril was kind enough to put the PayPal link in. Oh, thanks so much for letting me know you're there, honey. And by the way, Vril, if you would be kind enough as well, dear Ari, to put in the Super Clutch channel link as well, please. Thank you. And that would be good. So, Amy, dear lady, I hope your phone's charged up. You're ready to ride with us for a little while. Tell us a little bit about your own situation before I get back to things like beer and water and what was puzzling me about how the government thought anyone could function. And just to kind of finish that thought, Amy, and get your response to it, let me take a look at the... Yeah? Honey?
Today's the day that you get your monthly...
That's right.
From the heavenly creator.
Yeah. Yes. And what happened was that on Friday of I think it was Thursday. Thursday, what happened was I got a loan, which I repaid back. We can go into that later, perhaps, or maybe we'll keep that to ourselves. If it arises organically, we can talk about it, but I think the source wants to maintain anonymity. And I got a loan to pay the rent on Thursday. I took care of it right away to get it out of the way. And that basically was all the money that I had. So it was between then, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday until today. That's a full work week, a full 5-day work week's worth of time that I had absolutely nothing. The only reason I could buy those Coca-Colas, go to the Chinese restaurant, that is my favorite, was because of Stephen Myers sending $750. So without people sending me money, I would have nothing for myself when I'm outside of the estate. So that's like it's how does the government expect us to live? It's incredible. And you yourself, how do you live getting nothing?
Oh, do you know I took that bike ride and then they closed down my bike path?
Did they really?
Like the next day. Like the very next day, they closed it. Hasn't opened back up. I saw a bunch of people parked like they wanted to bike ride and they couldn't. I don't know. The government, it's a psychopath magnet. It just attracts psychopaths to the top. And there's no, how are you going to beat them?
I think you're being kind, and I think you're being how would I say it? It really doesn't describe how bad the situation is. I mean, we know who's responsible for this is Donald Trump specifically, and yes, he is a psychopath. But when it came to your park shutting down, it's because he's fired half the park rangers in the United States. Him and
the border.
Yeah.
It's because it's a rec trail unmonitored that is directly on its way to the Canadian border.
Yeah.
But I have fat tires. I could bike ride around all of their signs. I wouldn't need, the path.
Yeah.
Skinny tire people need the path.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's wow.
So I would, because you're decompressing.
Yeah. You remember to keep the microphone near your mouth, honey. Last sentence was kind of. Aristides is calling me from the group. What the hell happened? Like Aristides, like he somehow got out of the call.
So he was missing.
Well, it's just you and me for now. I'm sure he can jump back on the call later.
He'll get back in, right? Anyway, I'm sticking with my idea of you transitioning yourself from the crypt.
Yeah, there he goes. He's back with us. Aristides is back with us. But go on.
I goofed.
No worries then. We'll ignore that till it finishes ringing. Or I'll hang up on it. Here we are.
I'll hang up.
Yeah, there we are. Good. Because it kept ringing on my side, even though you hung up for some reason. But that's... Yeah, well, welcome back. And say hi to Amy.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Amy.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. So tell us, Amy, about... go on about your... what everything you're saying. Idea you had for my transitioning from the crypt, that sort of thing.
Yes. Transitioning from the crypt to your own personal parade ground. So, I've been listening to your old stuff, and one of the descriptions that you gave was about somebody who had his own personal parade ground. And I can't even imagine how I didn't see my own situation as like a giant personal parade ground. I love that idea though. And I'm hoping that you can, I know that you're going to complete this work, this 150-page epistle, which is probably just like a owner's manual for
dictators or something.
The reality of living on a globe with other things happening in places that we don't actually get to see.
Yes. Yeah, or are never told about. They're suppressed, and when people find out about them, they find out only little fragments of the story. Yes. Yeah.
It's true. I mean, it is hard to take all of it all at once. Like, I'm happy about the compartmentalizing in my head most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it keeps me from, flying off into dream space and not being grounded. Like, to just be able to say, okay, that's great. That's a perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Am I safe here? I'm just going to let that go and think about it later.
Mm-hmm.
But, all the news is just, I don't even know why I bother. It's so much more fun to, like, go somewhere and just try to have a moment with somebody that isn't like, here's some money, talk to you later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's just really what I'm seeing is the rec trails are closed.
Yeah.
People are just barely getting by. Not funny.
Yeah.
Nobody's laughing too hard.
Yeah, to say the least. It's not funny, and people are just barely getting by. It really doesn't do it justice. They're all fucked up. They're like just starving. They're just on the precipice of homelessness. Or homeless. Yeah, actually homeless. You've been there. And
yeah, I'm still borderline doing that, but I like my parade ground. You saw the pictures of my guard turtle, right?
Guard turtle. Yes. Tell us about that. Yes, that's so lovely. That turtle was in like what looked like a flood or a waterfall. What's going on with that? The story behind that.
Our river's so low that those are like these really jagged rocks that have been carved out by the water.
Yeah.
It's just so low that you can see the rocks and there's no water in the pools, so the turtles chilling on the sunny muddy bank, not underwater. But I almost stepped on it. Like, I'm so clueless out there. Like, I'm just walking around my phone, and then all of a sudden I'm like 2 feet from a giant snapping turtle.
Wow.
So yeah, gotta buddy up for my outdoor recreating over here.
Yeah.
In the garden.
Yeah, well, the turtle doesn't look that small. If you almost stepped on it, the danger was to yourself, correct?
I mean, no, they will break your leg. Like, they have really strong jaws. Like, they kill it. They're not good.
Yeah.
No, I don't know if you noticed my pictures were a really far away.
Yes.
I back up as soon as I saw it.
Good.
Yeah, it was really cool that I ran into it, but it was huge, and I know they're dangerous. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to not run into the turtles so much.
Good idea. And
that's pretty much it. That's my homeless life, is trying to get free of the turtles.
This is the post-apocalypse in Amy's world, running away from the snapping turtles. And Bloke's doing okay? Toke Bloke?
Toke Bloke.
Yeah.
Toke.
Yes.
Toke is the best.
Again, keep the mic near your mouth, honey. Yeah.
I moved. I'm sorry. I got antsy. I had to stand. Can you hear me?
Yeah. No.
Everything's okay?
Yeah.
He's good. He's, he went and built a wall with his buddy. Mm-hmm. So that was fun. He feels good about that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're just here. We wasted all summer. I barely have a garden. Mm-hmm. I think I sent you my tomato pictures. I have like these scary
delightful. Yes.
Yeah. I did not plant them. They just showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But that's the deal.
What'd you say about the volunteers?
That's what you call your garden when stuff grows that you didn't plant.
Oh, cool.
Those are yours.
Yeah.
Yep. But No, I get it. Like there's there's a lot of issue. You know that newspaper I sent you
Yes.
that I wrapped your gift in, the 7
Yes.
days that comes like once a week.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's free. It's the last 2 weeks. I mean, it came out today too. I don't know what it is today, but the last 2 weeks was all about the homeless problem in Vermont. It's just, it's ridiculous. It's like shutting things down in Burlington.
Jesus.
Like there's homeless that like parks have been gated up. Like you can't park anymore because people are chilling in the parks because there's nowhere else for them to go. Well, I mean, there's plenty of places to go for a lot of money. But
nobody has that. Yes.
yeah, like that's, you know, Bernie ran away with whatever, you know, pot of gold the leprechaun left him.
Did you see the weekend at Bernie's memes concerning Trump? It's again, keep your mouth near the phone. Yeah, you're doing okay.
You lads could have like a security detail where the lads all have to wear furry Bernie costumes. And they'd be in charge and they'd all look like Bernie. That would be like the most anti-sex campaign you could ever do to the
Oh, yes. Yeah, well, like he said, he's finally retiring, so he claims. Yeah, it's
I think he's sick of it. I do. I mean, I have been seeing him my whole life, so pretty sure that he's definitely, he doesn't have it in him the way he used to. He used to love what he did, marching in parades.
Yeah.
He loved it.
Yeah, well, thank God he's losing it. That's all I can say. And hopefully he's feeling it all the while he's losing it. Hopefully he feels it draining out of him. The very essence. What about yourself, honey? You're feeling okay?
What do you mean? I'm calling you.
I'm not quite sure that answers the question. Now you sent me a link of the Art-elect illustration that was on the thumbnail of that episode that Peter Moon's crowd tried to get taken down, the Bulgarian bozos. So what was it that stood out about that to you, the point you were making, which is always appreciated, but I'm not quite sure I get the message, and I want you to explain the message to me.
I mean, that was like the first episode that I talked to you on air, I think.
Really?
I don't remember. It was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And I remember it was like the first time I was really like talking to you about me. And this was what I wanted to bring up with you about that. I can't do that function from my own phone. I can only do it from Toke's phone. Like the clipping where you can snap a minute of a video and then share that, and then it should link you back to that episode in case whoever gets the clip wants to put the context to it. But I could only do that from his phone, and I have tried to do that function from my phone several times because it's a nice feature to be like that YouTube has. Like for whatever reason it's like blocked on my phone. Like I can't cut things. I can't clip them. It's saved. But you can see like I was able to send it. I was able to save it and send it. But I did it all from his phone.
Wow. Cool.
Yeah, and he doesn't know how to do that. I mean, it's not like a function that he's like like everything that happens on his phone is pretty much me. Yeah. He knows to put music on the radio station. That's what he likes.
Poor guy.
No, he likes it. He likes the music. He likes to have music on. But no, like me, I'm just like diving into all these ridiculous things that I don't need to waste my time on. But, you know, the tech portion of being able to clip with YouTube and then share that. I mean, for you who just have so much data, you have like so many places to look. And there are times where you did tell the same story over and over again. And I would like to maybe figure out some kind of functionality where we could search tags like Transnistrian mutant.
Right.
And then like pull up all of them.
Okay. Well, I mean, this essay will serve that function for that particular story, but I know what you mean. Yeah.
Like to get the information operation of whatever topics you've already covered, and then be able to quickly sort that queue. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But by the way, when it comes to the epistle that I'm writing, when Amy uses that term Transnistrian mutant, the truth is about the individual in question, who was never given a birth name, certainly none that I myself nor anyone else knows of. The individual in question was given a code name, or rather kind of like a state name, a state-sponsored name, by the Soviet Union, Plemya, or the blaze, or the flame, which doesn't have the same connotation that it can have in the West as anything gay at all. But he was a hero of the Soviet Union, what was known as a secret hero. And one of the reasons that he became embedded in the cosmonautical program was he appeared to have a natural immunity to radiation. So this gave him a great advantage to the exposure he had in space to the solar radiation. And that helps immensely, of course, for in that regard. So he truly is a mutant. The Soviet Union produced many mutants, and this was believed, according to their own research, that it was due to the Tunguska crash of a very anomalous meteorite, which no one in the West knows the elements of that meteorite because the Soviet kept it a state secret. The crater itself, I don't believe, has ever, strangely, unlike, say, for instance, Chernobyl, granted, Chernobyl is in the Ukraine as opposed to the Soviet Union, but for those of you who do not know, it's easy enough to look up. For the longest period of time, Chernobyl became a tourist attraction. People would, of course, go on tours of Chernobyl. Very bizarre. They would supposedly be exposed to acceptable amounts of radiation, but when it came to Tunguska, the logistics are daunting enough where that's never become a tourist attraction. Nobody goes casually or even unplanned hardcore, what do they call that, when somebody's doing the kind of camping or road trips that are very challenging. A lot of people like to do that, or it's popular enough where it's a thing. Nobody's going to Tunguska or ever has been. So there's all kinds of reasons for this. I go into that in the essay, but it's one of the reasons that the essay is taking so long. I have to go into all of these little tangents here, and there's plenty of tangents I could go into, but I will not in the epistle because they're simply too out of the way of the core narrative. The core narrative was expanded enough by my talking about the satanic cult in Russia, the former Soviet Union, that helped overthrow the Soviet Union. It has been, of course, reestablished to a great degree in terms of a reward for its overthrowing the Soviet Union and helping to put Putin in power. It's been reestablished to a great deal, or almost in its entirety, in toto would be the Latin word for it, in the Crimea. And for those of you who don't know, the Crimea was the elite vacation spot. It was like the Riviera of Russia. And that's why Putin was so hot to retake it. It's the nostalgia center for all of the former Soviet elite. Now, for, again, a lot of the Soviet elite, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, escaped to Transnistria. So then what is the elite that's going to the Crimea? It's not the Soviet elite, which was party apparatchiks, or bureaucrats or functionaries. It is instead the Satanists. So the Satanists have been reestablished where the Soviet elite used to have their dachas, in the Crimea. And now we go back to Amy. Okay, so I just had to get that out there. And there's something Amy pointed out that, I used to tell stories over and over again because we had new listeners, or because the idiot Peter Moon, who said he was going to write them all in a book, would never remember anything I said, and I'd have to tell the story over again because he'd ask about it. So my impression is that Amy's been with us for a much longer time than 2 years. I think it's been a lot. I think that Aristides has been with us about 2 years by now. So Amy must have been with us for about 4 or 5. I mean, you were with me forever. You used to follow me on Facebook. So it took you forever before you could talk to me. Yeah. I'm sorry, you're not talking into the mic, or you gotta keep the phone right next to your mouth or something.
I haven't had Facebook in a really long,
good
2016.
Well, you ain't missing shit. Yeah, you ain't missing shit. So,
so I don't think I knew about you until after I got rid of the Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it seems like forever because I have a lot of stuff that happens with me. It's hard to listen to me, and so it seems like I, have known you forever. But really, it's just I've been through a lot. That's all. And
that too.
You've got to keep. You have to keep reaffirming that even though the people who are put in front of you in order to distract you and keep you from doing the work that you do,
mm-hmm.
that somehow you're still able to continue on. That you're still able to go forward and write your own stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a matter of just changing the tide. You just have pivoted and moved in a different direction, which is what you do. You're a warrior. That was what your mom wanted for you, was to be strong and to get through what she obviously knew you would face.
Wow.
Very
kind.
I'm looking forward to how much all of the chaos that we're being affronted with is, how much of it is like, once it's done, we can move away from it, and get to that place where we're constructing safe spaces for people to talk about what their needs are, and then seeing that universal needs are met, no longer having these attacks, these traumas come through the screen and just nonstop, just being put in a position where you're attached to these devices now, and you have to be able to put yourself in a better place where they're doing things that are good for you and for humanity in general. It's super easy to just get tangled up and so much to put your sight on, to be visually stimulated by, or having these body sensations that are so traumatizing, and needing to recalibrate from all of that. I mean, let's think about how long it's been since you had to put down an assassination.
Yeah.
And just count the days that isn't happening to you at this moment in time.
Yeah. Nice thought. Yes, good sentiment. And
don't have choice here. This is the right way forward. And when you have the right way, it's not really a choice anymore. It's okay, well, this is good for everybody. This is a win in all ways. And that, and that's really what you have to focus on, and be sure that nothing will stay the same. Like, the change is always going to overwhelm. It's never going to stay the same. So even when it's good, you have to tether that to, something stronger that you care about. Like, there's a way to take care of yourself and stay grounded and to really decompress like you need to. And in doing that work, you get an affirmation that these things are the right thing for you to do. I feel like you're really devoted to this work that you're doing now, and my sense is that it's going to benefit more than yourself. But I mean, I'm still thinking that there's places that we need to reach with your messages.
Yeah. Oh, to say the least. Yes.
So, we're looking ahead, and we're seeing that right now is a really good opportunity to take the reins and put out some information that without this information, nothing can really make sense until you really recognize, as you were saying, the Crimea is now this vacation land for Satanists.
More of a settlement. It used to be the vacation land for the Soviet elite. Now it's like the settlement of the Satanists. Yes, but go on. Yeah. Same thing, but but permanent. Same thing, but permanent all year round. Yes.
I mean, how do you change? How do you use a flashcard in people's minds when they see that word Crimea, the Crimean War, when they see that, to think to themselves this is a place that is infiltrated by psychopaths who are just trying to hurt everybody. Without reason, without cause. The logic is missing here. That's the trick, is that there's a lot of people in this world, and a lot of people don't know anything about what isn't in front of them on a screen put to them from the top down. So I don't know. I think that those circles of what was it? I was just looking at something about. Let me go back to my other thing. I'll see if I can find it. Oh, it was in the other one. It was on the other thing. It was circles of something. Yeah, it was something about a technique and learning that you work with groups.
Huh. Okay.
I know.
No worries.
3 phones. This is what is the worst thing, is I can't keep everything in one space. It's all in these different things, and I'm always going from one to the next. And
Are you a notebook person? Kind of like a notebook person?
Oh my God, it's disgusting. I just carry around boxes of notebooks from all over the place. And they could all burn. Nobody wouldn't.
Oh, goodness. Yeah.
No, I'm in one, but I'm not finding what I wanted.
Yeah. So, all that being said, Brendan just sent me a link for a free Cho chocolate bar, and that, of course, is quite funny. Obviously, no need for the link, Brendan. Thank you for asking. But it goes to show how desperate they are. I'm surprised they're still around. So, such being said, I really don't know where, on Labor Day, I don't want to relive this because this is one of the negative traumas that happened during Labor Day that I don't want to relive the horror of it. Nevertheless, I do want to relate a point that came up in my mind. I already relayed the horror of the Doctor Who experience. But so many of the movies that are coming out these days, we can no longer avoid the politics. The politics are just part of what makes these movies crash and burn before they're even released. And one of these was, of course, Snow White, which I was hoping I would never see. But the lads wanted to see it at the estate, the Blood Boys. And the end result was I wound up witnessing the horror that is Snow White. And the remake, of course, not the cartoon. And I couldn't understand who's the stupid midget who played Thumbnail, or what was his name in Game of Thrones? Tom Thumb or something. Do you remember?
Oh.
And we could always look him up. And but he fucked it all up by the film.
Was in that?
No, he fucked it all up just by not being in it and saying that he didn't want to see them use midgets because he thought that was exploitation. And that is just fucking insane because he's a fucking midget and he played in Game of Thrones because... What's that, honey?
It was called Quality Circles.
Quality
Where
Circles?
you improve the quality of the performance because you're paying attention.
Yeah.
Quality circles, like putting attention on something and then getting that feedback loop going, and it's a quality circle.
Okay, there we are. Thank you. Anyhow, Tyrion Lannister is the guy's name. No, that's the fictional character. That's his character. Peter Dinklage. I guess we can call him Dinky. So Peter, of course, like Dick, like Peter Moon, prick, Peter, and Dinky. So he's Dinky Dick. So Dinky Dick came out and said, I don't want to see midgets in the new Snow White because it's an exploitation of midgets. It's like all he's doing is denying other midgets a job. So he's like fucking just didn't want, he wants a total monopoly. He wants to be the monopoly midget. And so he just fucked it up for other midgets. There's 7 of them could have got a fucking job, but no, he had to fuck that up. And so...
Kate Hudson.
What?
Did you see him in that one years ago?
Hunted? The
it's
film?
in New Orleans. That's a good one. You should get lads to watch that one. In that one.
Okay. So tell us about this.
He plays a sex worker midget.
Disgusting.
In New Orleans. Yeah. It's actually really well done. It's tasteful. I think he might redeem himself in your eyes if you saw that scene. But anyway,
okay.
I'm sorry the lads are making me watch shitty movies.
Yes, and the horror is, I don't ruin it for them. I try not to. I had to do it with Doctor Who, where we were, I just had to step down, and we had to basically have Ed Beth. I'm sorry, what? You
have to care for their psyche.
Yes, that's true.
Ingesting this media.
Yes. And but after the Snow White was over, when it came to the other one, Doctor Who, Ed Beth knows how to do this. I have no idea what technology he's using, but somehow, because it's all coming through on some service, stream, whatever they call it, he's able to move it backward and forward, almost like we used to be able to do with videotapes. So I could show them the end of the whole Doctor Who thing, where this was going. We found out, and then I was able to explain to them the whole political power trip that, as our friend Brendan Zoget exposed, BBC was almost broke and then was purchased in large part by Disney, which added to the pro-Israel stance of Doctor Who. So they produced they're producing Israeli propaganda pieces at this point. And it was something I had to make them aware of. As Holly said, it's media literacy. after Snow White was over, I went through a bit of this lesson with them, and in this case, it was the fact that the young lady who played Snow White, it was in a big fight with the other lady who played the evil queen, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but that woman is an Israeli who basically, of course, was in the Israeli Defense Force because that's a requisite. You don't get out of... It's universal suffrage in Israel unless you're some fucking religious fanatic. And they're making them serve now in these weird logistical or garrison positions, meaning behind the scenes, out of the combat lines where they're just helping with the supply effort or something. But when it comes to the frontline troops, nobody gets out. So everybody serves, and so any Israeli actress is going to have been in the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces. And this woman was, and she's with the actress whose name, again, I'd have to look up, who, of course, is not white. I mean, not white, which is part of what made this so stupid and such an insufferable experience. Was Snow White is based on a German fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm, where she's basically albinoid. Her skin is so white that she stands out to white people and as white. So that means she's basically albinoid. And so instead they have this ethnic looking chick playing her. So what do we look at? Stars of Snow White. And then we can look these people up because I remember everything about them except their names. So Rachel Ziegler is playing Snow White, and so she got into trouble with Disney for her Free Palestine stance. And so Gal Gadot plays the evil queen, and she's the one who was in the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces. So you've got someone who's pro-Palestine, or at least has a conscience, and then you have the evil Jew. And, of course, Disney had to take the side of the evil Jew, the Jewess, and basically shut down Rachel Ziegler. And so it was just an unbelievable scandal that helped to sink the whole thing before it was even released. So I had to explain all this context to them as to, but I waited till after the movie to do this. But the movie itself was so insufferable because they had to add all these CGI dwarves because of that idiot Dinky Dick. Dinky Dick said, I don't want to see real dwarves being exploited. In other words, I don't want people like me to get a job because I want a total monopoly in Hollywood, because if there's other midgets getting jobs, that means they'll see they can act too, and they'll stop hiring me because some of these other midgets might act better than me. So you want to make sure that didn't happen, and that he's the only midget in town. So he fucked it up for everyone, including the audience, because they first released the film. It took 2 years to get out, and at least 2 years delay because of him, because of this idiot who's not even in the film. And Dinky Dick then fucked it up to the point where they did these audience tests, and the test audiences hated it. They hated it because, it's based on Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. And the kids are all saying, where's the dwarves? Because everybody wants to see dwarves. And instead of dwarves, they, honestly, I took a screenshot because I just couldn't believe it. They put in 7 ethnically and gender diverse adults. So it's like black lesbians and shit they put in place of the dwarves, which the test audiences hated and said, what the fuck is this shit? And they're not dwarves, they're adults and they're regular size. So it's like they kept them in when they redid the film as bandits and sank in another $400 million in CGI to put in CGI dwarves because Dinky Dick didn't want real dwarves hired. So they had to put in CGI dwarves, which look hideous and heinous next to the real people because they're oversized. So it's like looking at people in furry outfits, except, like you said, instead of Bernie Sanders, they're all dwarves. So Brendan Zogan has joined us. I don't know if you can add any perspective on this to make it any more miserable than it but
no, but speaking of dwarves,
yeah.
speaking of evil dwarfs,
Yes.
you can get a free piece of CHUŌ chocolate
Yeah.
because they're failing. Their business is failing because of you.
Yes, that's right. We succeeded in something in this life. If there's nothing else I've succeeded in, I think CHUŌ chocolate, which I.
So, yeah, it's something.
Holy fuck! Yeah, it's
Yeah, and that Dinklage character, like he already made millions and millions over the years. It's like,
Yeah.
and then he went and screwed everyone over.
Tell
Even
us. Tell us about this.
The little person actors union like tried to sue him because he basically destroyed their whole industry overnight. And
Oh
so,
my god.
you know,
Yeah.
what are they left with? Stand-up comedy? And now it's like, come on, that's wrong.
Yeah. Yes. No. He's ruined it for everyone else. So he's obvious he wants a monopoly, but he's already made.
Yeah.
his...
Well, he must have had some kind of beef with the union or something because why would you just destroy their whole industry overnight?
Thank you.
Horrible.
Thank you.
And the producers thought it would benefit them because they're so unique, you know, you can't shortchange them, you know, scam them because you can't find someone else. But they tried and it's not working, you know. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, as much sense as this madness can make, yeah. It's so it's just thank you, and say more, please, by all means. Don't be afraid to stop to keep talking. How's your Sunday going?
Well,
no, it's Wednesday now. Shit,
it's not Sunday.
I know. I still want it. I want it to still be Sunday. I really want it.
I do too. Believe me, it's hell.
You sound so relaxed. Are you at work?
Dreary.
Are you at work?
Yeah, of course I'm working.
God,
no, this isn't relaxed. This is like. This is apathy. This is like
tell people about the heat. Tell people about the heat.
It's unceasing. It's fucking awful.
So sorry.
Hundreds of degrees. We're talking. Still, all the way into October.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, this is just awful. And Amy, any thoughts on this? Please, by all means, join in. Say hi to Brandon. Brandon, say hi to Amy.
Hey, Brandon. A little bit of heaven. Yeah. A little bit of heaven is the sex worker character that this dude, the dwarf,
Dinky Dick,
him. He played. That's his stage name, and that's kind of the joke of the title of the movie. Mm-hmm. Is a little bit of heaven.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, it's hot everywhere. I know that the weather is unceasing in so many places. Mm. It's so gorgeous here. I can't complain anything at all about the weather. It's like cooler at night now. It doesn't get up above 85, but it's been sunny. I'm really lucky that I'm just in that like sweet spot where everything's good. And then the colors start to change and all the tourists show up and it's like a crazy fall autumn fest in northern Vermont. Although I'm guessing that with all of the concerning events across the world, that our fall season's probably going to be pretty lame. Everybody here is like, it's got to be a really good fall because we had like the green in the forest has been really, it's been spectacular all summer. Like everything is really lush and beautiful here. And it's just making for like a really good fall foliage because that's how it goes around these parts. Is we're really good for summer and fall, and then it's a crap for winter and spring mud season.
Thank you.
But no, we have a really lucky position at this point, I think, because we've got stuff happening, and I like the fact that we don't have any bills here. That keeps coming to wave its shiny hand in my face whenever I'm like looking at a rental. to like find my way into something that's a little more cosmopolitan, and I'm looking around and I'm going, oh my god, I gotta pay that for that. That's just not.
So what do you mean by no bills? You have no bills, like electricity bills, phone bills? What do you mean?
Yeah,
Internet.
that's exactly what I'm talking about. We have a good situation here where I don't have to like scramble to pay an electric bill. Like, we run a generator, we charge the battery, we've got what most people think of as, you know, important, like lights and vacuums.
And your plumbing is the porta-john? I keep forgetting it because I try not to think about.
We don't have plumbing. That's an issue.
Okay.
That's for sure an issue, which is why I look for rental space. You know, that's why I keep searching.
So you don't have plumbing. Your water is from this public tap.
Spring.
Spring, or.
Yeah, it's from the spring. I can send you the picture. Everybody here does it. I'll send you the picture maybe in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, we all go up to the same spot, and it's just a place that everybody uses. Tons of people use it. People come with their trucks and their like 60-gallon water containers in the back of their truck, and they fill them up. They spend all day at the spring just filling it up because like they'll feed their animals with it. Like the water's so much better than a lot of places around here, and so we all go to the same spot. And I was doing it even when I had like my, you know, where I was living had water, but I would still prefer to go up there. You know, I found this really crazy tree with these like 8-inch, 10-inch giant nails stuck in it. It was this dead tree, and then up on one of the branches it had like this chain. And I went and did like a photo study of it because I just wonder what it was for. It's like just out in the middle of the woods in the middle of nowhere, and it's got all these nails in it, and somebody said it was probably like a deer cleaning station.
Okay.
Where they would hang the carrion and clean it on that tree, maybe.
Cool. Okay, that must have been a site. An abattoir. Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. I don't know about all that, but yeah, I wish that, you know, Brendan had a better job. I do.
Yeah, we all. Go on.
I would like to think that he has so much talent.
And
he has so many gifts to share, and it's not being recognized in this place that he's at. Although he seems like he's getting like a lot of information about the way shit goes on, just in like the coaches and the people with their equipment and whatever getting lost. You know, like I think that he's got this position where he's like seeing things that happen that is kind of like it's not only out of the ordinary, it's scary. It's not, like, because now he's got this idea that is stuck in his head that like it's all, and because, you know, we come on here and we talk about this awful situation and how it evolved and how it's continued and how we're gonna get it out. Like, what is the way out from underneath all of that top down kind of hierarchy stuff? It's, you know, it's one thing to have recognition of it. It's another thing to work in a cohesive way with others to change it, to make things more equitable. I mean, and it's not, you know, it's not up to any of us to do any of that. We simply don't have the means, we don't have the strength for any individual to change what's going on. But it is going to take a group effort. It's going to take most of us to even like, take out a couple of them to remove them from influence.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that, you know,
they're bringing that about themselves. They're setting up their own fall. Such having been said, Brendan, I mean, you like what Amy says? You're getting an opportunity to see how things work. Yeah, she talked about the coaches. Tell her about the latest bullshit with the coaches. If you feel you're in a comfortable spot where you could do that. Let's see if he's in the mood to speak about it. If not, then yeah.
They come after him once he comes on your show.
Sentiments.
Yeah.
But, I can't speak about it.
Okay, well, I'll just let Amy know he's finding out more and more about the sleazy coaches, and it's all part of a pattern that connects to the wider cult of the kings of Edom, I assure you. It just goes to show that our younger educational institutions are dominated by the paedophallopatocracy. Let's call it that, the paedophallopatocracy, covering pedophilia, the phallocracy of, it's a big cock trip. It's a patriarchy of males, and it's pathological. So paedophallopatocracy. How's that for an effective government?
I'd like to see it put in behind us.
Yes.
No longer operational.
Yes.
For sure. I'd see that change. And, honestly, I'm a little pessimistic, and I don't think it's even in my lifetime. I think that I can just barely do what I'm doing, and whatever little effort I can make, if it affects somebody in some way, to bring it forward, because I can't, I just have been at it for so long. I can't really see that I'm gonna, I don't know if I'm going to be the one to get the full benefit of the change when it finally gets taken out.
I don't know. I don't know if any of us will get the full benefit. We'll certainly try, but I can guarantee you it's coming. It's coming to an end simply by its own misactions. It's not a competent government, so these are not competent criminals who have any sense of foresight. They're just stealing everything that's not nailed down at this point and trying to literally intentionally make life as miserable as possible for everyone. So with that kind of shall we say policy of self-destruction, the end result will be what they seek: self-destruction. They don't think they seek that, but their actions prove otherwise. Their policies prove otherwise. So you'll see it fall. Take assurance in that. As to what happens after that is up to us. The problem is rebuilding, and then the problem is trying to, strike while the iron is hot, and just do your best to help rebuild the world at the right time. The power vacuum, of course, is the issue. Nature abhors a vacuum. Power abhors a vacuum. So the idea is to do what you can while you can. We'll see what opportunities are brought to us. But in the interim, right now our man is in the thick of it over there, and you, of course, have been in the thick of it forever. When it comes to no bills, you also have, so there's no plumbing, there's no well, so you have to drive to get the water. But how many times a week do you do this?
I can go maybe really depends on how much cooking I do or how much we eat out.
Right. Okay.
It's usually sometimes I end up doing more and needing to go up twice a week, but it's not it's not that far.
Okay.
So it's not like when I lived over at the lake, it was a lot farther.
Jesus.
But it's a pain. You're right. It's absurd. I don't know why it's gone on so long, and it's it's like a source of shame for Toke, because he feels like after 30 years he should have had figured something out, and he just didn't, because he, you know, is a serial monogamous and was with other women that had plumbing, so he just didn't put any time or effort into this place at all. And just, you know, we're making it work for what it is, and it's nice when you don't have anything, because then you can just make sure you do it the way you want it, and that's been really fun. Like, I really like being able to like walk around 20 acres and then pick the spot where I want to spend more time. Like, that was,
well, that's cute.
it was a very selfish thing to do, and I like it, and I got upset when he was talking about selling this place, because I was like, oh great, we put all this into, you know, building a little hermitage over here.
Well, if you sold it, how much would you get? Maybe that's a good idea.
I know, you've always said that. You've always said that it's property and you can just, you know, it'd be 100% profit, but it's also like irreplaceable. Like, we can't sell it for enough to get into another place that would be better. You know? Like, we talked about like selling it all instead of subdividing and then selling a portion of the acreage. And then our friend the accountant pointed out that if you sell it, all of that is going to turn into like, if you sold it for $200,000, you would end up paying $40,000 in capital gains tax. Which, I mean, so like, we're already starting from 160 down from 200 for looking to replace our living somehow. I mean, it's like, if I had faith in the forces that be, I would say we could just rent something and put some money aside until we were more stable. But I've been doing that for 30 years. Like, I've been doing let me just do this right now, and then maybe later I'll be able to get to a better spot. And I feel like that's a huge part of my programming from being raised by the television, that I've kind of bought into that. Like, at some point you just have to like accept the job at the very scary convenience store in the midst of all the homelessness and drug addicts.
Jesus Christ. I don't know about that.
Coming from somebody raised in the Tenderloin, I know.
Well, I mean, let's just put it this way: it's I've had enough of exposure to that, where it's like the idea of surrendering to it as you know, for life. I granted, once we get past a certain age, we're kind of stuck, but yeah, it's but you're not even working at anything like that. You're you know. Thank God.
I'm not doing like, no, I am simply here trying to sort through how to move forward from this, because there's so much benefit to us being here. Like, it's super convenient to get to where we need to go. It's it's the usual Vermont stuff is what the thing is. Like, it's all preparing for the winter and like getting stuff moved into a place that's in some way going to
but by
improve.
the way, I've gotten an email from someone. I want to thank them for this bit of information, that the CGI dwarves all had actors that were like inside the dwarves, in the sense that the dwarves are based on actual actors, but they're shrunken down and swelled up to twice their size. In other words, they shrunk them to half their size and then bloated them to twice their width, so that they could look like, you know, fat dwarves. And it's like, thank you for that bit of information. It doesn't help. It doesn't help.
It doesn't make it right.
Yeah, it doesn't help the actors that got.
In fact, they got more flack for doing that because of, it's like, you know, essentially ableist. I know it's a dumb term, but like what, you're gonna employ actual
non-disabled actors and then turn them disabled
Yes.
or into,
Yes.
something they weren't born with. I mean, that's just insane.
Yeah, they've resized them.
When people are actually born like that and could benefit from it, it's just crazy.
Yes, thank you. Just horrible, The whole thing's horrible. It was a nightmare, and it's like, of course, that was the biggest complaint of the evening. Otherwise, obviously, I'd rather be there than here. But what's distressing to me is it's like every show that we're watching lately has turned into something that I need to put into political context. Now, granted, as Brendan pointed out, it turns out these are both Disney efforts. One, the Doctor Who thing, ultimately had Disney behind it, but buying out BBC, and the other is pure Disney. So it's
Well, they bought out just Doctor Who. They just.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay, so it's not BBC. It's just Doctor Who. Okay, interesting. That explains a lot.
But it's their biggest franchise.
Is it?
That's why they did that.
Okay. Yes. Got it. It's
for like international audiences.
Yeah.
There's no one knows any of the other BBC shows that have ever been on.
Got it.
Except The Office, but they made an American one.
Right.
So it's irrelevant.
Got it. So BBC has that. The Doctor Who is their biggest thing, and because they're almost broke, Disney essentially bought that.
They licensed it. Yeah, they licensed it out to them. I don't think they were able to take it wholesale.
Right.
But they licensed it to where only they can have it on their streaming Disney.
Got it.
Disney Plus.
Got it. Okay.
So
that makes
basically
sense.
They're the ones given the money to even produce new seasons. So it's like they're
So you're stuck with their
I don't think they're in control anymore.
Yeah. So you're stuck with Disney
Brits.
shit. Yeah, no wonder it's gone to shit. I mean, not that it was ever great, but it's
But that was the charm of it. It was supposed to be cheesy.
That's the point. Yes, good point. Your point's well taken. Yeah, that was part of the charm.
But it's turned into an abomination.
Yes.
From my understanding, I haven't watched it.
Yes, yeah. Well, you ain't missing shit. Yeah, that's yeah. It's it's become something horrific, and but that being said, yeah. All right. So we've kind of gotten into a.
And I'm sure when George comes on, you can ask him about because how they originally make money, so to speak, or how they fund the TV stations.
Yeah.
In these quote unquote socialist model countries like in England, is you get a TV license.
Oh.
And the population is forced to pay it. Like if you own a TV, you have to pay them like something like $100 a year or something, right?
Weird.
Just to own the TV, even if you don't watch. Yeah, even if you don't watch the stupid whatever program, like Channel 3 or 4, whatever BBC shit is on. And Japan took that same model with NHK. So everyone that moves there, they get these people knocking on their door saying, you haven't paid your TV license, you haven't paid your TV license. And it's just constant. If you don't pay for it, they just send these solicitors to your door.
Wow.
And they threaten you and they say, oh, you'll owe us $1,000 if you don't, purchase this or whatever. So it's like this whole racket.
Okay.
So,
wow.
TV license shit. So I'm sure if you ask George, he'll tell you about it.
Jesus Christ. That's incredible. But these are the same people who say.
And so,
yeah, go on.
What happened was, go ahead.
No, continue. No, please go continue.
I said the reason why BBC is losing their money is because so many people are streaming from their phones and stuff to skirt around the TV license.
Holy shit.
That they just stop paying for it. They just send those people away. They'll say, look, I'm not paying for it. Leave me alone. I'm using the internet. Leave me alone.
Damn.
Because they're just using laptops. So it's like a loophole. It's like a loophole, but the government still assumes you have a TV. They just say, too bad you have to pay it. But so now a lot of people just said, look, I'm not paying it.
Yeah.
I don't even own a TV. And so they've lost a lot of
broken
external revenue.
BBC.
Yeah.
Got it. And so what
and apparently in Japan, they just pay it. The Japanese have, You know, I'm not saying they're all rich, but
yeah.
they have enough money where they just pay it. They just say, oh, you know, fuck it, just pay it.
Oh yeah, everybody's got enough money to pay it. Well, they know one thing. It's just like a tax. To them, it's just a social tax, so that it comes back to them with the services. But
exactly.
yeah, when it comes to, well, in Japan, they also probably view it as an emergency service because there's shit that's going to come from the TV. No doubt if there's like a tsunami or something, the TV will turn itself on in Japan. And
that's actually NHK's main function.
Yeah, got it.
Yes, is distributing emergency information for all the tourists and locals. So it's actually worth that. Like your point's valid. Oh. It's like that's actually worth it. The BBC, not.
Yeah.
You're just getting a bunch of propaganda from whatever they're talking about. You know?
Yes. That's funny. That's funny as hell. But that reminds me, everyone, I do need $10 placed on my production card, my PayPal production card, so that can pay for the stupid Microsoft Teams service, which I thought they would have taken out of my card by now. I still got like about $11 on the other card, so hopefully what'll happen is if they find that there's only $1 on my production card, they'll take it out of the personal card and transfer it, which is what PayPal did last time. Something like that happened, so hopefully they'll do it again. But other than that, everybody send money to the production card, which is what is it? The address on that is, I think it's just Douglas Dietrich, PayPal Douglas Dietrich, isn't it? Anybody remember my address for the production card?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Look on YouTube.
Look on the YouTube is the private card. I put the private card up there on the YouTube. But that's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
I don't know. I have no idea how I've done it in the past. I don't know which one it is.
Yeah, no worries. It'll all work out. Yeah, I still got $11 on the other card, and hopefully PayPal will just take it out of there. And yeah. Oh, okay. Huh. So all that being said, you got it wrong, Amy, when it came to tonight being decompression. It's not decompression. I said it's post-Labor Day weekend depression. It's I'm just here to let everybody know I'm putting in the effort for tonight for a little bit, but then retreating fairly early because of my obsession with finishing the epistle, but also they not that this will impact every episode, but they've changed the rules around my Meals on Wheels, my home delivered meals now, thanks to Donald Trump, who's the fucker that keeps on fucking. And that was another thing that got Ziegler, little Ziegler, who plays Snow White in the film. What got her in trouble was she said fuck Donald Trump, and apparently she they just shit and pissed all over her for that. Now what is so puzzling about this is that Ziegler was hired by Disney, which then proceeds to have the executive who basically owns Disney, the way he describes it and the way his son describes it, which I can look up, I suppose. I can look this up as to the name of the executive over at Disney. But let's see. Executive flies to oh God, what do we say? Lecture, restrain to Ziegler, Disney executive. And let's take a look at this. Disney executive. And here we are. Disney CEO just humiliated Rachel Ziegler after Snow White. Basically, there's deleted scenes, including a controversial speech about the patriarchy. It's, there we are, Bob Iger. Bob Iger locked up Rachel Ziegler's deleted scenes. But they're the ones who put the scenes in. It's not like she's just doing this ad hominem. Or what do you call it? When you do it organically, that's the word for it, just spontaneous.
It's not ad-libbed.
It's not ad lib. It's not ad lib. Yeah, she's not ad libbing this. That was in the script.
Like, this is their script. Yeah, it's their fucking script.
Yeah, but he's blaming her for it. It's like she's the scapegoat. But Bob Iger says that, and his son says.
I wonder what ethnic group they're part of. You know?
Yeah. Oh well, we all know they're Jews, but so he had to leave his family apparently at a party, a social event, and take a direct flight over to yell at her, dress her down for saying "fuck Donald Trump" and "Free Palestine" at some interviews. Before the movie was released, and it's like because she's fucking up the movie. And people asked, is this not censorship? And they said, no, it's order in the workplace. So in other words, as far as they're concerned, because she's saying these in interviews, she's on their dime. And and because she signed a contract, they can shut her down in terms of her politics. So this is like just the where we're at these days. But then the question is, why did you hire her? And when they're asked, they hired her because she's not white. They said because they didn't want Snow White to be white. Because, okay, is any of this making any sense?
No. It's just like honestly, it's on the level of a psyop, really.
Thank you.
It's to trigger like as many people as possible on both sides.
On all sides.
Because one side.
Yeah.
One side sees her saying all that shit, and they say, "Look, they're pushing this." Yeah. Then the other side is, saying, "Look, they're making all this woke stuff," and then the other side is seeing, oh, she's against Palestine, so it's like, or she's against Israel. Yeah. So it's like all these different sides get triggered. There's not one side that's happy with the situation.
Yeah.
So it's like psyop territory.
In a sense, it is bizarre that they made the Jewess, who was, again, I'd have to look up the
witch.
Yeah, the witch, the evil witch.
Gal Gadot.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, Gabol.
That's her name. It sounds like
an evil witch. Yeah, Gal Gadot. Is that her name?
Gadot. Gal Gadot. It's just some kind of French. It's probably not even a real name. It's just.
Isn't it Hebrew? Isn't that didn't they name her after Golgotha, the mountain on which Christ was crucified? That's what it's. It sounds like an anagram.
She's like her mother is like a French, like one of those fashionistas.
Okay. So
it's like some kind of French name.
That's incredible. Yeah.
She's like from supermodel stock or something.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. So that's why she's so fucking tall. And so she's tall, and Ziegler's like a fucking dwarf. And,
it says it is Hebrew. There you go.
Yeah, I
Gal means wave.
Yeah.
And Gadot means riverbanks.
So thank you.
Which is it's basically a nonsense name.
Yeah.
The wave on the riverbank.
The river waves. Yeah, river wave. Yeah. Eddy, like an eddy or current. Yeah, that's.
So it's all just shtick for her being an actor. It says it changed from Greenstein.
Yeah, of course.
When they went to Israel, so okay. To connect more with their heritage. I mean, it's like at this point they're just cosplaying.
Yeah, well, it's like I said, it sounds like an anagram for Golgotha, the mountain on which Christ was crucified.
Doubt it.
And at any rate, so she's but I think all the outrage has been on, generally speaking, the one side, the right side, meaning not that it's right morally, but the right-wing side. They're against Ziegler in particular, and they shit and pissed all over her. But like you say, it's a psyop in the sense that, okay, she's causing so much outrage, fire her and hire someone else. But no, they went through with it so that it could flop, and they could scapegoat her and say, see, it's all this woke bitch.
But why even, exactly. But why even race swap in the first place? It's just, like the whole thing from the start was like a setup.
Yeah.
It's like they knew it was already going to be controversial.
Yeah.
And then it just gets worse from there. It's just like, come on.
Yeah, and
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I hear you. And so it's like you said, there's some kind of plot behind it. I'm not quite sure if it worked out the way they thought it would, but it's definitely something that. Well, how long can they keep doing this? Because every time they're doing this, they're losing millions and millions of dollars. So is that?
Well, yeah, money's no object. If you already run the shit.
Yeah, I guess. Good point. Good point. So they can't be thinking in terms of profit at this point. No. Yeah, it really is. They own it all. They don't need the money, and they're just fucking with people's minds. So they're trying to make as many people angry as possible. So there you go with that. It's so that gives at least some semblance of sensibility, however evil and warped it is. So all such being said, okay, Amy, you still with us?
Yeah.
Yeah. So your own thoughts on anything else, current events you think we should be paying attention to?
I think you should be imagining your personal parade ground. I think you should see yourself marching perfectly clad in whatever outfit you feel comfortable in through your personal parade ground. I'm really trying to focus on what I want to improve my situation. Like, what do I want? Mm-hmm. Because I think that is most of what my problem is that I just end up doing stuff, and then I'm like, I didn't have a goal, so I don't have the way to like get the change I want because I had no strategic plan at all. So that's sort of my thing, is like getting to the point where I can elucidate on the things that I want, because everything is so distracting. Like just the difficulty that you get into, like thinking about I want to keep maintaining this place instead of selling it off. Well, if you're going to do that, you're going to live in a place that's overrun by homeless people and drug addicts.
Right.
You know, like it's like this constant, like if I had a goal, I could do it. But then I'm like easily like trying to move energy away from my body, but not just my body, like not just like the sensation gathering sack, but also in my mind trying to clear out all of the things that were impressed upon me as like, you need this is what you need, and then trying to like clear that out from like, what do I really want? Like, that is that part of what I really want, or is that just like what I'm being told I need to do? Like, we've talked a little bit about my my back and forth with the Social Security Administration over
How's that going?
Issue.
How's that going?
It sucks. I'll tell you what, it's the dumbest shit I ever did. It's like making a Disney movie. It's dumb. It's dumb as I can't even, like, I hate myself for having to like pursue this and go back and forth with lawyers, to go back and forth with different other healthcare providers, social workers. I don't even like these people. Like, if I had thought to myself, like, you're going to pay taxes so that these people can pretend to help you and really just eat up all your time and effort and make you feel crazy, even though you're pretty sure you're not crazy. Like, I mean, they'd like to believe that their job is worth something, but when I just keep saying to them, like, what is it that you do? And they keep telling me these things that they're not actually doing. You know, I want to just drop all of it. I do. I just want to be like, I don't have a disability. I have a domestic violence problem. Can we move forward from this? Is it possible that we're going to talk about the stalking? Can I get to a group of people who are committed to protecting women who are being stalked? Mm-hmm. Is there a place for that? Mm-hmm. Is that even something that I should be imagining? Or should I just keep crying to these doctors about I freaking am in a lot of pain a lot of the time?
Mm-hmm.
And have them tell me, well, we can't really tell you what it's all about. Like, all your tests are fine. Your test day, you're going to live to be 99, just like your grandma.
Right.
You know?
Now, so our listeners don't get too alarmed. The domestic violence is a way of referring to past situations. It doesn't involve Toke Bloke, does it?
No.
Okay.
Toke doesn't have the energy to try to do any
Tokyo Bloker. Yeah. Go. Say it again. Say it again. I'm sorry. Say the last sentence. I stepped over you. Say the last sentence again. He doesn't have the energy, and then after that,
he's pure. He's just like pure love, and he can't.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't have any of that. He does whatever all that stuff is. It's like he doesn't have it. So no, it's not that. But it's it's past stuff. But in a lot of ways, I don't know if I'm out of it.
Right. Well, the stalking has been perennial from this Captain Asshole, we'll call him, right?
I mean, at some point you can say it was him, but then when I reflect back on it, it really feels like maybe this was going on a lot earlier. So I don't know. I can't say, but in talking to groups of other people who are really working on this issue, I mean, I did not pay attention to any of the Trump accusations and the protests in Washington, D.C. I didn't look at any of that.
Mm.
But it seems to me that there's a group of other people just committed to getting some light on this dark subject of what happens to women who are, put in these positions where they're having survival sex. What happens to these children who are, exposed to really terrible situations, and they get, they get to a point where they're no longer children, but these situations have then formed another person, like they're just, it's awful what happens to children. And when that child then grows up in a society that elects your abuser as,
yeah, good way to put it. Yeah, let's go on.
It's frightening because I mean, you wouldn't want, and even if we're only like 10% of the population, right? Like most women don't have these experiences. Most women can carry on in their life and not ever feel as if they have been abused.
Really? I'd say most of them do. But go on, man.
But
But they all have Stockholm syndrome. I think a good number of them have Stockholm syndrome. And
there's a name for that even. It's Stockholm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just feel like there's got to be a better situation than sending all these women to the White House lawn. I mean,
okay, these victims of Epstein. So tell people about these victims of Epstein.
I wish I could. It's really their story. Like I'm looking at this from a position of, I've been part of a group of people that have, had to make do with whatever their situation was. They were trafficked, they were abused, and they watched the person who abused them become president. And I'm hoping that there is some
Imagine that nightmare. So what you're referring to is the woman at the Epstein estate who Trump personally raped.
Did you hear about there was a rally of women on the White House lawn today that were all victims of the Epstein scandal?
Yes. Continue.
So that's what I'm referring
He
to.
just
But I'm
said that.
speaking about it in personal terms,
Yeah.
having, you know, been in bad childhood situations, not things that were ever repaired, ever discussed. And it was a situation where when you get, you know, you come to a point in your life where there are things that are expected of you. You're expected to, you know, move away from your family and then figure out your life. And then you realize, like, no, I've had really no choices here. Like, you know, there's been like this real denial and refusal to even address, you know, what was experienced. And so to have a place where that is discussed and repaired and then like left behind instead of like denied and then left festering. Like, to be able to let go of all of that in a way that you can then, you know, not be afraid to get on the internet, like not be afraid to seek out companionship and to have cohesion with others, to be in an experience where you can not be afraid because there's safety, because you've gotten past whatever's happened in the past instead of, you know, carried it with you and put it like in view of every relationship you have. I'm not sure if this is something that you experience. I'm kind of like speaking from an inner self and not really being objective about like my real situation, which is, you know, I'm actually doing pretty good. I've got, you know, some plans. I'm like personally not homeless and living with a bunch of drug addicts in this town, which is, you know, when you tell people you're from here, anybody who knows the area is like, wow, you must be homeless living with a bunch of drug addicts. But that's not what I'm doing. Like,
but that's where you were for many years. That was the case.
No, I mean, no. This is a rural community. And when I go,
and everybody's like that, but go.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems for sure, but I'm like outside of all that. Like, I can drive down the road or ride my bike down the road and find that right there. I can hear that. I can hear the homelessness. I can hear the police who come into town. Like, it's all within earshot, but I'm nowhere near there. Like, I'm not living in the town. So I'm doing okay. Like, I'm coming from a place where it's not really all that frightening, but it doesn't make that stuff go away either. Like, I'd like to be able to go to town and not see all of the people totally destitute, like just trying to, you know, get out of their subsidized apartments. You know, like it's bad. It's a very poverty-stricken place. And I'd like, you know, I want to believe that at some point we'll be able to live here and have other people who are also enjoying themselves, you know, because it's hard to look at that. It's hard to, like, it's, you know, living on Skid Row, like looking at Skid Row every day. Like, that's kind of what Richford feels like sometimes. And I don't expect that I'm going to change any of that, but I'm hoping that there is going to be a shift, that not necessarily that women will be brought to power, but I would like to see that women are considered. Just to have just like this poor person who like tried to have an opinion and then it ruined the movie that she was in.
Yeah.
Like to have her opinion be considered valid whether it agrees with her employers or not.
Okay.
That, that's really that's the smallest change that I would like to see. And to be able to like further create my goals around these very etheric things like peace and prosperity. Like to not be specific in the way that I get there, but to start to kind of unlayer the interactions that I have so that it's less transactional. It's less about like you and I are just going to do this thing and then we're going to agree to stay miserable in our lives. No, I'm going to make every effort to keep my energy up and to stay healthy and to have these interactions where I'm maintaining eye contact and I'm giving attention and I'm practicing generous listening. And instead of like projecting all my trauma and pain and misery, I'm really like available to validate the people that I encounter.
Okay.
Hello, Holly.
Yeah, Holly, thank you for joining us. So glad to have you with us. And so, dear Holly, give us an update on whatever you feel comfortable sharing about how you're doing.
Well, I was listening real hard for a minute there.
Okay.
And appreciated everything. And nothing terrible, nothing great on my end, but that's okay. The atmospherics are real weird here tonight, so I don't know if the call's going to not start dropping.
Okay.
It was hard getting connected up.
Okay.
So just putting that out there. But otherwise, I'm just stepping into the flow here and carry on with the theme.
Oh, well, you're going to be...
White thing was a debacle. That poor little actress.
Yes, oh my God.
Which,
Go on.
Disney cheeses everything it touches.
Yeah.
That gangster rat. And so then she gets all the blame.
Yes.
Stupid little actress under Gal Gadot's mighty boot.
Yes. There we are. Thank you. Thank you. And so I would like to say I appreciate what our dear Amy is saying about she'd like to see a future where a woman's opinion is considered valid. And
wouldn't that be something?
Most certainly it would be. Yes.
I was wondering, Amy, how in the hell does a person be homeless in Vermont from November to June?
Amy?
I mean, that takes some real skill and like an ability to kind of hibernate, I would think. I mean, the daytime is like 6-8 hours long, right? And it's sub-freezing for 6 months straight, right?
Well, Amy has been homeless for months at a time, if not years. So, Amy, tell us
snow.
How it's done.
So I'm thinking the population must really boom in the summer and maybe migrate. The reason was because why would I ever want to be poor here?
Yeah.
I go poor someplace nice, was the thinking. Or at least 6 months. I don't know how you afford the heat.
She doesn't have any heat,
Even
Amy.
if you're not homeless. Yeah, right. Well, you got to do something. Wood or
Is she still with us?
Right?
Yeah. Is Amy still even with us?
She sounded like she was coming in and out.
Yeah, Amy, we can't hear you. Oh, there you go. Amy, yeah. Do something about your phone, honey. Put it near your mouth. That might help.
I'm right here. I haven't done anything. It just comes in and out. I'm just in that web of stuff and things. Oh my God. Did you see the bus that John
conflicting, battling satellites?
Yeah.
The satellites are fighting.
Yeah. And
earlier, like, I mean, we were on for like an hour and the dog literally barked that whole hour. Like I was having a really hard time concentrating because this dog was like outside barking the whole time. I don't know what's out there. Like, I have no idea what she's barking at, but I went on mute and I called her in. She's in here asleep now, but yeah, I can't tell you like what kept her out there barking like that. I'm just the winters here are very difficult. They're just incredibly difficult, and I don't know what
Colorado's like Miami compared to up there.
It's interesting that yeah, in some ways, like even living like out in Spokane, it just it's and that's like higher, like that's like at a latitude that's a little bit.
Look, you're muffled, honey. Yeah, take the pillow away from between you and the phone.
I haven't moved.
Okay, you're better now.
Yeah, I hate that.
I'm
totally
just
good now.
Yeah.
It's just coming in and out.
Yeah.
There's nothing moving in this room except the bugs.
Yeah.
There's a couple bugs.
Not your fault.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not planning to be homeless for the winter here.
But you have been. How did you survive?
How did I survive? I had people who let me crash on their couch. It's that simple.
Yeah.
It's that. I went to a yoga studio. Like when I ran out of couches, I was like, I remember this dude telling me about this place, and I called them, and they were like, yeah, come and stay. And it was like empty. There was nobody. They had all these beds.
Nice. You could pile up all the mats like a princess. Comfy bed.
Yeah, it was silly. Like I mean, to me, like I would love if there had been people there, but it was much deserted, and I was there a couple days, and it just became like really draining. Like,
why?
That could kind of work your head. I could see
stuff, and then I was paying, and then paying some more, and then paying, and then I was broke, and I was like, well, thanks, y'all. See you later.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So sorry.
Got some more work. And
so much for community.
It
ain't always what it's cracked up to be.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah. And
I put it like just indicative of every other situation.
Yeah. Keep the phone near you or at just the right distance, honey, because it's all wah wah wah. It's Charlie Brown talk until till you hold it just right. Oh.
No more Charlie Brown.
There we are. Perfect. Yes. Whatever you're doing now.
Yeah. I'm thinking about like how in the winters here. We've never had this kind of poverty.
Got it.
So you could have a very key point here in that the amount of people who are so desperate.
Yeah.
That it might be a good idea not to be here just to avoid that. And at one point, one winter, I was a property caretaker. I had 40 different places, but I couldn't live in any of them.
Wow.
So it was like a lot
and
of
how come you couldn't? How come you couldn't? Because that wasn't
vacation homes.
Mm-hmm.
They had guests coming. Like they were vacationing $500 a night.
Yeah.
So there was no, like, it wasn't a long-term rental. It was a vacation home.
Yeah.
And it was like not gonna a long-term rental wouldn't make the owners the money they were getting.
No, it's a cash machine in the wall that only spits out money night and day. It's amazing how much you can make that way.
It's
even with a humble place in the right area. Yeah.
I mean, well, and the way that it should work is that it would be a nice place that was $500 a night. But they're not nice places. They're like garbage.
Ooh.
Tell about the mold.
Ooh.
Tell about they gave you a place and it was a mold trap and you almost died choking on the mold.
Well, what was great about that was that that's where they would give all the foreign students who couldn't escape and didn't know anybody in this country, is that was where they would stash the J1 visa people.
Uh-huh.
And that's why they gave it to me, because I guess the inspection hadn't passed and they couldn't give it to the. So they rented it to me for $160 a month, but they never actually charged me.
No.
Well, that was nice.
Yeah.
Well,
it wasn't like they really enforce it, because they're doing, they're breaking the law, letting you stay, or at least renting, taking money, right?
It was a bad contract. Yeah, it was a bad contract. And I was only there like 2 nights, and then I moved out.
Yeah.
But I didn't have anywhere to go. So again, it was just like this matter of there's nothing up here. Like there's no real support system. And in the winters, it's cold. It's like it will kill you.
It'll kill you, yeah.
That's, that's what everybody fights against. And I don't know what is going to happen when all of these people who are, without space are trying to camp out on the mayor's steps in Burlington.
Yeah. That was done in Tucson.
Yeah. I've seen it.
For months, over Christmas, yeah.
And I've seen it. And I've seen the tents in the parks. I've seen the parks closed off.
Right. I heard you say that.
Part of me being in the place where I'm from, I have access to people that I know. I don't know how I would do this. Like I was homeless out west for a little bit, but I had opportunity. Like, I mean, I had worked, I had jobs. I'd been, part-time, temporary help for 6 years.
Yeah.
And so I had people out west who were offering me help, but I wanted to be where I knew a lot of people. And so, I made a choice, and I moved everything I owned back east, and it was hard. I don't ever want to do another cross-country trip again. I'm sick of it. Done. I've done all kinds of driving out on 90, driving out on 70, driving out on the 10. Yeah, I've done it, and I'm okay to not do that. Like I'm really like that. I think that's part of my age at this point. I want to be.
Yes.
I think it kind of gets old. Yeah, I agree.
Yes. So, by the way, you brought up a few current events to bring to our attention, Holly, right? There were some things in particular that struck you.
Some people in Louisiana died with the brain-eating amoeba from eating raw oysters.
Oh, Jesus. Why couldn't RFK be one of them?
You want a headline?
You know what happened with RFK? The RFK actually did die, but the parasitic brainworm took over his body. And it's the parasitic brainworm.
That I totally believe.
Yes. Yeah. That's what happened. Yeah.
And that's what you hear speaking.
Yeah. That's what you hear
That's
speaking.
the worm.
Yes, saying, stop these vaccines, man. Yeah.
Yeah. All the funding.
Yeah, cut the funding to the CDC.
For everything.
Yeah, everything. Yeah. Oh, shit. That's delightful. That's so funny. So we're hoping Brendan can make it back on. He's recharging his phone, so I don't know if he can hear me at all. If you can hear us, Brendan, let us know. Let me check my cell phone again, see if I'm getting any updates from him. At any rate, in the interim...
We're definitely menacing Venezuela pretty bad.
Oh, yes. Tell us about the latest with that.
I don't know. They shoved a warship. I don't know if it was at the Panama Canal or what. But they're doing all kinds of threatening maneuvers. Whether it comes to, we'll see what it comes to.
Mm-hmm.
And
Did they
the
just kill
internal-
16 people at least by sinking some boat they said was carrying drugs?
Oh, that one. Yeah, that's right. Oh, it was MS-13. Don't worry. Rah, rah, rah. But who knows? And there's a word for it, the subterfuge going on in Greenland. How there's
Yes.
all these influencers turned loose up there.
Yes, well, the
That are-
Danish ambassador has called, or the Danish government has called the American ambassador in to question him about all these influencers. So go on.
Yeah.
Yes, continue.
It's, hey, Denmark,
Hey, oh, yeah.
and
Yeah, go on.
the independent will support you.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. You got to repeat that.
Sell us all your mineral rights,
Yes.
and then you can have a country per se.
There we are. There we
It's
are.
so evil.
Yeah, it's so evil.
But they're miserable up there. They're very poor.
Mhm.
Drugs and alcohol are a real bad thing, real young. And, their ways are incredible, but they're going nuts,
Yeah.
given the deprivation.
Yes, so just so people understand,
So-
Holly's not talking out of her ass. She's got like a, shall we say, correspondent on the spot. So you have a correspondent on the spot in Greenland. What are they telling you?
Yeah. Just that. There's misery.
Okay.
There's misery. And she's eaten traditional food as you could get. I
What did she
hate
think of
to
it?
tell you the stuff she's eaten. Oh, man. Well, if the matriarch of the village hands you a plate of food, you eat it.
Right.
Period.
Right.
She's had narwhal chowder.
Oh, so how does that taste?
You fucking believe that?
It sounds cool.
I thought it'd tear her up, but she said, she was okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
Whale and reindeer and
Mm-hmm.
the most exotic, precious caviar on earth.
Damn, I'm sure it all tastes
Old
fabulous. She must be in
Yeah.
pig heaven in Gourmand.
Yeah, she was down with it.
Yeah.
She's cooked musk ox flanks.
All right.
Yeah,
Are there muskox that
to
live on
actually
Greenland? I didn't even know that.
butcher them.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are, and they're indigenous, and their story and the people are. It's just amazing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just amazing up there, and so it's tragic. I fear that country is about to get gutted like a fish.
Well,
by these
that's
forces that-
only the only way that can happen is if they're stupid enough to vote for independence.
And that is somewhat of a problem. I mean, they probably got Fox News up there.
Yeah. Well,
So
we don't know that. We don't know that. Did you?
We don't know that, and I can ask that.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
I will.
Yeah, obviously, this is why the Danish government has called the American ambassador in, is because of these influencers that you're speaking of. But I honestly don't believe they have Fox News. I really don't. But if they do, then that's a problem.
I'd like to know, or
Yeah.
whatever
whatever the equivalent is.
rightist wing
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, I could easily see catching fire in a
Well,
place like that.
they've got this right wing shit that's called for independence. But these,
Yes.
but that influence comes from Europe. See, because they're colonized by Denmark, so the right wing influencers come from Europe, and that doesn't make it any better. It just makes it different. It's not as bad.
And it's highly possible the natives are okay with mining the shit out of the place. If it gets some,
ask your correspondent. Ask your
good
correspondent.
vehicles and TVs and
I mean,
modern houses. And,
what I can't understand is with what you've described about the natives, with their cuisine and all that, sounds like they still are preserving such a good deal of their heritage. Why all the alcohol?
surprisingly.
Yeah, why all the alcohol?
Oh, well, boredom and stuff.
Just bored?
Pretty much. It's available. They didn't miss it before it was available.
Yeah.
But once you try it, you want some more because can make you feel good, or if you've got some genetic problem with it,
it's the genetic
then
issue.
You just end up going crazy.
Yeah, all
It's
indigenous
brutal.
people. Yeah, indigenous people have they just should not be allowed to drink. That's it.
I don't know what they did to get high. That's another question.
Oh, they got high, but
before alcohol.
Well, we know that they
but
had
I don't know how.
substances.
Maybe fermented fat and stuff. I don't know.
Well, shit. You talked about the narwhal. I mean, they make this fish jerky and shit. I mean, it's like that's some fermenting shit. Yeah. So tell people about that. What do you know about that?
Very little.
Oh, okay.
Very little. But yeah,
I understand that.
Amazing.
I understand the
cuisine.
Foreigners. Yeah, I understand the foreigners generally have nothing to do with fermented fish. They can't stand it.
Oh God, that's supposed to be one of the worst smells on earth.
That's right. That's
Norwegian
right. Tell people
rotted
about that.
herring.
Yes,
it's a delicacy.
Yes,
pay a lot of money for it. Yeah. But it's just supposed to be so ghastly. I mean, I don't know. That takes an ancestry that is used to that kind of thing.
Well, you develop a taste for it because...
I mean, it makes durian smell great.
Yeah, oh my
in comparison.
God.
Durian's nothing compared to fermented Norwegian herring.
Yeah, from what I heard, no, it's bad. But definitely durian, for those who don't know, is this fruit that foreigners claim smells like intestinal gas. And it's just, anyhow, there's a lot of food out there that's just hard for foreigners to take, and a taste is cultivated for it indigenously. By that I mean, like Korea has kimchi, and which I adore kimchi. I love kimchi, but a lot of people can't take it.
And 100-year-old eggs and shit.
That I can't. That I have never tried. That I've never tried. I would have, because I try a lot of things, but my parents actually discouraged it. So if my parents discouraged it, it was bad. It's got to be bad.
Don't trust that shit. Yeah. You can't. They don't make it like they used to.
Now,
or maybe it was always suspect, the black eggs.
I don't know. They look fascinating, but it is what it is. So I don't know if you saw this, Amy, but what T-Tank Berry sent. If you take a look at the bus that you brought our attention to, it has Vermont license plates. So there you go. It says everything. They're escaping Vermont, just like instead of Escape from New York or Escape from Los Angeles, they ought to have Escape from Vermont. So there you go.
What? Pictures? Everything he's put up? Like the yard?
Yeah, that's Vermont? Yeah.
No. That's what all of our houses look like.
Yeah, that yard.
Like this is like how it is, and he put this bus up.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh yeah, Vermont plates, haha."
Yeah.
Like seriously, everybody has one of those things in their yard.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It's just they're everywhere. And when we were in Pittsburgh, there was like a little Nissan with like a camper truck and a camper bed in the back, and it had Vermont plates. And I used to see it all over the suburbs where we were living. Like I'd drive to the grocery store and there'd be the Vermont truck, and it was always parked somewhere new, It was always like somewhere, and we were the only other Vermont license plates in our suburb. But it's not. I want to not be known for that, but that's really not uncommon in my state. Is there's this camping, hiking lifestyle that's like recreation based, and it's also like the mobile home becomes like a piece of art. It's now it's a place to spend a lot of time, and people love converting the buses. Like there's tons of them all over the place here. I can think of at least 3.
Jesus.
Like just hanging out. And, you know, even if somebody's not in them all the time, they're there for times like now when plenty of people need one. Plenty of people.
Yeah, like the guest bedroom.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. We have one.
For
we
a
have
family.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking to some family who live out in Colorado, and when we got off the phone, I told Toke, well, we can do up the RV for them, you know? Like, if they want to come visit and go fishing or whatever, I mean, that's really all there is to do here.
It's a perfectly reasonable, good guest bedroom, in my view.
I'm private. It's more private.
Yeah, I like sleeping out of the house, the main house.
Oh, yeah, you can have it.
Little table and a comfy bed. Hey, those beds can be comfy.
If you say so.
They're fine.
You know, I could get, you know, maybe...
Not in the winter so much.
Yeah, I could get into it when I was younger. Maybe I could still do it these days, but not for long. Not for long. It's one of those things that... then again, look at what I deal with when I'm back here in the crypt. But as you can tell by the sound of my voice, I'm not happy to be back. We're just going to take a little trip here by going on the screen share, I guess. Let me make certain that everything is up and ready for that. And so go back on the call and just kind of do a share. Here we go. See if that works. And we're going to take Amy and Holly with us. In particular, if our dear, man Aristides is there, he can see this. So because of course, I've got a news feed, and I, get things on it. It's like one of these things that, you wonder at what kind of aggregate has gotten an impression of me. But they send me various news. Some of it's understandable. Obviously, with the type of lad that I tutor, I get something like this. Why I prefer queer travel to gay travel. And yes, there is a difference. I realized now I was getting this travel stuff because Brendan Zogit had a number of years ago reset my channel from education to travel and events. We've reset it to education now as the category for my channel. Retired couple explain how they travel the world without paying for accommodation. Now that's just you're kidding me, right? That's just fucking homelessness.
I guess it's couchsurfing.com.
That's like it's called homelessness. It's like we hang out in people's yards till the police chase us away. Yeah, it's like that's what all that is. It's like, come on. It's just sad, and then this shit. What's that, Amy? What's that, Amy?
There's a lot of people who are so lonely that couple looks like fun to them.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! Let's take a closer look at this couple. Let's take a closer look at this couple.
In resort towns, fabulous towns. I mean, back in the day, that website got huge.
Yeah, here we are.
Any place you'd ever want to visit, you could go and stay for free.
It's Joan and Noel Patterson have saved about £45,000 sterling through using home exchange. Oh wow! So they exchange.
So they have a house.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That they exchange with other people. There you go. That's fuck. They can. I just
they
noticed.
Probably got a fatty house.
There you go. It says Douglas in the back. I noticed that Douglas and Ramsey. Yeah, that's on the little trolley behind them. That's another place where they're sleeping, no doubt.
No, I bet they're set up.
That's
a few weeks here, a few weeks there.
Yeah.
They're not poor.
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Amy? Amy, honey?
That is media deconstruction here for a second. That thing in the aggregate that put that in front of you.
Yeah.
It's just a native ad. The home exchange is a website, and you can go on the website and add your profile but that's not news. That's a native ad for, it's probably a swinger site. It's probably something stupid.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. That makes so much sense. Thank you, honey. That makes perfect sense.
I missed it. The call got me.
Oh, shit. I was just saying how it made sense. Did you hear what Amy said about how basically...
No, the call completely dropped.
Oh, my God.
Repeat what you said, Amy.
Tell her, Amy, it's a sponsored ad. It's a sponsored ad.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It was like this home exchange site.
Yeah, it's a swingers. It's fucking sex swingers, honey. Yeah, they're retired and they're meeting other people to fuck. So go there. They're on the prowl. Go on, tell her, Amy. Tell her about this.
The Pattersons
Does
are
anybody
probably
still want to do it when they get that old? Are you sure?
The Patterson perverts. The pervert Pattersons.
Patterson's a scary town, so it all fits.
Yes. Amy, get back on. Take the stage again, Amy. Let's see if we can hear your voice.
You take the stage. You got a song this. You gonna sing me a birthday song this year, Douglas?
Yeah, okay. We can't hear a word you're saying except now. Now we can hear you. So go on. Keep talking.
I want you to come up with a birthday song for me this year.
Birthday song? Is it your birthday coming around again?
You better get ready for it.
Oh shit! Wait, when's your birthday again?
Fair
Let us all
warning.
know. When's your birthday?
You know when my birthday is. I made you add it to your calendar again because you forgot it last year. Just so everybody else knows, Douglas is only going to remember your birthday 1 year, and then he's going to forget it. And you're going to have to pull it out.
Unforgivable.
Get the trip every single.
So what is it again? Let us all know. What is your birthday again?
I don't want anybody casting spells based on my astrology, so I don't want to give it out to everybody.
Hey, honey, there's no one gonna do that to you. Peter Moon, you don't exist. You're not on his radar to him. So who else would do it? You know, I know that the Cult of the Kings. Somebody's been targeting you, but it's
April.
Huh?
It's April.
April.
But
okay. Then I'll look for it on my calendar.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got time.
Yeah.
You got time.
Yeah.
Just want to know if you're planning.
Yeah.
Because it's not, it's not going to relate at all to the amount of effort and time and energy I put into your birthday.
Yeah. You're so cute. You're so cute. Oh my God. That's
Keep cracking the whip, Amy.
Yes.
This is what homeless people do for fun, everybody. I gotta go find my fire starter. It's like outside in the outdoor kitchen.
Are you starting to get cold?
I'm getting cold. I'm gonna start a little fire.
Okay, so get your fire starter. Jesus Christ, get your fire starter. Well, we'll continue on here, but what?
Really that good?
Can't hear you. Say it again.
I can get the fire going and be on the phone because I'm
Good.
really that good at it. It's gonna be loud. Ready?
Yeah.
There it is. This is the thing you need to make a fire.
Didn't I hear someone cough? Was that Toke?
No, that's the propane fire starter. It's a skush skush.
Oh shit! I thought that was Toke puking his guts out.
No, he's not sick at all. He's good. He's not. He hasn't really puked at all since we went to Dartmouth. That was bad. That was a bad time when we caught that bug going to the hospital.
Oh Jesus!
It was ugly.
Yeah. And so, aside from that, Holly, what else comes to your... Thank you, Amy. Appreciate that. And stay on with us as long as you can. Holly, what about... let's take a look at some other things. See if we've got something else I can show you here. Oh, yes, this. Okay. What do you ladies make of this? Let's go back to screen share here. I'll go back on the call here. Do the screen share. Now, I'm not too familiar with these. Selena Gomez, I've heard of her. Obviously a celebrity. says, what happened, again, this came up on my feed, what happened at Wondermind? Selena Gomez and her mother, Mandy Teefey, flipped their mental health journeys into a buzzy startup. It all fell apart. Now, it shouldn't have, but the first time I read this, I started laughing. It seemed so funny to me, but then I realized just how sad it was. It's
so completely LA.
So does anyone know anything about this?
No.
Okay.
But I could. The story writes itself,
Yeah.
It's such a conceit.
Yes.
I mean, maybe they were trying to help. I don't know.
It seems commendable, but at the same time, quite self-indulgent.
Was it a non-profit?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, mom's a chub. I got to log in to access this article at the New York Cut. Here we are.
Selena Gomez has already had some kind of major organ removed.
What?
Like a kidney or something.
Really?
Yeah, it was huge.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I forget what it was, but it was awful.
All right. Now here's
at like 16 or something.
Jesus.
She's really young.
Oh my God. Sorry to hear that. What do you know about Selena Gomez? You were going to say something, Amy? What were you going to say about Selena?
I think it's a different person. I thought that Selena Gomez, who was like a singer in Mexico, got killed.
Oh!
No, that was way different. She'd be old now had she lived. Selena Gomez is like a manufactured pop star.
Yeah.
But she has the same name as the other pop star that was like murdered.
Selena, I think you're right. There was a couple of them. Mia, I think.
No. Aren't you thinking about the woman who was playing in the vampire
Selena?
movie? Aren't you thinking about the woman who was playing in the vampire movie?
Oh, who the hell?
I'm gonna look it up and see if I get what
There was a super duper famous
vampire
beloved
singer
pop star
crashed. Yes, that poor vampire singer crashed.
Well, the one I'm thinking of got killed by the head of her fan club.
What? Oh my fucking God!
Killed by the head of her fan club. Right, Amy?
Maybe.
What was her name? It could have been
I don't think either one of you.
Serena, maybe.
I don't think either. I
Serena.
don't think either one of you, and don't take this the wrong way. I don't think either one of you is really a pop star kind of culture kind of fan. Either one of you is more. You're both more intellectual than you are into that.
I actually follow that shit.
Oh, do you really? Okay, aliã.
Aliã
was okay. There we are. Aliã. The pop star Aliã died in the plane crash in the Caribbean. She was the star of Queen of the Damned.
I found it.
Different one.
Yeah. Okay. So what did you find, Amy?
Her name was Gomez. I mean, maybe her married name was Gomez, but she was murdered in. Oh, it said it was updated today. Mexicans, Selena performing in concert 1 month later, she was shot and killed by Yolanda Saldivar.
Whoa, a female killed her. Was she lesbian?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Old weird lady who worshipped her.
I mean, she murdered this girl a long time ago. It was like a long time.
Long.
Oh, man.
But wasn't.
That's what she did. Yeah, that's what happened. And she's grieved to this day.
Yes.
Yeah.
She had a really big voice.
Yeah.
Really big. A Whitney Houston scale voice, apparently.
Okay, what were you
And talent.
Yeah, thank you. What were you going to say, Amy?
It wasn't Gomez. Her name was Quintanilla or something. Quintanilla.
Was it Selena, though?
Yes.
She used to go by her first name.
Selena.
Okay. Okay.
I heard it's Quintanilla Perez.
Got it.
That's my best guess. Sorry. Sorry, Selena.
No, that was a world-shaking incident.
Jesus.
Your feed was some other than Selena and mom.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
This is just a kid still, practically.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe she's 25 by now. I don't know.
Well, here's something for you ladies to.
Just married the most horrible guy on the face of the earth, too. Oh,
Jesus.
it's disgusting.
Who?
Yeah,
Who
poor
has?
thing.
Who is?
Oh, I blocked out his name. He's horrible. Google. Is she Serena or Selena? Now I'm getting all confused.
Who? What?
Gomez's boyfriend.
Oh,
God,
Selena.
he's awful.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm afraid to look it up.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Oh, you are.
Yeah. Anyhow,
You
so
don't
I'm
have to.
gonna push the share button again. I don't know if you ladies can see this.
He's so awful.
So I'm looking up the. Here's. Can you ladies see this? The. Screen share. Screen share. Cursor's moving.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. Amy, anyhow, so I'll read it to you.
Ooh, hot mic. I love hot mic stories.
Okay, so here, read it aloud.
Okay. Yo, hot mic.
Yeah.
Catches Z and Putin discussing organ transplants and immortality. Can you see Putin's head sewed onto a brand new body? Big black stitches, a zipper across his neck.
Okay.
Velcro.
Yes. So come on, ladies, cut loose. What do you think, Amy? What do you think of this wonderful idea of Putin and anyhow, a hot mic caught
Putin and Z living forever.
Yeah, that's right.
We'll never be free. That's it.
Yes.
Elon's pissed because he's not invited, see.
Yeah. You
And
know
Thiel,
who else is there?
for God's sake, Thiel probably is zoomed on that conversation.
Yeah, but
I'll bet you.
For in case you don't recognize it, the two people there are also Kim Jong-un of North Korea and the dictator of Belarus, whose name I'd have to look up again because I blocked it out. Yeah, so the little dictator of White Russia, and
they're a happy group.
Yeah,
they look happier there than anywhere Trump's at. Then everybody's frowning and concerned. These guys are partying down. I think Trump's going to cause the world to go into a renaissance. Getting rid of the, spoiled brat teenager that America is, and all its tantrums and crazy shit even before Trump. So fuck that. I could see them saying that. Fuck that. It could really help Mexico in the end, and I pray it does. I pray it does, because I blame us for Mexico.
Oh yes, of course. That goes without saying, and it's
I just want to make that clear to frame what I'm saying.
Yeah. And it's appreciated, believe me. And okay, so Brendan,
and Canada said they weren't our boyfriend anymore.
Of course, thank God. That's God.
Right.
All the better.
We're not girlfriends with Canada anymore. So eat that, bitch.
Brendan says we were thinking about Jenna Ortega, the one that Nemo was obsessed about, that idiot whose real name was, or he claimed his real name was Larry Michael Loy. Does that name ring a bell, Jenna Ortega?
No. Is that a third case?
Yeah, probably.
The famous.
Yeah, I'm sure. If we looked it up, we'd probably find dirt on that.
Latinx pop star being killed?
Something.
Yet another one.
Just it's all one tragedy after another, generally speaking. It's
or maybe she's a modern one right now. Like Gomez, I don't know.
I'll look it up just because I'm curious now. Jenna Ortega.
Then you got to look at her boyfriend. Bernie Safdie or something like that.
Oh, Jenna Ortega. That's
Who is that?
Well, okay, so I'll do the screen share.
Vaguely familiar.
Yes. I'll do the screen share so you see her. That is, it's the one who I relate to because Nemo Albano, otherwise known as Larry Michael Loy, kept insisting she was a boy. And so he was really into the this transgender trip, and he wanted her to be a boy so bad, but she's Wednesday Addams, So she's the chick who plays Wednesday, and obviously she's growing out in the chest, so she's not. But they flatten that down for the sake of her role. So they strap it down so that she looks like she's underage, and of course all the perverts groove off that because then she looks like she's prepubescent and shit. So there we are.
I hear the show is gigantically popular.
Wednesday, yes.
She's got a hit on her hands. Yeah.
Yes. She's very fortunate in that regard. So there you go. That's Jenna Ortega. But you can see the similarity to why he thought she was trans. Based on my own cross-dressing, there's a similarity. So he was really into that, and it's something that we it's there. So Brendan has put a link in for you, so hopefully that helps. And let me take a look at that, and we'll there we go. Inside Selena Gomez celebrating. There we are. So I'll heart that for Selena, and poor dear. With whatever she was going through.
I feel bad for her. She's, the media, the industry is in the process of eating her alive.
Yeah.
In real time.
I'm sorry, that's horrible. That's
it is.
Yeah.
All in plain sight.
Yeah. So in terms of Amy?
When did it become acceptable to hold a cell phone and take a picture of yourself in a mirror? What happened that made everybody feel like celebrities? Everybody does this. Everybody thinks that it's okay to have a cell phone in a portrait of yourself in a mirror.
If you're out there and you got game, it's kind of like mandatory.
Yeah. But
if you're striving, if you're striving, you're doing it.
It's I get it. So she's looking at Selena doing that. Yeah, that is kind of I just never dwell on it because as a man, I just am glad women do it. She's wearing a see-through dress, so that's cool. Yeah, that's.
It keeps you relevant. Yeah, you got to stay relevant.
Yeah. There we go. And
you got to have the great public eye on you.
Yes.
At all times.
Yeah.
You can't feel the emptiness. Otherwise, the emptiness comes in.
No.
The emptiness comes in.
That's it.
Like that.
That's it. And you kind of know it's coming. It's just not here yet.
So here we are. 1 hour ago, inside Selena Gomez's bachelorette party ahead of Benny Blanco wedding. So this is the guy you're talking about, Benny Blanco.
Okay, yeah. You gotta take a look at him. God, he hit the jackpot.
I guess
in every way. It's the classic.
Yeah. She
seems parasitical boyfriend.
She seems pretty high maintenance. I'm not quite sure if jackpot's the word
for it.
Well,
you bet she is.
Yeah, that's...
My God, she's a worldwide name.
Yeah, I think I've seen him, and
she's got fans in Pakistan.
Yeah. There you go. Oh, Benny Blanco. Jesus, you're right. This guy's... Wait, you can tell he's Jewish. You can tell he's Jewish. That's the first thing he could...
Major neck beard, major back hair.
Yeah, there we are. Oh, he's disgusting. Yes. So
disgusting.
Yes.
Imagine that poor girl.
Yeah. Well, she must be. She hates herself. She obviously hates herself. Yeah. So there we go. I'll show our dear Amy here.
This gnawing self-toxic narcissism that you're gonna get in the industry.
Yeah.
It demands it.
Yeah. So there you go, Amy.
Bad dad, bad boyfriend, bad industry.
Yeah. Yes.
Simple formula.
There you go. Yes. So Amy, here you are. You can feast your eyes and gloat your soul on his accursed ugliness, inside and out.
Doesn't matter how good looking you are or how much money
I know, but
But you're
this
still followed around by somebody like that who's like, oh, you got a paycheck? I'll take that.
Yeah. Do you know what he reminds me of? The Geico caveman. The Geico caveman.
Oh.
He looks like one of
These are good pictures.
Yeah.
This isn't even like,
Him
he's all made up and shit.
Yeah. Oh,
here
you are. Oh, oh God, look at that. Oh, Brendan, you got to come on to see this. That's just, oh shit, that's disgusting.
Oh.
We're
she
lucky the
could
paywall
do better. Come on.
We're lucky the paywall kicked in. So if you're there, Brendan, let us know. And, it's
I might take something off.
Yeah.
Don't let that happen.
Yeah. It is funny.
I hate to think what's under those clothes.
Yes. Oh Jesus. That's right. That's other than that, the thing that comes to mind before I go into a bit of analysis would be there, of course, all those guys. There he is. He's back on with us. So, Brendan,
yeah, I already know what that guy looks like.
Oh, okay. No, you got to see this.
Yeah,
I brought it up before.
Oh, you did? You did?
It's a centerfold.
Okay, look at this. Look at this, Brendan. Look at that. It's Ian West. Look at that, Brendan. It's Ian fucking West. It's like
but that's why she likes him. He's unique.
Yeah.
According to her.
Yeah, look at that shit. Look at that shit. He's like one of
He
the.
looks like a hobbit.
Yeah. He's disgusting. Yeah.
He's going for that hobbit core.
Oh shit. Oh, I fucking got.
Do
Honestly,
better.
You can't hate it. It's like.
Yeah.
Like it's not like she's going for a Chad. She's going for the money. I mean, you can't hate on her for that.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's parasitism both ways. Is that her feet?
Wait, whose money? She doesn't have any money.
Is that her feet?
Yeah, he's a rich producer. That's how she's getting all these gigs.
There you go.
He's one of the most
really? I thought he was
in Hollywood.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought he was a wannabe producer trying to ride on her fame.
That's right.
This guy's like a record exec nepo baby.
That's it. Fuck. I ought to be going for him. Anyhow, this is like
maybe he's smarter than he looks. And funner.
I don't know about that, but he's rich. So is that her feet?
That's making sense though.
Yeah, it's just if anybody can answer that question, I'm curious. Or does he just pay any girl?
Maybe their love is real.
Where are you looking?
Here, dude. I mean, who cannot see this? I mean, I don't understand how this is not visible. I said, is that her feet? Screen share. I'm doing a screen share.
I see it. You're zooming in on all his gaudy chains and shit.
Yeah.
And neck beard.
And nobody sees feet.
Of course those are her feet. Jesus.
They're pretty big for a small girl.
I know he's a hobbit.
Those are fucking 10s. Look at them. They're giant. That must be a foot model.
Oh, and so dig this shit.
Plot twist, they're his feet.
Yeah.
Right? He does yoga.
So when I would show Peter Moon photographs like this, because what Putin and Xi Jinping and our boy Kim Jong-un from North Korea and the Belarusian dictator, they're all there for the parade. This is like one of the many units they have of Chinese women. And whenever Peter Moon would see something like this, he'd say, they're all biofic simulacra. And he was serious. He honestly believed that these were all marching robots, that these were biofic simulacra.
Not yet.
Yeah.
That's so racist.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you could find that charming in older white men in the sense that, okay, they're a product of the time, they're dinosaurs. But once Peter Moon, just became, just went all the way and just wasted all our time. There's no redeeming features. It's like part of his insanity. At that point, it's just, this is how repellent he was. But there you have it.
Their expressions kind of indicate that they are believing.
Yes.
In what they're doing.
Yes.
They're not faking it.
Yes.
They're all in.
Yes, that's true.
A unity.
Well, I mean, the amount of drilling it takes to do that is, this is like years of their life to do that.
Yes.
They're motivated.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they're
by
obvious.
gunpoint.
Yeah, yes, that's true too. It's all they know, all they know. But I still
Right, and I see no sense of resentment on their faces.
no. But what
It's
does
an honor to get that position, according,
Right.
perhaps.
yes, no,
according
it
to
is.
where they're
No, they look to me like they'll
Yeah.
do what they're told,
Yeah.
and fast.
I still have no idea what this unit is. I used to be familiar with the communist Chinese military system to the point where I could identify units. Things have changed so radically now, I have no idea what this is. I know it's not CGI. I know that
It's
a
just
real...
a chick unit.
It's just a chick unit. Yeah, it's just a chick drill unit, I guess, to show off to Putin and the other dictators, like, look what we got, ain't this hot?
Because that's the biggest flex, like get
A
off
gorgeous chick unit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's true. It's true. Like Brendan said too. That's Gaddafi was pulling this shit. Yeah.
Because if your PG is all chicks, then you're a badass. It's like your personal guard.
Yeah.
All women, then you're a fucking. That's the top of the food chain.
Yeah, there you
And
go.
they could all be
Military.
models.
Yeah, because that's supervillain shit.
Like
yeah.
Charlie's Angels, they want to be like Charlie's Angels.
Yeah. Yes. That's
in their
right.
heads, that's their.
Yeah, and that's
fantasy.
cool. Yeah, that's cool, and I can dig it. And obviously, they're well cared for, they're well fed. So no wonder they're motivated. Honestly, the reason that this stands out, and the reason this is important for those of you who don't know, is because communist China is at this point in history well on its way. It's at this point 60 to 65% male, and it's well on its way to being 75% male because of all of the baby killings that went on. And since they stopped the baby killings, it's too late to reverse the process. By the time that the sexes balance out again, the population would have crashed so dramatically that nobody is daring to even predict the results. The West doesn't dare talk about this, but you can imagine what's going to happen for that brief period of time, which is going to be entire several generations. It's brief in historical time, but it's going to destroy several generations where you've got a 75% male population. This is why everyone's predicting China will go to war, is because the men have nobody to marry. They are, of course, human trafficking. They are abducting women from all over the world and bringing them into China. Many of them come from Indonesia. Many of them come from Russia. It's one of the reasons that the Indonesian government has been chased out of communist China. The Indonesian government has been chased out of Indonesia by women with broomsticks, is because so many women have been abducted to be sent to communist China with the cooperation of the Indonesian government. So we can take a look at that. Let's check up on what's happened.
I may be old enough to remember before the one-child policy was instituted. Is that possible?
Yeah, of course you are. I am. Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, and,
I remember when that happened.
Yeah.
And the worst thing I heard about it
Yeah.
was that there was no birth control, only abortion.
Yes. That's right.
And that was the worst. And you were kind of treated like a criminal to need the abortion.
Yes, absolutely.
So imagine.
Oh, they
the
force
agony.
you to pay for it. They will force the abortion and then force you to pay. Then charge you for it, motherfuckers.
But you couldn't get a rubber in the whole country.
Yeah,
or a
of course
pill
not.
Or nothing.
For love or money, to use a pun.
Nothing.
Yeah,
That's sadistic.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, beyond sadistic. So here we are. I'm going to do the screen share again. And let's turn on the screen share, see if you guys can see this. So can you see this? This is a good example of it. Here we are. Indonesia fires officer involved in police killing as protests continue. But we have some good photographs of this here. Actually, it's back here. And then I'm getting this a lot lately, where there will be photographs, and then the photographs are not in the fucking article itself. It's almost like a clickbait photograph. And but here we are. Here's a woman holding up the protest sign, but brandishing brooms. Indonesian woman joined Jakarta protest. But it's gotten to the point where a lot of the government has run away from Indonesia. fled Indonesia.
Oh.
Yeah, and they fled to Japan, Australia, to all over the world because a lot of Indonesian women are angry about being sold to China. Now, here's the way this article.
Wow.
This has
been going on all my life.
Yeah. And now this article phrases it this way: Indonesia fires officer involved in police killing as protests continue. Why did the policeman kill a woman? Because she refused to be sold to China. They don't explain that part. That's the part that, this is how they are with this stupid anymore.
It's press ganged.
Yes.
It's press ganging.
Yeah.
Forced conscription.
Yes. Thank you.
Sexual.
Yes. And so there we are with that, and that's a bit of news to catch up on. But those women in a unit, that is why the photograph of the woman in the military unit is important, is because women are such a rarity in China that a woman is literally, if she's breeding age, young, pretty, and pure Chinese, a Chinese multi-billionaire will buy her up because she's worth her weight in gold. So for the government to press gang a bunch
treat her
of them,
good too, maybe.
One would hope. Well, she's an investment, so you're not going to fuck it up, right? But for the government to press gang a bunch of them into a military unit for a drill team
is different.
I
don't see that in those spaces.
It's, in other words, that's like a drill team made of gold. Get what I'm saying? How expensive it must be to maintain.
It's the ultimate flex.
Yeah, it's the ultimate flex. Yeah, it's the ultimate flex.
Yeah, right. Yeah. They're all gorgeous.
Yeah, because they're all gold. They look like stewardesses. They look like Singapore Airlines stewardesses with guns.
Totally. They could be on TV, stars, selling refrigerators.
Yes. And but
they look so heartfelt. I mean,
maybe
they're acting, but maybe they're getting paid.
Oh no, they're not.
And they're really happy about it.
No, they're not acting. They're happy because they're treated well. They're an elite unit. But if we go back to the photograph, you can see that. But then again, that's probably why Peter Moon thought they were all robots. He thought they were all automatons because he couldn't believe women could be happy. He's never seen a happy woman because a woman's never been happy around him. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But for the sake of Brendan, who was talking about Jenna Ortega, he was pointing out what we know about her. That's this is what one of the photographs Nemo had, where he was saying she looked like me in drag, like a nun, and pointing out, she's got to be a boy. And he was so hopeful she was a boy. And actually, Brendan was there for this. He heard these, he heard. But then, like Brendan said, she's grown out on top. So was Nemo ever able to rationalize that when you pointed this out to him and you said she's grown a bit out on top? How can you? Did he just assume it was a boy who had implants, or how did he handle that, if at all? It's anyhow. So there you go. The people that we've had to deal with.
I mean, there's no point in reasoning with people like that. It's just because then he'll just say she got enough money to pay for
the tits,
the upgrade. There's no winning. If you want to believe that, that's fine.
Now Brendan, because
just like the shit he pulled with us.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. That's what a piece of shit.
My friends backstabbed me. Yeah. It's just like, dude, you asked us to kill someone.
Yes.
Via remote control, via freaking Wi-Fi killing people.
Yes.
So you're crazy.
Yes.
But that was our fault for not wanting to do that.
Now, what do you make of this, Brendan? Why so many old British homes have bricked up windows, and it's like it turns out that Britain had a window tax. In other words, get this shit. What? Because of this dude. There's this dude here. We'll see if I can. This dude. William Pitt the Younger was a nobleman who said people need to pay to be able to look outside. They need to pay to be able to breathe fresh air. So he put a air tax and a window tax on people. So everybody had to, pay in order to look outside and breathe air. Isn't that insane? Talk about a dystopia.
Yeah. the British propaganda there is they don't tell you that they did it to Ireland for 500 years.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So you know how like when people visit Ireland, they say, "Oh, those quaint little cottages with the small little windows," you know. And the reason they were built like that is because the Brits would come in, tax them, you know, take all their food, and say you have too much air coming in, you know, it's a tax. So.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So the fact that it turned on them and went to England was, you know, that was just karma.
Yeah, there you go. That's good.
They just let it happen for so long. You know?
Yeah, what's that, honey? What's that?
Wasn't a William Pitt big early American colonist?
Probably a descendant of this guy or a relation.
They probably kicked him out.
Yeah, they probably kicked him out. He didn't pay his window tax. Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Or they got sick of the window tax and they said, "Get this madman out of here."
Yes.
But in Monterey County, to this day, it's illegal to install a home rain catchment system because that's stealing from the privately owned water company. Yeah, stealing.
Yes.
You're stealing rain.
Yeah. So let me thank Victoria, Laura, and Hobbs. Thanks so much, my dearest Victoria, and invite her onto Microsoft Teams. Victoria, if you're listening now, download the Microsoft Teams app and you can join us. It's Douglas Dietrich 1. So just make a request, a contact request. Then we'll integrate you onto the call. Yeah, I think you've got an account already. So please try and.
Want me to ask her?
What's that, honey?
I thought I saw her name.
Yeah.
I did.
On the call. Yeah.
Call already.
Yeah, that's right. She's on the call, but she thinks we're Google Teams, and she needs
not Microsoft.
Yeah. What's that, Amy?
I don't know. I just hit a plus next to her name, and she disappeared. I don't know what happened.
Well, you haven't done anything to ruin the call. Don't worry about it. You don't have that power, technically.
There she is. Look, see, it's beeping in our group.
Yeah, it means you're calling her, maybe. Maybe it means you're calling her. Hopefully she responds. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think she has to have the app on her phone, though.
Yeah, that's it. So you need so if you're listening, Victoria, download the app on your phone. And
the Microsoft app.
Yeah.
Not the Google.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's
Microsoft
quite
Teams.
a blunder if those two different huge corporations both named this service the same thing. Duh.
Yeah, they're idiots.
Somebody fucked up.
Oh God, don't even get me started. I mean,
somebody fucked up.
And the problem is, these are the people who control our government.
They don't have the same name. One's called Meat.
Okay.
The other one's called Teams.
Oh. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. They're both stupid names.
Yeah. Well, just as bad as Zoom.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, in all fairness, Zoom is memorable because of its stupidity. Whereas Teams and Meet are quite innocuous. These are innocuous terms, as opposed to, if we name something that sounds dumb but it's memorable, it serves its purpose. It's kind of like when I was talking to the cab driver, white guy, middle age. By that I mean young, really. I mean, might have even been younger than me. But to me, he's tall, big white guy. But he was talking about, we were talking about different things while he was driving me to the clinic to get my allergy shots. And he said, oh, yeah, we got to talking about flags because we were driving past all the consulates. And as we were going past the consulates, he brought up the American flag. And I says, yeah, it's one of the most complicated flags in the world. There's very few flags that have as many elements to them, as the American flag. For a modern flag, we're not talking about the old heraldic flags of the Europeans or something like that. But for a modern flag, the American flag is one of the most complicated, if not the most complicated in the world. And I said, maybe it should be simplified. I would take out as an advertising designer for a brand, I would take out the stripes and just leave it a blue field with 50 stars that you could expand the stars, if as you added states or territories. Anyhow, he said, well, it's better than, he didn't say this in a racist sense. He said it's better than the Japanese flag. I don't understand how anyone can live with a flag like that. It's just a big red dot. And I said, well, the idea, again, is branding. The Japanese flag is simplistic, but you'll never mistake it for anyone else's flag on Earth. And I said that's why that when you design modern flags like the swastika or the hammer and the sickle, it's a brand, and it sticks with people, and you want something that a child can draw. Anyhow, so Brendan's saying, auf Wiedersehen. Please come on and tell us, Brendan, a good night if you're going. But, oh my God, you're still at work, aren't you? Or do you have to shut down? You have to take time to shut down? See if you can come on verbally and say something, Brendan. Always prefer that. His phone is dead. Oh, shit. Oh, darn. Can't open app. He can't open it. They electronically killed him. Poor guy. Okay, so there you go. Enough of my talk of flags for tonight. But Amy's been with us for a long time. Is it those mocha chocolate covered coffee beans, Amy?
I ate all. They're all gone.
They're all gone. Did you eat them all in one sitting?
No, I just had a couple
No, you
left.
can't.
I don't eat them all myself.
Okay.
We have a small stash of sugar around here. Although tonight I was talking to somebody who I've known her whole life. She's a little bit younger than me, but her mom used to teach me piano. And I was talking to her, and she was saying how she really can't keep sugar in her house. And I was agreeing. I was like, it's so hard to just get rid of all the sugar. And she's like, when I was a kid, I would just eat it till it was gone. Like,
there you go.
Like, I don't have more than I could possibly consume in one setting.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just have, like, and I know, and I struggle with, like, knowing that this stuff is going to make me feel bad.
Mm-hmm.
But I, like, the sugar it's very much an addiction, and it's very much attached to childhood, too.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if somebody had, like, really insisted that, like, sugar is dangerous and, been more careful about, like, getting me real food instead of just me running around town looking for sugar all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that it wouldn't be so severe. But yeah, I'm definitely all hopped up on caffeine from espresso beans covered in chocolate.
Cool.
Definitely. That's my main gig.
Wow. And it's addictive stuff, and it's strong stuff. It's organic.
I love it.
Yeah, it's organic
Great.
crack.
They work.
Yeah. Now,
I don't think it's that bad. I'm really okay with it. I love the beans. I love to crunch the beans.
oh yeah. Dude, honey, it's addictive. It's the crunch as well as it's combined with the crack of it. It's now here is something interesting. Let me do another screen share here. I wish Brendan were still on with us to comment on this, but I'm sure you ladies can do the same. Here we are. Can you ladies see the screen share?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yes.
So do me a favor, read the headline out loud. Here we are.
All of them?
The second one really is the total one. Yes. Isn't this odd?
Oh, the first one caught me.
Well, take a look at the second one. Yeah, read that out loud, ladies. Yeah, at the same time if you wish.
Okay. So this is coming from Fox. Haaretz is the first one.
Yeah,
and that's Israel's left-wing press org.
That's right. And then
but
Fox is
America's
America's
second one.
Right wing. Yeah.
Right wing.
But they both have the exact same headline. They both have the same headline.
They do.
Yeah. And so and then TRT Global and and Anadolu Ajansi. I have no idea. What culture is that? Anadolu Ajansi. Probably Bran could tell us. Probably some Vedic.
Well, and this headline is news to me.
Yeah.
I mean, when did this fucking happen?
1 day ago. It says right there. 1 day ago. Both of them say 1 day ago.
So Trump surprised. Israel no longer has total control over Congress. Warns Gaza war hurting global support. Duh. It's about fucking time. It's already mowed down. 2 million people are gone.
Yeah.
What the fuck? It's a slap in the face to every fucking survivor. I mean, what are they going to save now? What are they going to do? Go build hotels so they can come back?
And as you can see by the lower line, Amy, you read that one if you can read it, if you can see it, if that's legible too. Yeah, how that's the little line here.
I wish I could. Oh, I did.
Put the phone closer to your mouth so we can hear you.
Trump has made the argument.
Oh, we can't hear you, honey. You got to get the phone close to your mouth, or something.
Trump has made the argument.
Oh, we can't hear you. Your voice is just too low. Sorry. Can't do something.
Because, yeah, she's got to read it and get on the mic at the same time. It's hard to do.
Oh.
Trump.
There you are.
Hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Now you can read it. There we are, honey.
Trump. I think that Trump and Israel had to be put together as a byline, and a bunch of people were like, how are we going to talk about Trump and Israel again one more time? Trump has made an argument about the Israel lobby's alleged waning hold over Congress since the end of his first presidential term.
There we are. Thank you.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
They loved him so much in Israel in his first term that they named the streets after him.
They did. More than one. Yeah, they said he was the
And
best.
American...
You
Go
know,
ahead, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say they said
American
he was the best
Jews,
president Israel ever had. That's what they always said.
That's right.
Yeah, but go on. American Jews.
Well,
Yeah.
American Jews were a leading lobby against him.
Yeah.
I will give them that.
Yeah.
They really are. East Coast especially. Hollywood, too, was. Now, I don't know. Kind of, though. But there did seem to be a profound difference.
And so there we are. It's he's beginning, apparently. Maybe he's dying. Truly is dying. That's why he's seeing the light. Maybe. Oh,
Jeez,
kind
I
of like,
told
you know what
I
it
wasn't
reminds me of?
dancing naked in the street quite yet.
Yeah, but you know what it reminds me of? Anton LaVey on his deathbed converting to Christianity.
Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something? Yes, I harassed Jean Carroll. I did it. She was right.
What's that,
Poor
Amy?
Jean Carroll.
Right. Amy, we can't hear you again. You got to get back in the cell, whatever the good cell reception area. You know.
I'm like not doing anything.
Now we hear you. Go on. Yes.
Hopefully it works. I'm thinking Xi and Putin got together.
Yeah.
And we're talking about organ harvesting and immortality, and they're like, "Look, Trump tried to. Trump tried to get a new brain. And what are we gonna do now? We can't keep doing this. We can't keep harvesting organs, thinking we're gonna live forever. Look at Trump."
That would be good. I'm not sure, though.
Oh, shit.
Peter Thiel's whispering in their ears, promising them everything.
Yeah. I think, what they're saying is we need to harvest more children, younger children. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
We got to get them younger hearts.
Better brains.
Yeah, better brains.
Beautiful young girl brains.
Yes. Oh, I love it.
Chinese.
What's that? What's that, Amy, about the Chinese? Chinese what?
Chinese girls' brains.
Yeah, there we are. Yes.
They got laboratories.
Yes. Yes.
And imagine complexes dedicated to life extension.
Yes. Oh my God. Well.
Oh, those poor monkeys.
I don't think they're bothering with fucking monkeys, honey.
Man.
I think they're going straight for the
Maybe
people.
not.
They're going straight for the people.
Yeah. They got plenty of them. Yeah.
Oh, well,
The wards of infants
yeah, yes, that's
that haven't grown up yet.
Yes.
Oh shit, they're coming.
Yeah. So I'll do a little analysis now. I want both of you ladies to pitch in anytime you want. Just interject whenever you want. As I told people earlier, Amy was here for it. Holly was not. But I told everybody earlier. In fact, it's in the title. I don't know if you noticed it, Holly, but the title of tonight's episode is basically post-Labor Day weekend depression episode.
Depression.
Yeah. It's literally
day after Christmas.
Yeah. It's not decompression. It's depression. It's also.
That's right.
Yeah,
I did catch it.
Yeah.
That it wasn't decompression, but I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was thinking
Without
about
the presents.
Yeah. What were you thinking about, Amy? Honey? Yeah.
I was thinking about decompressing the spine in the hand, which is how I spent most of my afternoon.
Okay.
Like swinging in the hammock, thinking about like my relationship with gravity. It's really helping.
That's very good.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell us about this. Tell us about this.
I'm gonna start a whole new fitness trend of swinging in hammocks to prevent all disease. Every kind of disease will be prevented with this absolutely easy and affordable method of swinging in a hammock.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love it.
I'm gonna have to some people to make like clips and do like native ads for me, you know, where they like drag you along for a minute and then they tell you to click another button to get the truth is it's just a hammock.
Yeah. Wow. I love it. I love it. Good idea. Good idea. Marketing. It's
Market.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I used to have upper back problems, and the only thing that helped was walking to the playground and hanging from my knees upside down from the monkey bars.
And how did you get? That's what, Amy. That's what.
It's not hard. You can get, you can hang upside down like every kid does.
Yeah, but how do you get yourself into that position as an adult?
It's not that hard. I could do it still.
Okay. Wow.
But it felt so good to stretch all that out like that.
Yeah. Oh, by the way,
amazing.
I'll need to talk to you privately about what you told me before about that 7-Eleven shit. We'll just call it a policy. We won't talk about it publicly, of course, for the sake of your privacy. But oh my God, you and I need to talk about that. I thought about it or slept on it and just realized those guys are feeding you a line of shit. Don't trust anything they say. We'll talk about that privately. Oh my God.
That's an Amy thing?
No, you. Holly, it's a Holly.
7-Eleven shit. What could that be?
A policy. I used the word policy. We're not going to go any further than that. You and I were speaking about the policy. Yeah. So we'll talk about it privately. Yeah.
Call me.
Yeah. Those guys who were talking to you about the policy were feeding you a line of shit. But you just wanted to tell you that now because otherwise I'll forget and you wouldn't know. And but this way,
please.
We'll talk about it privately. Yeah, and
I'll remind you.
Yeah, thank you.
7-Eleven shit.
Yeah, 7-Eleven policy shit. Yeah, the poor people's policy that you know.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's it. You told me about. Yeah. So, oh my God, when I thought about that was, I was, it's so criminal. It's so criminal in so many ways. All such being said, so Amy, when you were able to join us tonight and all that, do me a favor now and interject whenever you wish. Holly, interject whenever you wish. I'm just going to go into
Thank you.
a little bit of a observation here. Again, I'm not worth much tonight.
I'm excited.
Well, it's not too much to be excited about, honestly.
And I dread it.
Yeah, I do.
It'll be painful.
Well, truly it will be. Yeah, I mean, it always is, but especially tonight. So what we've seen is a triumph of the insurrectionists. Exactly as I had advised against, because I've told people about this at length, that Ashley Babbitt must never be given a military funeral because she's a traitress. And how many of you know who Ashley Babbitt is? Ladies, please raise your hands, raise your voice.
Sure do.
You do. Okay.
Okay.
And how about you? You don't. Yeah, take it.
She'll remember.
No. You remember then, Holly, who Ashley Babbitt is? No?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So tell me what you know about the situation with Ashley Babbitt.
She was first crashing through the window of the White House on January 6th. It was the White House or the Congress.
Yeah.
She was the first in. Somebody, busted it out, and she sprang up and total Hollywood set, beautiful, gorgeous woman, long flowing hair, all tacticaled up, and spread eagled in this window frame, and the cop shot her. Boom.
Good. Good.
And she went down.
Yeah, she was going in to...
So more cops died in that melee than protesters.
Yeah.
That's for goddamn sure.
Yes.
And the figures on the cops' suicides since then.
Yeah.
Washington police, D.C. police suicides since that day. I mean, like more than 50, I think.
Yes.
Crazy ass number.
Yes. Thank you. That's it's so important. So important to relate that. Any of this ringing any bells with you, dear Amy?
I just took a break. I had to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
But you were talking about Ashley
Babbitt. So tell us what you know.
It was a hit. Like, she was suicided. Like, she wasn't suicided. She was put up and slaughtered in front of everybody as a martyr. Right? That one?
Yeah.
Yeah, she took the martyred role. Yeah, it did seem like she was just, so driven and so supported in being the one to get in first. It was just disgusting. Yeah, we believe in women's liberation. Put her first.
Yeah, oh yeah, use her as a human shield. Yes.
Yeah.
Those motherfuckers. Yes.
And her mom is all pissed off. And victimized.
Oh, her parents, of course, are just some of those responsible for her to...
wow.
Yeah.
You know how she got on that road.
Yeah, and there we are. It's so, Amy, other thoughts on this? Other thoughts on this?
I disagree that women should be part of military. I think that you're in positions like this.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and it's very important because they're the most easily brainwashed in so many ways because they're trying to prove something by joining the military. It's like saying, I want to be a female inmate in an all-male prison, for God's sake.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know anything about her background. I don't believe she was a veteran.
Unfortunately.
Or enlisted.
Well, she was...
was she?
What? You didn't know this?
I don't believe... No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
No,
So
I didn't.
just so you know, she was in Air Force in Rólē, who was, in other words, considered a veteran because she was in the Air Force. That doesn't mean she saw any combat. Now, this is what disturbs
I understand.
me. Yeah, what disturbs me is America has come to using the term veteran for anybody who has served. Yeah. And it doesn't make sense to me as opposed to somebody who's experienced combat. To me, it doesn't make any sense that they misuse this term, and it gives everyone in the public the impression that all American service personnel have seen combat. But no, she was a 35-year-old Air Force veteran from the San Diego area.
And made great sacrifices and shit.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, Jeez. Yeah. No. She was this 35-year-old Air Force veteran from the San Diego area. She was in that group of rioters that smashed windows into the Speaker's lobby, which was a chamber in the United States Capitol building.
Capitol.
Yes, more important than the White House in its own way.
Yeah.
And inside were lawmakers and staffers just mere feet away from this angry crowd attempting to break its way in to kill them.
Beating cops with flagpoles.
Oh, everything. Bear mace, flagpoles, everything. Killing cops. And once the window shatters, Babbitt leaps up. She tries to hurdle herself through, and a Capitol police officer, quite rightly, inside the Speaker's lobby, shoots her at close range, and she falls back fatally wounded. And this
poor guy.
Yes, and this was immediately weaponized by all the far right propagandists. And
and she was martyred.
Yes, she was martyred. And of course, this is like so Amy.
And it didn't help that she was gorgeous.
Yeah, I don't know about gorgeous, but she was blonde.
She was pretty hot.
She was breeding age, and she was blonde. She's not repulsive physically, but she's not exactly what I would say. I'll look her up again and give you a man's assessment.
Oh, I don't even want to know. Okay.
I'd say,
okay.
Just as a man's assessment, she's doable. She's doable.
Yeah.
It's like
she's not obese.
But she's not really and I'm sorry, her politics obviously she's insane.
Oh, yeah.
She's obviously
toxic.
She's fucking beyond toxic. She's out of her fucking mind to the point where you would not trust her in a room alone with children, not because she would predate them. It's simply because she would neglect them to the point where they starved to death. Like a baby in a crib would be in danger around her because she would never change its diapers and it would die in its own filth. She's too busy being online.
Okay. Yeah. We're going to do some kind of analysis. We're not talking about this poor dead woman who was either suicided or martyred in any way. She's dead.
Yeah.
She did it for dumb reasons.
Thank you.
She had Trump derangement syndrome.
Yes.
See that? It works both ways.
True.
That is Trump fucking derangement syndrome.
Yeah, it doesn't work both ways. It works one way on the right.
Yeah.
On the right. We on the
left. When it comes to killing, yes.
When it comes to hating Trump, it's not Trump derangement syndrome. That's called sanity.
Right?
Yes.
But that's been a whip that's been used every time Trump makes me cry.
Yes.
Which he does.
Oh God.
He does. Just because I'm crying doesn't mean I'm deranged.
Thank you. The sane among us are crying. But Amy's point is well taken.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah. So Amy's point is well taken. What you're saying, Amy, is that we shouldn't be here basically judging her fuckability, but talking about the analysis of her actions. And correct? Is that what you're saying, Amy? I presume.
Yeah, because it makes me throw up a little bit in my mouth to hear you talk about a doable dead chick who's.
She's the sane one in the room. Thank you, Amy.
No,
I'm just saying, as a figurehead, it doesn't get any worse than the fact that, it helps the whole martyr trip in a ridiculous act.
It renders her exploited
Yes.
But she's exploited
Exploitable.
because of her fuckability, if that, you know.
And we're doing it tonight.
Well,
but that's what you
we're not exploiting her.
Can't help
we're not exploiting her. That's okay. So
we're saying young girls don't do this.
Yeah, which she's not young. I mean, that's comparatively speaking.
No, as a lesson to the future of femininity, hopefully, for fuck's sake.
Got it.
Oh.
Yeah, but thank you, Amy, for bringing us back on track, because obviously as a male, I could easily be lost on the other track.
Absolutely.
So, basically, the Trump misadministration's decision to grant full military funeral honors to Ashley Babbitt, that's the latest maneuver to turn the perpetrators of one of America's darkest days into heroes. This is all about justification by force. Because the fatal...
And that's some weird posse comitatus twist, too, right?
How do you mean?
Because how could she be a military hero fighting on American soil against Americans? Not to mention her own government.
Oh, honey, don't even get me started. Obviously, everything you say is true. Everything that you say is true.
Okay.
I don't know why you brought up posse
That's just
comitatus,
weird.
But here's...
Because they're beaten, it's a defense out, it's starting to be used as a defense because military is being deployed against citizens.
Yeah, but let's put it this way. That brings us all the way back to the veterans' riots and the encampments outside of Hooverville. When, by the way, for those of you who don't know, during the Hoover misadministration, the veterans and they encamped outside of the White House, in front of the Capitol building, in front of Washington, D.C. So when it comes to what happened with all of that, they wound up dying when Hoover had our man Douglas MacArthur charge them and basically kill as many of them as he could. It was insanity just on a scale that's almost impossible to describe. But it really brings us back to the origins of posse comitatus. So I do want people to understand the precedent. For as long as representative assemblies have existed in nations throughout the world, you have these images of rebellious troops marching on legislative chambers to enforce their demands that have disturbed the sleep of lawmakers. The practice in these United States of wartime military bonuses began in 1776. That was as payment for the difference between what a soldier earned and what he could have earned had he not enlisted. Now remember, the American Revolutionary War of Independence was the longest legally declared war in American history. From the American perspective, from the British perspective, it's an illegal insurgency. So we're talking about the communists in Vietnam may have considered themselves legitimate, having won that war by force majeure, but they were terrorists to the Republic of Vietnam that was democratically elected in the South. So when it comes to what happened in the United States, well, in August of 1776, Congress adopted the first national pension law, providing half pay for life for disabled veterans. And there was considerable pressure applied to expand benefits to match the British system for serving soldiers and sailors. It had no support from the colonial government until the very existence of the Continental Army was threatened by mass desertions at Valley Forge. And that forced staunch advocacy from that slaving traitor to the crown himself, General of the Armies, George Washington. So, in 1783, you had most of the Continental Army demobilized. without pay. 2 years later,
that was the problem.
Yeah. 2 years later, hundreds of desperate American Revolutionary War, Independence War veterans marched on Philadelphia, that was our capital back then. They surrounded Independence Hall. That was the state house where the United States Continental Congress was in session. And they demanded their fucking pay. They sought immediate congressional action to provide back pay and pensions. And you had all these angry militiamen sticking their muskets through open windows, pointing them directly at the heads of motherfuckers like James Madison, like Federalist Alexander Hamilton. Seriously, the people who they make plays about today. And Congress responded to this threat by fleeing Philadelphia and relocating the capital to Princeton, New Jersey. Several weeks later, the U.S. Army expelled the American Revolutionary War veterans who had won this republic, its very existence, from the national capital. So this incident forced the framers to incorporate a provision in the Constitution. For guess what? Come on now, I'm talking to the blood boys here, but you ladies can take their place. I'd have the lads hold their hands up. What do you think Congress was setting up a provision for? Come on, Amy, Holly, give me a guess.
Okay. I don't want to say the PC term, but posse comitatus, but...
Yes! Yes!
Okay.
Not no fucking veterans benefits. Not to pay these guys. It was posse comitatus. Meaning
they were illegal.
Yeah, well, basically,
in a sense,
the provision in the Constitution guarantees federal control over Washington District of Columbia. That means that thenceforth, Washington, D.C. was exclusive from the restrictions of posse comitatus.
Got it. Because it was the military.
You see, posse comitatus is the act which forbids deployment of the United States military for domestic police activity.
Right, but not in D.C.
That's right. In the national seat of government, the federal district is directly governed by Congress. Your laws do not apply. The military rules. It's under permanent martial law in perpetuity.
Right.
Meaning that the police, Capital District Police, have a legal right to kill you. They can shoot on sight. You have no rights in Washington District of Columbia. Nobody seems to know this. I don't get it.
Yeah, you're facing the army, essentially,
yes.
Even if they're district cops.
Yes. Yes.
You're facing federal forces. Like if you get busted with a joint on the army base nearby, you're, committing a federal crime.
Yes. So understand, when all these fucking lunatic, maniacal, anti-American insurrectionists stormed Washington, D.C. under the orders of a treasonous Donald Trump, they are fighting the federal government, which has every right to kill them as they responded with deadly force. Too little, too late, in my opinion. They should have shot all these motherfuckers on sight, but they were all white. So instead, you had the fucking police let them all in, open all the doors till it got to the point where it did, when the police finally realized, hey, these people are here to kill the government staff, the politicians of their legitimately elected government. So understand that because the fatal shooting of Ashley Babbitt on January 6th of 2021 was caught on camera, what happened is obviously not in doubt. Babbitt is, of course, by definition of American misunderstanding, or rather misemployment of the term, is an Air Force veteran. But she was also part of a crowd that stormed the U.S. Capitol that day. Now, granted, she was under what are called illegal orders. That, of course, is something most military people outside of the military don't understand. You see, she was obeying retired Air Force Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel Larry Randall Brock Jr. of Texas, who was standing in the well of the Senate wearing a military-style helmet to protect his fucking head from bullets and full body armor, while holding a pair of zip-tie handcuffs because he wanted people to kill, to execute in the gallows they had set up outside. So
for Pence.
Yes, for Pence.
God.
And the vice president, his own vice president.
There's a certain sick enjoyment in that. I can't help it.
I agree. I get it. There's Schadenfreude to be found here. Yes. But he gave her orders to find Pence and bring him dead or alive. So she obeyed his orders of a treasonous officer. Go on, honey. Yeah.
I'm just, encouraging you.
Yeah. So she's obeying illegal orders from a treasonous officer. That, by the way, if some officer gives you these orders like that, you're not supposed to obey them. You're simply another criminal if you do. By the way, this is the most serious of all military crimes. Just because there's more soldiers involved, and there were plenty of them involved in the January 6th insurrection, do you know what that makes it? Most of you don't know automatically. That makes it mutiny. Mutiny is punishable by only one response, and that's execution.
Yeah.
There is no other response for mutiny than execution. You don't put mutineers.
But it's rarely officers that get charged with it.
That's right. But these were full officers involved in the conspiracy. And
that makes it all the wilder.
Yes. This man should be executed in public. And certainly Babbitt was executed. They called it an execution, the people who are martyring her, and they are not wrong. But it is a legal, justifiable execution against an insurrectionist terrorist attempting to destroy the United States government. Here we have Babbitt, sworn to defend her country, part of a crowd that storms her own capital, the United States Capitol that day, fighting with and attacking police, breaking windows, and then rushing into the building to abduct a legally elected representative in order for him to be killed. She eventually ended up outside of the Speaker's lobby, an area just beside the House chamber. The doors were barricaded.
Not to mention mess up the files and throw all the papers on the floor.
Yeah, well, at that point, we might as well bring up the details of their taking a shit on all the various desks, smearing shit on the walls, like monkeys.
That's some monkey town.
Fucking white-ass monkeys. Now, the doors were barricaded by the time she got to where she was, so another member of the mob broke their glass. Police officers on the other side shouted at people not to enter, do not enter. But Babbitt tried to climb through the window regardless of being warned. When she refused to stop, a Capitol police officer quite rightly shot her in the shoulder. Mind you, this wasn't a heart shot, wasn't a headshot. He shot her in the shoulder. She died shortly thereafter. Her death...
Because they probably stomped all over her coming in the window.
No doubt.
After her.
Her death was not tragic. It was needless. But it was all her own fault. She paid for the ticket to take her there. She paid. She wanted to be there. She died fighting for a lie that she obviously believed, that Donald Trump's claim that the 2020 election was stolen was somehow true. Now, Trump is not always one to return a favor, but he seems determined to repay Babbitt's devotion by making her an icon, part of a bigger project to turn January 6th into his moment of triumph. What Peter Moon kept referring to as, oh, the parallel in America to the liberation of the Bastille. You remember all that shit, Holly? Tell our listeners.
Political prisoners,
he called them,
is where I want to beat my head against a wall.
Yeah.
Political prisoners. Now they're political prisoners.
Yeah. So even though they've all been pardoned,
was just
they've all been
disgusting.
Oh,
yeah.
he's disgusting.
Oh, they sure have.
Yeah, Peter Moon is disgusting. Peter Moon is disgusting, of course.
You know, when somebody mentions that phrase, that's it.
Yeah.
You must be crazy.
Thank you.
I mean,
yeah.
And I can't help it's so. But if that was homeless and black people, I mean.
Oh, they would have killed them all. They would have flamethrowered them. They would have flamethrowered
with
them.
machine guns. Yeah.
They would have machine gunned them all down. Yes.
They would have tracked them down into their beds.
Yes.
And killed their kids too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
They would have pulled. What was that community with Push Move? What was it called? Remember all the blacks were in that city and they just burned up. They napalmed.
The explosion.
Yeah, they moved down the whole. Yeah. They napalmed. They napalmed like it was Vietnam. The whole block. Remember that?
That was bad. I was back there then.
Yeah.
And it was very present in my life for sure. But what they did to the Panthers for feeding kids breakfast.
Yeah, there you go.
That was sick.
How dare you
and
feed them
all
little
the
nigglets?
50 years of 50 years of Hoover.
Yeah. And so
the trans FBI guy.
Yeah.
Remember,
there you go.
Whatever.
Don't call him trans.
That
he
guy.
was transvestite. Yes.
No. Transvestite.
Yeah. Just call him dragger. He was a dragger.
Who persecuted anybody gay he could find for 50 years.
Sick motherfucker.
I mean, Jesus. Yeah. Wow. Live with his boyfriend.
Yeah, disgusting. Talk about a faggot.
But it was okay because he was evil enough.
Yeah, he's pure raw evil. Now, last week, speaking of pure raw evil, last week the Air Force confirmed that it would grant full military funeral honors for Babbitt, which typically involves uniformed service members being present to play taps, fold an American flag, and present it to the family. These honors had been denied by the Biden administration for all the right reasons. Now, it
was a question?
Yeah, thank you.
Jeez.
Thank you. Now, in a letter, Matthew LaB꿩RE, the Undersecretary of the Air Force, wrote, after reviewing the circumstances of Ashley's death and considering the information that has come forward since then, I am persuaded that the previous determination was incorrect. Really? He also invited Babbitt's family to visit him personally at the Pentagon. LaB뾱RE has never explained what this new information is and doubtless never will. The new information is basically Trump came up and slapped him on the back of the neck and said, hey, motherfucker. And he said, yes, Mr. President. This is why the military is your enemy. This is why the military is to be dismantled as an institution, as it exists.
A death call.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're all traitors at this point for not killing Trump. They took an oath sworn to defend America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And Musk is a foreign enemy. Kill that son of a bitch. And Trump is a domestic enemy. Kill that son of a bitch. Even Trump's allies understood that Babbitt was no hero. Senate Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma, a MAGA loyalist who was present when she was shot, said that the officer who shot Babbitt didn't have a choice at that time. His words, adding that his actions, I believe, saved thousands of lives. Because once they shot that cunt, everybody got scared because they're all fucking cowards. Otherwise, they would have killed everybody in there. Nobody stood against
And
him.
why
except
wasn't some big hairy guy?
the first to go
Fucking
through?
pussies.
Yeah, because they pushed the cunt through first because that way she'd get shot and they'd say, oh, the humanity. Yeah. Yeah.
The only woman on the line, probably.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
one and only.
Oh, they had all
The
kinds of
rest were all
cunts.
big hairy guys with giant guts.
Yeah, that plus they had a bunch of cunts there. Remember the picture? You've got footage of the police officers having to help all the old white biddies down escalators and shit because there was all these old white cunts that were all, for Trump. Remember that shit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grannies for truth.
Yeah, grannies for Trump. Yeah. And plenty of cunts there, but most of them were ugly dykes, or just old used up trailer trash. So they had to push her at the top because she was in the Air Force recently. She was the only one that was reasonably physically fit looking, and
totally cis.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, cis and fit and shit. And anyhow, by the way, I shouldn't say that they were a bunch of they looked like bull dykes. A lot of the women there looked like bull dykes, but they're probably either homophobic or or whatever. They're all nuts. Regardless of everything I've just articulated, the Trump misadministration settled a wrongful death lawsuit with Babbitt's family earlier this year for a reported $5 million sweet dollars. I mean, that's, fuck, I'd shoot my own daughter for $5 million bucks. Maybe.
They paid them. They got $5 million out of it?
Yeah, believe that shit? Believe that
What
shit?
in the world happened to that poor cop?
Yeah, no shit. No fucking shit.
Is he in a gulag or did he suicide?
Probably killed himself shortly thereafter, poor
bastard.
Well, he was probably killed by the fucking magatards afterwards, and nobody's ever mentioned it or reported it. Remember? They hunted all these cops down. The fucking magatards.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Did they?
So that's why a lot of them were killing themselves. They thought by killing themselves, the magatards would stop harassing their families.
Yeah. And trying to make them look like pedophiles and shit.
Yeah, that's it, which is what they always do. Yeah, pedophiles. Yeah. That's why I've always been upfront about my own sexual proclivities, so that we just get that shit out of the way. They can never say that crap to me.
I respect that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, so this settlement is obviously a political choice, not a legal one. Until Trump took office, the Justice Department had been planning to fight this lawsuit. The president also infamously granted sweeping clemency for the rioters on his first day in the White House, pardoning them all en masse and commuting all the other sentences that, the fuckers that dumb shit Peter Moon always called political prisoners. Vinnie Barbaric being his real name. And so the beneficiaries include the most violent offenders, whom Vice President J.D. Vance had said just days earlier should not receive clemency because he feared for the life of himself and his family. Now, Trump then said about purging prosecutors who had worked on these cases, including the attorneys simply doing their job. And fill in their place in the Department of Justice are people such as Ed Martin, who was an attorney for some of the rioters and now leads the all too appropriately named Weaponization Working Group. Believe that title?
Yeah. I'm telling you. Beating cops with flagpoles, that's iconic.
Yeah. Stabbing them One of those cops was killed with a
spearing them.
Yeah, speared flagpole. That's
all you need to know.
Thank you.
What?
Thank you.
White people, not black, not homeless.
Yeah.
Not poor people.
Honky cracker motherfuckers. Yeah, and
not dollar store workers.
No,
I mean,
these were all doctors
fucking
and lawyers and military
horse
officers.
trailers and shit. Yeah, racing.
You know why? Because all of
horses.
them paid for their own plane tickets. These were like real estate agents, doctors, lawyers, dentists. They all paid for their own real estate and their own flight tickets to fly to Washington.
And beautiful trucks and cars and top
expensive.
of the line RVs.
Yes.
Yeah. Hotels.
Yeah, this was like that.
And it ain't no George Soros giving that.
Yeah, no George Soros giving them money. And talk about
no George Soros paying.
Talk about a caravan. Remember the right-wingers kept saying a caravan was coming from Mexico full of lepers and criminals and shit. And this was the caravan. Talk about the caravan.
Oh, man. Yeah, high class Escalades and shit.
Yeah. It's so at any rate, Trump's filled the DOJ with not just people like Ed Martin and his weaponization working group, but Jared Wise, who NPR, National Public Radio, who Trump wants to defund, reported last month was caught on tape during the insurrection, encouraging the mob to kill all the police officers. He said, kill them all! Kill the cops! Now, what is this? What happened to, when some...
This is the right way.
Yeah!
These are the people that are supposed to be controlling and killing us.
Yes!
Getting killed.
Yes! Yes, the right wing.
I mean, my 70s brain is...
Yeah, well, remember this is the same right wing who has that flags with a thin blue line? You ever see those flags with a thin blue line representing their support for the police?
They have Halloween costumes for little kids with that. Like a tax suit looking plastic suit and those insignias on them.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can get it at the Halloween store.
There you go. These are the same people who say kill cops when it comes to overthrowing their own government. The same people who say that, the woke people are out to destroy America, want to overthrow their own government.
The black gay yoga teachers, I mean...
Yeah, it's if all of
my eyes are like a jackpot machine, spinning like a Las Vegas slot machine.
Oh, I'm sure your jaw's just hanging down on the floor with this shit. It's
I'm telling you,
I've
seen too much to process where it's all come to.
Yeah, it's insanity as a political party. It's a political party of the mad.
And chaos.
Yeah.
It's the chaos.
Yeah, it's chaos.
Factor.
This is the chaos cult, the cult of the Edomites.
This is the chaos time in the earth.
Yeah.
Rational seeking brains
Yeah.
have to somehow learn a whole new way to counter it.
Yeah. Well, biblically, it's the tribulation. It's the tribulation. Now, is as if all of this that we've already articulated were not enough, the right-wing attorney Mark McCloskey, best known for illegally brandishing a firearm at protesters outside his own St. Louis home. Remember that? Him and his wife came out with
his wife.
Yes!
That guy. With his wife. Oh, the wife. Yep.
Said last week that he's in discussions with the Department of Justice about a compensation plan for the rioters, hoping to win them all financial damages for supposedly wrongful prosecution. Believe that shit? He wants to put them all on their own form of veterans' benefits, saying this was the second American Revolutionary War. McCloskey even compared this proposed fund, and no, I'm already getting emails about, no, I am not making this up. He compared this proposed fund to the one set up to compensate victims of the September 11th attacks. Believe that shit? Now, the only real connection between the events is that both were violent attacks on the United States, sourcing domestically. How's that for something no one can argue with? The difference, however, should be obvious. The 9/11 fund compensates victims and their families, whereas any would-be January 6th fund is being dreamt up to compensate the perpetrators.
Yep.
The overall objective of the rioters was to
mind-boggling.
Yes, the overall objective of the rioters was not simply to prevent Congress from certifying the rightful election of Joe Biden. They wanted to prevent a constitutional process by mass murder, by taking out the people participating in that process and killing them. They carried weapons. They beat police officers. They called specifically for the assassination of then Vice President Mike Pence. Now, in October of 2021, I argued that January 6th was becoming a new lost cause, similar to the way Southerners romanticize and justify the Confederacy's defeat in the American Civil War between the states for rights.
Quite so.
One rioter even marched through the Capitol with the flag of the Army of Northern Virginia. In other words, the Confederate States rebel battle flag. Now, 4 years later, it's not even clear that this cause lost. Trump not only won back the White House, but by his actions, he's also managed to turn the insurrection into a delayed triumph or retroactive victory. The perpetrators... Yeah, the perpetrators
killing me here.
Yeah, the perpetrators are now the victims. The victims, which Holly has been advocating for, the cops and others, meanwhile, are ostracized.
Who would have ever thought?
Yeah.
I would be an advocate for any cops anywhere.
Thank you.
Well, here we are.
Thank you. Those
guys were sincere.
They were.
They weren't looking for trouble.
It's so true.
They were not looking for trouble.
Truly.
At all. Now, if that had been homeless and black people, maybe they would have geared up.
Yeah. Yes.
But facing that crowd
of whites, educated whites,
they were good with Ford F-550s. They were polite as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, helping all the old biddies up and down the stairs and shit.
No, they were.
Yeah. Now, the Trump misadministration isn't really rewriting history the way his misadministration is attempting to do at the Smithsonian. By the way, some comments from Amy and Holly here would be appreciated about how Trump said, well, why don't you guys stop talking about the bad parts of slavery?
Right? Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you. All I can say is Jesus.
Now, as I said, he's not really rewriting.
And the Smithsonian is hell for sure. Imagine how they got their money.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Of course.
Mr. Smithsonian. Oh boy.
Well, like Brendan Zogit has brought up before, it's been exposed. These all started out as pirate organizations. Yeah, initially.
And looting graves for treasure to show in the museum. I mean, fuck's sake. All the Indian bones they got.
Yeah, Trump is their karma in that regard. Oh,
boy.
Now, as I said, Trump isn't really rewriting history because no one seriously contests what happened on January 6th, and hardly anyone still bothers to make the case for fraud in the election. It's simply justification by force, insisting that the bad guys were actually good. Not coincidentally, the misadministration is at the same time uplifting the original lost cause, placing a portrait, I don't know if you knew this, ladies, they've placed a portrait of what is technically a traitor to the United States, Robert E. Lee on display at West Point in an apparent defiance of the law that led to its removal. And they're planning to restore a monument to Confederate States veterans at Arlington National Cemetery. Now, all of this, of course, brings us into a much more, dare I say it, to use a pun, gray area. But still, it goes to show that, well, the South always said it would eventually rise again. And ultimately, finally vindicate and validate themselves that it's happening now. All of these developments in the January 6th cases, they come at a very eerie time. 2 years after Trump's attempted electoral theft, his Brazilian ally, Jair Bolsonaro, the Trump of the tropics, lost an election and then incited his supporters to steal it. This week, Bolsonaro's trial on fomenting a coup d'etat, a stroke of state, is entering its final stage. And accountability is now something they might consider in foreign nations, but not here. So understand, down in Brazil, he's on trial. Up here, we're experiencing the results of a coup d'etat, a true junta. We're now Brazil. And Brazil is now more socially advanced than ourselves. So
if they can hold him accountable, they sure are.
Thank God. We can only pray. They must.
I pray.
Yeah, they must, or it will be the end.
I do pray about this. I actually do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent.
But I understand now that America getting petroleum from Brazil. Are we so pissed at Venezuela? Who, as I recall, was our main supplier.
It was.
And like every not anymore. And every drop of oil we get out of Brazil kills more of the Amazon.
No.
Measurably.
Yes. True. It's true.
Every drop. So it's like if we ever want to, still keep the lungs of the world
breathing,
we gotta not do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That great garden, as you have so eloquently pointed out.
Thank you.
Jesus.
Yeah. No.
But yeah, I'm following this Bolsonaro thing.
Excellent. Good. As well you should be.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing it up, as you do, get in the deep corners of my mind.
Yes.
With it.
Well, thank you, honey. I mean, believe me, your presence and your cheerleading is always profoundly appreciated. And as is Amy.
I should make a selfie YouTube of me on mute, just grunting and groaning and being
Oh, it's better than phone sex. Yeah. This is what I would do for Peter. Remember, this is what I would do for Peter, is I would titter and coo. He just went through his bullshit. He'd sit there blathering.
I thought it was darling.
Yeah, there you go.
I can't help it though. You hit the notes.
Yes. Yeah, I'm
good. I love good music. So.
I'm good at that sort of thing. That's it comes from being an effeminate male. You just learn to do that with men because that's men. They're easy. They're easy.
I kind of feel like it in a gospel sense. Testify.
Yes.
Tell him, brother.
Yeah.
But that was good, and nobody does colonial history better than you.
Oh, thank you.
I love that shit because that wasn't the first time we shot our own army for demanding pay, right?
Yeah, of course
that was only the first time.
Oh, that was only the first time.
That was the next big time.
Yes,
which you have explained so beautifully.
The bonus marches. You're speaking. But go on.
Yeah, and it's so great that we'll hear it again and again.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get.
But thank you for that interlude.
Thank you.
It was very important.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, this is what's so shocking is how conservatives are so cool with reparations when they're for January 6th rioters. It's,
Reparations, for God's sake, like they're slaves.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well, it's, you know, our thoughts and prayers go to America's real victims. I mean, really, here we have the paleo reactionaries.
Why? Because they need car payments. We gotta help them pay off those trucks.
Oh yeah, unfucking believable.
Just wild.
I mean, here we have the paleo reactionaries are finally back in reparations, saying yes, it's time for some financial and systemic atonement on behalf of the United States government. No, not for niggers. Yeah, not for them niggers descended from enslaved individuals. Or not for them red-skinned indigenous people whose land was stolen. We're talking about the real victims here. The white supremacists.
Let's help those South Africans while we're at
it. Yeah, that too.
Remember that?
That too. Yeah.
There's room for them too.
Yeah. I mean, especially Mark McCloskey, the man who was one half of the St. Louis couple who brandished guns at Black Lives Matter protesters marching on their street in June of 2020, appears on...
With candles.
Yes.
Singing.
Yeah, with candles and singing "We Shall Overcome" and shit.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
That was so crazy.
Yeah. He appears in Twitter Spaces with the Gateway pundit on August 28th, in which McCloskey said he'd met with the top Department of Justice officials about setting up a voluntary non-judicial resolution committee that would dole out cash to President Donald Trump's pet insurrectionists to repay them for the terrible harm they suffered, using that term of Peter Moon's Vinnie Barbarics, as political prisoners. Yeah, I mean...
Remember how Marjorie Taylor Greene spoke out on their behalf because of the terrible state of U.S. prisons?
Yes.
Can you believe these Americans are being treated like this in U.S. prisons? I mean, right?
Yeah.
Can you even possibly imagine a white face who wasn't poor or a junkie in a U.S. prison?
Yeah. No, yeah. McCloskey isn't being at all subtle about this. He's telling whatever J6ers happen to be listening in over at Elon Musk's KKK site that his, you know, what they used to call Twitter, that his job as their attorney was to turn your losses into dollar bills. Now what losses would those be exactly?
Right. Gas money, basically.
Yeah. This latest effort, it shows that there's no amount of solicitude or repayment that will ever be enough for the January 6th insurrectionists. It isn't enough that they all received pardons, even those who attacked and killed members of law enforcement. It isn't enough that the Trump misadministration decided some rioters are entitled to refunds of the fines and restitution they paid as part of their convictions. That's, by the way, a stance that's at odds with the separation of powers when the executive intervenes in the judiciary. Now, once money is deposited into the Treasury, which is what happens with fines and restitution, it can only be withdrawn by Congress through the appropriations process. So it isn't even at all clear how it will work to give the rioters that money. Never fear, of course, McCloskey has just the person in mind to run this. Someone whose keen legal acumen will no doubt find a way forward. The United States Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro.
Oh,
yeah.
Talk about some plastic surgery.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo.
Yeah. Just look at how well she handled Trump's attempted takeover of Washington, D.C. Doesn't every American imperial attorney have federal magistrate judges saying things like, "It is without a doubt the most illegal search I've ever seen in my life in regards to charges their office brought." Surely it's a sign of true skill and savvy to have federal grand juries repeatedly refuse to indict people on overblown, ridiculous felony charges brought by one's office, yes? Of course it
Throwing a Subway sandwich at a guy and a tacked up car.
Yeah,
thank you. You know, at an ice guy.
Thank you, honey. Thank you, honey. Yeah.
And somebody else gave him the finger and got fired.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Of course
in charge.
Yeah. Wouldn't even really be necessary for Pirro to do much of anything, given that the Department of Justice already employs both Ed Martin and Jared Wise, and I've already gone into them. Now, Martin, who was supposed to have Pirro's current gig before proven too toxic for even Senate Republicans to confirm, is the DOJ's pardon attorney these days. There's no question where Martin's loyalties lie when it comes to the January 6th insurrectionists. He adores them so much that he engaged in, what was it again? The most wildly unethical behavior for a prosecutor imaginable when he dismissed charges against a rioter while he was still listed as their defense counsel of record. Talk about a conflict of interest, people. And it's not like Martin needs any convincing about reparations. He's been banging that drum for months, saying that the insurrectionists should get a big pot of money, like the asbestos money we got for asbestos victims. What a precedent!
It's completely surreal.
Then there's Wise, the former FBI agent who now serves as an advisor in the DOJ's weaponization working group being run by Martin.
Oh, yeah.
Wise was literally mid-trial over his actions on January 6th, which included telling law enforcement they were Gestapo and screaming, "Kill them! Kill them all!" as the rioters attacked police. These are
is on tape.
Yeah, these are definitely
there is
people.
Evidence.
Yeah, these are definitely people who are ready to hand their fellow insurrectionists some cash. And it's really just cash they want. Why shouldn't everyone get the $5 million payout that Ashley Babbitt's family got for her insurrection efforts? It's unclear who exactly would even get these reparations. The rioter...
Yeah, did any cops get any payback for getting hurt and killed?
Oh, why do you even bother to ask? That's a rhetorical question.
My God. But pretty goddamn stark.
Now, the rioter who's now serving life in prison for plotting to assassinate federal agents in a separate case, how much is he going to get? Even the misadministration under Donald Trump has said that was a bridge too far. And the pardon that Edward Kelly received doesn't cover his plot to murder FBI agents. However, in other instances, the misadministration has been happy to argue that Trump's pardon included separate criminal conduct. That's an argument that seemed absurd when the rioters made it, but here we are. To be fair, this isn't the only group that conservatives want to give reparations to. Guess who else might get them? The ghoul-in-chief, Stephen Miller, wants immigrants to pay reparations because they made our schools bad. And now we need hundreds of translators. And nobody's learning how to read or write. Of course, immigrants already pay taxes to support those school systems, even if they are undocumented.
And buy lottery tickets, too.
Yes.
Remember? That was going to support education.
Imagine
scratchers.
Thank you.
Shit.
Now, for what most people
and education don't get nothing from it.
Thank you. What most people don't get is statistically, more immigrants who are undocumented pay taxes than U.S. citizens in terms of percentage-wise. But it's not like Miller cares about that. The demand for rioter reparations is a perfect encapsulation of Trump's America. Those who have actually suffered at the hands of the federal government deserve nothing, indeed need to pay us. But those who attack the government to overthrow the legally elected federal system in order to install themselves as a new barbarian Pol Pot type Khmer Rouge takeover should be rewarded. And apparently no reward will ever be big enough. There's, as Holly has said, there's no words. Nothing can describe this. That brings us back to Putin, Xi, and Kim, all caught on a hot mic discussing how to live to be 150 years old.
Oh, man. You gotta have a lot of money to want to do that. I cannot afford to get too old.
There we are. That's what you and I need to talk about
get
privately.
Past working age.
Yeah, you and I need to talk about that privately. Yes.
Yeah. Because I those guys got the money. They can sew on their head on a new body or freeze it or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's such a fool's errand.
Yeah.
Just let you know how
Yeah,
corrupting it all is.
I mean, well, they're just like Trump. They seem to think they'll be around forever. Simple. All they have to do is, well, thank God I shouldn't give them the idea. All they have to do is abduct Douglas Dietrich and transfuse all my blood, and maybe they'll become vampires. Right now, they're simply leeches.
Or at least, yeah. They definitely get a recharge.
There you go.
You're like 100 blood boys in one shot.
Yeah.
Jeez.
All they want to do...
That'd be a buzz. Oh, man.
They don't ask for much. They just want to go on living long enough to go on torturing their own people, apparently for eternity. It's like they're the overlords of hell or something.
I mean,
it's
as long as their dicks work, I guess. I mean,
I don't think they even care about that.
Maybe not.
If that stopped working, they would just, they'd have to do without. I'm sure they could handle it. Yeah, but there you go. I mean, well, I want everyone to know that, we've pulled 4 hours, which is, granted, only a quarter of what we used to. Our numbers have been up throughout the night. We've maintained very good numbers. What else?
Super tired.
Yeah. Well, I love you dearly, honey. You can feel free to go to sleep and, keep listening on YouTube. We'll see how much longer I last. But, like I told everybody, tonight I want to get back to writing that epistle. And we'll, first I'll get some sleep and then get back to that. But
it's been a great time.
Thank you. It was
so
thanks to yourself.
Stimulating.
Thanks to yourself, thanks to Amy and Aristides and Brendan and everybody who's joined us. Well, I love you, honey. Love you dearly.
All of you. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
I'm switching over.
Okay.
Bye.
Take care. Sleep well. And George Knight's coming on, so we'll hang on for him. And let me heart what he said. We'll wait till he comes on, and as for this, we're going to give an emoji response to what Brendan said here, and let's see what else we can cook up here. We're gonna wait till George goes on, so we're gonna burn bandwidth. We're holding ground, as they would say in the military terms. Amy's still with us, by the way. She's not on mute.
No, I'm. I can't even. I'm hard to keep focus on all of this.
Well, we love you.
I'd rather sleep.
Okay, we love you. Yeah.
I know, and I'm glad that George is coming on, but I'd like to inform you that Richard Burton was exposing the Naga.
Okay.
Through his through his writings years ago.
Wow.
So I just want you to know that like this is a thing. Like you're doing something that is, it's gotta happen. Like you've gotta like tease out these points that I don't want you to ever have to repeat again.
Thank you.
It was painful to listen to all that. Like all of it was just awful. Like I want to talk about a mass remedy process. I want to talk about people who need help getting their universal needs met.
Thank you.
These situations of just the rich, like, you know, looking for crumbs on the uber rich is sickening. It's just sickening.
Thank you, honey. Well, love you dearly, and stay safe and be well. Find ways to enjoy yourself the way you do. You're a great survivor and a great example to us all. All right, and okay.
All right. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, honey. Love you. All right, that's Amy Como and just Aristides and I until George Knight comes on. Once he comes on, we'll ask how long we're blessed with his presence, and we'll keep the show running till he takes off for the night. We'll see if this is one of those nights where he's intending to come on throughout the night, but we'll find out, soon enough. In the interim, hopefully he's received my response, which is just a heart emoji to acknowledge that I caught what he was saying, and we'll take it from there. He's seen, of course, what I've sent him, and a few links, and then we're going to wait till he comes on. Honestly, I'm just looking around for what else is going on in the world that I can bitch about. There's always just too much to talk about, and granted, I've been ignoring a lot of subjects recently, simply because they're painful to touch upon. But look at what I've just dealt with. It's beyond painful. It's offensive. It's just plain offensive. So I'm getting some people asking me about, did you see the Chinese military parade? Like I said, I used to be considered one of the United States' leading experts on the communist Chinese military back in the days when I was working as a Department of Research librarian, Department of Defense research librarian. And I can assure you, it's changed so radically at this point. Yeah, hey, welcome aboard. Thank you so much. Love you dearly.
No, love you dearly too, Douglas. Thank you so much for having me on. I do apologise. It's so early in the morning, so I do apologise if I sound a little bit drained, and I'm just waking up. I've got some caffeinated drinks with me, so hopefully it will keep me going and wake me up.
Now, how long? Yes. Promise us what? Promise us. Yeah.
Probably about a good hour, Douglas. Hopefully.
Okay, good. I was going to ask that. So,
yes.
So we've got an hour to enjoy of your presence. Let's take advantage of it. And so were you able to see or review some of the links I've sent you, or get any further with some of the other things? Just been busy.
No, not the links, Douglas, but I did listen to the last transmission. I had, our fangirl in the UK. She informed me that you spoke of myself in the show, and I was like, oh, that was very much appreciated. And it's to do with, if you ever acclaim secular power, and who would be the heir apparent. So I really appreciate that. So very, 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 very appreciated, Douglas. Yeah, and it's something we have spoke about, and and so I just wanted to send you my regards and just say how much I appreciated that.
Wonderful.
And ultimately that is our goal. Ultimately that is the end objective. So hopefully when it comes to when society and civilization as we know it, in the very real sense, when it ultimately does collapse, then we can then gain that power, which is most people might look at it and go, that's a bit far-fetched, but it's probably a reality, and it's something that we've come to a realization. But it's as you said to me like years ago, when I said, I'm not very optimistic about the way the world is going, because the world is a very dark and gloomy and very precarious place. And when you told me, no, George, the
the reason why you can be optimistic is because men like you exist. And that opened my eyes just to realize that when you can, share that information with one person, that information, as long as you tell one other person and that person follows, then it spreads like that.
Yes.
Because throughout the ages, throughout decades, everyone's been indoctrinated by propaganda, and everybody is fed off in that they leech off in that false reality, which doesn't do them any good and doesn't do your world any good. And as you mentioned about how revolutions work, it's informing a percentage. 10% can form a revolution.
Yeah.
And this isn't like just for people that are listening in and thinking, oh, this sounds insane, and this is not that kind of, it's not like, how do you put it, Douglas? You express it and explain it so much better than I can. I'm fully comprehensive of what we're speaking of. But with
to put it this way, what our man George Knight is speaking of is basically what happened was during the time of the Vietnam War, the president John Fitzgerald Kennedy had helped to establish the Peace Corps. When he basically was responsible for another revolution in military affairs, outside of the idea of winning hearts and minds of the world's population and changing world opinion via the Peace Corps by trying to have aid projects all over the world to help the developing nations. He established an armed version of the Peace Corps known as U.S. Army Special Forces. Of course, this was much darker in the way it evolved because they were consistent of the likes of Michael Aquino, who basically was a psychological warfare expert. And the entire Special Forces had a psychological warfare component to it. Very unlike the John Wayne image that people have of U.S. Special Forces. But the purpose of psychological warfare, as Michael Aquino explained to myself, and remember, I worked with this man for almost a decade, about 8 years altogether. A little less than that technically, a little more than that if you want to get into the time that I knew him as a child growing up on the Presidio military base, where I had always been under his observation and had seen him and interacted with him casually before I began working as a librarian's aide. I really, in a sense, knew this man for a good part of my life, my early life. Not really knew him, and yet knew him, kind of like a casual acquaintance before working with him. But what he had taught me was that massive amounts of research money had been poured into what is the tipping point of a revolution. And this was important because the entire U.S. Army Special Forces is really a revolutionary force. The idea is not for them to fight the enemy. Their entire training, as was their original mission statement, was just the opposite of the Rambo stereotype. And it was even a bit more complicated than the way portrayed by John Wayne. John Wayne's portrayal of the U.S. Army Special Forces is entirely misguided, misleading, because it's John Wayne. And you think these people are good guys and he's charismatic and looks like an honest, upfront individual. No, these are criminals, terrorists in uniform. Think of the way the SAS, Special Air Services, were guerrillas in uniform. These were unconventional forces. So this is the dirty tricks department of the military. But with the U.S. Army Special Forces, they took it further. It's not just like British commandos going in behind enemy lines and blowing things up. We're talking about the U.S. Army Special Forces was there to start a revolution that would ultimately overthrow the enemy. They were sent in to work with friendly populations behind enemy lines. The federal government cannot produce a friendly population behind enemy lines for you. If there's no friendly population behind enemy lines, Special Forces should never be deployed, per their original mission statement in the old days. all that changed with time, and they became a combat force. That's well beyond the days when I was working with Aquino. That was never supposed to happen. But they operated on the principle that when they conducted all this research into sociology, it was found, great example, when Vladimir Lenin, or the man who became Lenin, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, who took the criminal alias of Lenin, he was someone who gathered in St. Petersburg, then the capital of the Russian Empire, about 20 men around, with a dozen revolvers between them. And they decided they were going to conquer planet Earth with an ideology of communism. And 20 was that magic number. You need a core population, or a core cell group, just a cell group, as they call it, in military parlance. Like, think of Patty Hearst and the Symbionese Liberation Army. Now, a lot of naive people would ask me, what's the Symbionese Liberation Army? What country is that? What ethnicity is that? It's a neologism. It's a communist term. It's just made up. It doesn't mean anything. It's a acronym combining several concepts that no longer even hold any meaning. But the point is, their idea was following the Lenin model, which is you get 20 people in a core group, and each one of them just needs to convince 1% of the population to follow their cause. And as long as that 1% of the population that each one of them reaches out to turns, gets converted, by the time that all 20 of them get 1% of the population turned each, you've got 20% of the population, and that's the critical mass. Once you reach 20% of the population critical mass, it's over. The entire society changes. The revolution succeeds. That's the equation. So the Special Forces was designed to implement that equation through the social engineering of training friendly populations behind enemy lines to spread the word, convert 20% of the population, and basically overthrow the enemy government. These days we'd call that going viral. But it's a virus of the mind, which brings us back to memes. For those of you who don't know, memes are outlawed in Russia, yet the Russians deploy memes overseas. Go on, take it from there.
Oh, yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. I really appreciate you speaking then, because, I was multitasking at the same time. So I was listening, but I also, just because I was rushing this morning to come on the show, because I didn't want to miss it.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly.
No, because the previous transmission, due to responsibilities, I was unable, but it would have been so appropriate because of what you said, which I really very much appreciated. And and I just wanted to say as well, because, it was, what you mentioned because I listened to it twice. I did listen to it twice because it brought tears to my eyes. It was so wonderful what you said. It was, speaking of how the world is, and we do not need good guys, we need bad guys. But once it stabilizes, then you'll turn it over. The transition will be over to me, which I really appreciated.
Thank you.
Obviously, we have our perspectives and our dreams of how we want the world to turn out. Of course, we come up with the solutions, which is why people appreciate yourself, Douglas, is because you present the solutions, not the problems, but how to solve the issues, the dichotomy of the world itself. You present them with the answers and the solutions, which is why I've always appreciated you. And I just wanted to say as well, because Polly's listening in, just to explain from my end, to put things into perspective, because I really appreciate you mentioning the catfishing that occurred in my life when I was when I just turned from adolescence into adulthood, as far as what the in terms of what the government recognizes, the age of 18, you are then turning into adulthood. When I was 18, I fell in love with a young girl who was a couple years younger than me. And it's
which
so
is legal
important,
age in
story.
England. By the way, express the fact that
Yes,
she was legal age in England. Yeah.
It is. And I don't think I've ever explained to you, Douglas, because as far as you're aware, I met her once.
Yeah.
And that's when we were dating. But I actually met her multiple times before we even started dating because she was a mutual friend of some of my friends. That's how I got acquainted with her. So I knew of the girl prior before we started dating. So I did meet her and, you know, just bonded with her.
Yeah, I should have qualified that. That's quite true. I should have qualified that when I was relating that story. So I thank you for bringing that up. Yeah.
Yeah, no, not at all, because I don't think I ever told you.
No, you told me. Yeah, you had actually physically met her, but I didn't know how many times. I thought I knew it was at least once. But so how again? I thought.
Yeah.
So you met her physically once, but you knew of her through. How did that happen?
Yeah. Yeah. So it's just I met her through only just mutual friends.
Yeah.
So that was just literally when we started dating. So just prior to that. So she was 16, and so obviously at that time, and that was going back several years ago, because now I'm 37 years old. So that's going back a few years ago. It was always with a guy dating a younger girl. That was always frowned upon at my age, and certainly through school. And there were guys that were dating younger girls, and obviously, you know, it's one of those things. Like back then, you always look like. People go, oh God, she's younger than you. Yeah, they always, when you're a teenager, you had to date people either your own age or girls were older. You never was a bloke dating a younger girl. It was always frowned upon.
Interesting.
And so, yeah, but because of that, it wasn't really anything because she was of legal age, there was nothing really to make of it. But it was from the ages of 18 to 23, I believed I was dating her, but it turned out to be her mother. And the term catfish was not
yet coined, right? Yeah, wasn't yet coined. Yeah, that's the term.
Yes. So from the ages of 18 to 23, I thought I was dating her, but it turned out it wasn't her, and so I was very naive. And the reason why, you know, for people to listen and to understand this, it was the most demoralizing time of my life for me, in terms of I beaten myself up so hard because I fell for that trap. I fell for something, and I was so naive. And you know the phrase that you're blinded by love? I was so madly in love with this girl, and I believed everything that this person was telling me. And even to the point like, well, why can't you meet me? I've met you before. Why can't you? You know, this is going on throughout those years. Yeah. It never made any sense. And then I had like obviously red flags that would raise up, but because I was so blinded, I had everyone around me telling me, George, just move on. This is not work. This is not reality. I was like, I'm in love with this person. But it turned out it wasn't her at all. Because when I found out who it really was, I was mad with enrage. So mad. And when I found out only because the girl was dating another guy.
Right.
I only found out because I confronted the bloke and I said, that's my girlfriend. And he's like, no, that's my girlfriend. I'm like, what? And I said, well, who's this number? Who I've been talking to? And he told me that's her mother's number you've been talking to. Jeez. And then that woman went on to, like I said, she went on to go, you know, I think she went on a discourse where she was going to, you know, I was told that she even tried to commit suicide at the graveyard. I think, and even her husband, was, I don't know what happened, but he was enraged by it. But they're still together, I think, as far as I'm aware. Still together, yes. They're still together.
Well, hopefully. Oh God. Well, yes. That's let's put it that way. No wonder she did what she did, because he's never around or something of that nature. Or maybe even abusive. But hopefully she found some counseling. Is all I can. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Douglas. Sorry. Yeah, but you're absolutely right, because I felt so violated, and I felt like, honestly, like a rape victim myself, because I was taken advantage of. Only through my innocence.
Well, you were mind raped. You were mind raped is what it's called. But you were young and naive, and like you said, very romantically inclined, very idealistic, and it was the young girl, didn't she? When she first dated you, said something about, oh, let's wait till I'm legal age or some shit like that. That's what misguided you. Yeah.
She waited till she goes 18. She wanted, because her father didn't want her dating anyone until she was of adulthood. Right. So that was,
even though she was already legal age.
Obviously, with girls with fathers, they're a little bit more stricter than it comes to blokes. That was why it was always frowned upon. An older guy targeting, you know, a younger girl. They always thought that older men were
grooming them. They were afraid
grooming.
of grooming. Yeah, we didn't have these terms back then. Yeah, the terms were yet to be coined and become public. In terms of yes, so I'm glad that you relayed that. It takes a lot of courage to relay something like that, but understand, of course, that everyone should understand that you're a very decent and at that time were a very vulnerable human being. But
of course, I was pretty much like a teenager myself, entering adulthood, which I was naive and not had many experiences with girlfriends. Obviously, you know, as you know, I didn't lose my virginity until I was 25 years old because of what happened then.
I didn't know that, but that makes sense. Yeah, no, that would it would make it very hard to just deal with people in many ways. I mean, this is the horror of that level of victimization. But you heard what I said about the catfishing case of that mother in America and what she did to her own daughter.
Awful. I did hear that. Yes, no, thank you. Because like I said, I listened to it twice. The first time I listened to it, I just caught the catfishing about me. But it made sense when I re-listened to it. It's like, oh, because that came up on your feed.
Yes.
So it was, so it made all sense why that was brought up. So yeah, no, it's very much important. But the reason why I wanted to bring up Douglas, it's not to make people feel sorry for me or anything, because the reason why I beat myself up so hard is because that was my fault, because I should have realised what I was doing. I should have realised who it actually was in the first place. I never picked that up. So that's why I made it that changed me, that altered me so much. Now, this is a message to everyone listening in. This is a message to all the enemies out there of Douglas Dietrich, to all those gang stalkers, that what happened to me that period of time, that altered me and impacted me so hard. From that point onwards, I verified and vetted everything everybody said to me.
Yes.
And when I picked up they were lying to me, that person was gone.
Yes.
Just like with that history of mine, I wiped that clean. Yeah. And it's important to remind myself and to remember where I came from, because that changed me. And when people talk about, when there are pivotal points in people's lives where it changes them, and that was the most, at that point in time, that what that did to me, that destroyed me inside so hard. And I blame myself. I took it so hard on myself. But for everyone, all those gang stalkers that call Douglas Dietrich a liar, I have vetted and verified everything he has said, and I've never found one single account or case that he has lied about anything.
Thank you.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be here otherwise.
Yes.
I would have been gone years ago. I would have been gone in 2017 when I first discovered him. I listened to that two-part interview, and I already, at that point in time, with what I already investigated, what I already researched, I could vet already for what I knew that Douglas was telling the truth, because I already knew some of it. But then I learned so much more, which is why I reached out to Douglas ultimately in the end, because he had so much to share. And I found him, I appreciate him so much. And I'm speaking, I'm not talking directly to you, Douglas, I'm talking to them. Just
Understood.
for them.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm talking, this is a message to them when they accuse you of being a fraud and a liar. They are the biggest bullshitters I have ever encountered. You're just as bad. This is a message to those gangsters. You're just as bad as that woman who catfished me.
Yes.
You're a liar and a manipulator, and all it is you're just out to destroy people's lives, and it does nobody any good. Because I have vetted and verified everything anyone said to me after that. I never fell for that ever again. I vowed that would never happen to me again, because I felt like honestly like a rape victim after that.
Yeah. Which you were, as I said, it's mind rape. It's a rape of your soul. Yes, it truly is.
Thank you, Douglas. Yeah. It really was. And so that is how powerful that everything happens in this world and everything happens in life. I don't believe by coincidence. It's all synchronistical. Yes. And I believe that was all leading up for me to discover you, Douglas. I always knew there was an importance of my life, but I just never knew what it was. And now I know there's a purpose.
Yes.
And so, and the other thing to bring up, which people always tell me, do not mention it. Because there are people that have wronged me throughout my life. and they have faced the most severe consequences
They
without
have.
my intervention.
Yes.
Without my own intervention, and that's a protection of me. There's a reason for my existence. I never knew why, because nothing bad is other than that, obviously, that case.
Yeah.
But there was obviously a reason for that to happen in the first place. And it was for me to ultimately, I think, to discover yourself, Douglas. Now, that people might think, well, that's just, you're reading into it too much. But no, I truly believe that, because that was a pivotal point. The other thing is what dived me into this whole realm was 9/11, when I realized that 9/11 wasn't what they said it was in the narrative. And that was a few years just prior to me being catfished. I had a realization, that was in 2005, that I realized that those buildings were rigged for demolition.
Yes.
And I was like, that's the other point that took me down this, what I have a passion for obviously exposing and the what you would call the deep state. The deep state, the cults of the kings of Edom, which is a real thing, by the way, for people that don't understand it. It is a very real term. From what I've learned from Douglas, it is very real. There is there's certainly a cult out there, and we're not a cult, by the way. Because I've had people in the past, Douglas. I'm sharing a lot of personal information.
And that's fine.
Now, but no, I feel comfortable doing it because it's for my protection.
Yes.
And sorry, it's really heavily raining where I am.
Oh,
so
wow.
I do apologise if you can hear the rain.
Oh, we can't. No, we can't hear it. Yeah.
No, that's wonderful. It's pretty much like a tank where I'm in. Yeah, it's like a But it's so early in the morning as well, Douglas. So I'm losing my train of thought, but
no worries.
There's a lot of things. Yeah,
you should have heard me at the beginning of tonight's transmission. I was just struggling to even breathe. I didn't want to be here.
Very much appreciate.
Like I said, it wasn't just for me. It was Amy said post Labor Day decompression. I said it's not decompression. It's post Labor Day depression. I was suffering from full blown depression at the moment starting tonight's show. I did not want to be in the crypt and doing this, but. In terms of what our man George Knight is speaking of is, of course, he went through an intensive trauma that scarred him for life. He's got scar tissue on his soul, and the end result was that he very much took it upon himself to verify that everything that a person would claim. And in my case, he did so. He understands that I'm telling the truth. He is, of course, telling those who claim otherwise just how wrong they are, and they truly, really are. Obviously, the horror of the catfishing situation was that while obviously the woman conducted an evil act, both George and I hope that she's gotten counseling, which may have helped her deal with whatever issues led her to do something like what she did. In the case of the gang stalkers, however, we're not talking about people who are like that. These are people who truly are evil. These are people who truly are evil, and this is because they're part of a cult. But what our real challenge is in dealing with the cult of the kings of Edom, mostly manifest in their domination of the United States military in particular, and of course elements like he had a very innocuous name, but like Steve Outram's friend who was in the British military, can't even remember the officer's name, also a psychological warfare individual.
You presented him to me. I got his Douglas.
He's a good example of the fact that Michael Aquino had an enormous influence in Britain, and this is because of Britain's own corruption through the Hellfire Club. And so when it comes to this individual and what he represents, understand that across the Atlantic, we've got two nations. Well, one an empire. Really, Britain is to be viewed as an empire in an interregnal phase right now. It's in between empires. But when it comes to America on the other side of the Atlantic, what's kept them both together in an unnatural union. And I will say this out loud: their union is unnatural. Forget their common language. Their cultures are profoundly different, and there's no reason for them to be cooperative, as people have the illusion of through the 20th century. Understand that the 20th century was very much the exception to Anglo-American relations. They truly are an ocean apart. And so when it comes to the culture of America and England, what united them in the 20th century through 2 world wars? Satanism. The Hellfire Club and what became the Temple of Set in America, all really united as the cult of the kings of Edom. This is what united them. And the only healthy thing for them to do is break, to sever and go their own ways, which is what they were always meant to do. And be cooperative only in the sense of an international sense, but certainly not cooperative in the sense that they have been, which has been essentially wars of aggression. Obviously that has to stop. But when it comes to the people behind this and the cult of the kings of Edom, what their greatest objective is when they're attacking myself is simply to prevent you, the public on either side of the Atlantic or anywhere in the world, from learning the truth, because that's the greatest threat to them. And this is why their obsession is with calling myself a liar. Now, just to put some things in perspective, the Americans have developed this whole cult. We're not going to overdwell on this, but it's to make a point. The Americans have developed this whole popular cult, or a mass, shall we say, a mass impression that their military, the American military, is somehow this great honorable profession that and the worst thing in the world, according to these people, the cult of the kings of Edom. And you always know someone's an Edomite when they go on this trip, that the worst thing is stolen valor, which is like, what a joke. But such being said, how is this valor measured? And there's really no measurement for it. You try to put a coinage on it, and the closest thing they come to is medals. I've certainly never made any claim to having collected any medals, or ever been awarded any medals. But all such being said, I did serve. And so they feel by attacking that somehow they'll discredit me. They have no concept that the modern American younger generation does not hold this coinage to be worthy of anything. It's not a coinage of trade to them. They have, because they're all starving. They all can't find jobs. Their education is causing them more problems than it's giving them benefits, because they spend the rest of their lives indebted to student loans. They're not buying the bullshit. So when it comes to this crap about stolen valor, it's the weirdest attack, the strangest attack, but it comes from old men. These are all old fucks. And anybody who's with them are young perverts and pedophiles who are their hangers-on, who are attracted to them only as a network for their pedophilia and their child predation. And they all hate me because I broke up the largest pedopornographic and human child sex trafficking rings in the world, operating at the Presidio military base. And they have been out to get me ever since, and they figured the way to attack that is by saying, oh, he was never in the military. And this preys on everyone's ignorance. First off, when I was working at the Presidio, I was never in the military. I was a civilian, because the Department of Defense is a civilian branch of government that oversees the military. And then when I was in the military, because, thank the gods of my ancestors, I'm in the state of California, and went to the San Diego Marine Corps Recruit Depot, where I was trained as a Marine, and which, by the way, had the largest child porn trafficking operation going through the United States Marine Corps outside of the Presidio military base, which I also shut down. This is something that they hate me for in every way imaginable from both sides. The U.S. Army, because the Presidio was the United States Army 6th Army headquarters. The United States Marine Corps hates me. The entire Department of Defense hates me. But thankfully, because we're in California and they've done AI-assisted deep searches at this point in history, I now have veteran on my California ID card. And of course, I have a premier bank account established by JP Morgan Chase that's only for veterans. Because through their AI-assisted deep searches, they know now that I was a United States Marine Corps veteran who served in the Gulf War. So that, along with the fact that I have the Office of Service Members Life Group Insurance, or what's called OSGLI, Office of Service Members Group Life Insurance, which is signed out to Brooke Gibson, who called in to have it signed over to her.
It's verified.
It's verified. It was, we've got 3 sources of evidence that I was in the United States Marine Corps, despite the fact that the United States Marine Corps did everything it could to destroy its records. It couldn't destroy those that were in Prudential, which is the private corporation they contracted to provide Marine Corps life insurance. And they couldn't destroy the records in California, the state of California, where I was trained as what they used to call a Hollywood Marine, meaning the United States Marine Corps Recruit Depot at San Diego. So it is now inarguable with these 3, this triangulation of evidence that I was a United States Marine. So they can't attack that. All such being said, when somebody's making an accusation, they're the ones who have to provide the evidence. But beyond all the lies that they're saying, if I were not a Marine, if I were not a mercenary serving in all these parts of the world that I said, where is there evidence of what I was doing? What was I doing? Where was I bagging groceries? Where was I filling in gas tanks at a gas station? Where is there evidence of where I was working? It would be one thing if they...
Gap?
Yes.
Yeah, where's that gap? There is none.
And so all such being said, but their attack on my character is never about anything that I would do that otherwise people might find questionable, such as my purchasing a child off the streets while we know she was well under legal age, the fact that I was engaged with a gang that was involved with what's considered human trafficking, even though we spent a lot of our time rescuing people from places where they were enslaved, like on the islands of the Marianas, which is, of course, a U.S. trust territory where Chinese people were enslaved, and we rescued many people from those facilities where they were slaving for Jewish companies like Hilfnigger, as we used to call it, Hilfingen, and, of course, Levi Strauss in sweatshops. And the people that we rescued, of course, ultimately a lawsuit was won against these Jewish industries that were exploiting Chinese slave labor on the Marianas Islands, where the straw bosses of these slave factories were coconut niggers of the Marianas Islands who enjoyed their privileges as territorial citizens of the United States, and therefore could legally run slave operations with because they weren't subject to U.S. laws concerning slavery that went into effect after the American Civil War, because they weren't states, they were territories. That's why the U.S. has this territorial empire that's never incorporated into statehood. All of this is stuff that I've done which could be considered morally or ethically risky, questionable, gray areas. This is never attacked. This is never attacked by the enemy. All they keep trying to do is destroy my character in terms of my military service, and they claim everything I say is a lie by just twisting and perverting everything I say from what I actually say. Why is that so important? Because it's so important to them to get you to think that, so that you don't learn the truth, which is the Allies lost the war. Everything is based on the Allies winning World War II. Their entire foundation of their house of cards is built on grains of quicksand. they are a house of cards that's not only flying in the wind, it's falling onto the quicksand on which they built its foundations, and it's all sinking. And it's like, ask anyone in Britain about the quality of life, and it's horrible. I sent a link to about Thatcher and what she ate, but the funny thing was the commentary. Everyone was responding about this little dish that Thatcher apparently was her favorite food. There's some repulsive combination of foods that everybody was, but the commentary just talking about Thatcher is talking about the austerity and how her favorite, background music was the wailing of hungry children, all this shit. I mean, Britain's life is, the quality of life in Britain is low. The quality of life in America is worse. The quality of life in Russia is unspeakable. It's indescribable. So when you take a look at the Allies, they're all claiming they won the war, and their lives, the quality of lives of their citizens are horrible. You look at Germany and Japan, the quality of life of their citizens is just orders of magnitude higher than in the Allied countries. And yet you're saying you won the war. How on earth can you believe this? Well, the younger generation isn't buying it in America. I'm sure in Britain it's getting to the point where they're not either. So we need to explain to both of them what happened. The point was that when I first went on to Coast, around the time that George Knight found out about myself, the chance was there for a media breakthrough to educate the survivors of World War II. Certainly the older people who survived the Korean War, who went to one of my first presentations. I had a lot of Korean War veterans. They only received what I said with positivity. So understand that when it comes to the horror, both these allied governments, whether Britain, America, or Russia, but particularly Russia and America now, they're determined that their older populations die in ignorance. And they want those older populations to pass in ignorance at least, so they can have that gap. And maybe they're hoping that their younger generations won't care that they lost the war. But either way, the truth will out. And that brings us back to George. George is, of course...
Oh, yeah.
He's got his own experience with this. So that having been articulated... There's no point, like I said, in debating people online, but when you're talking to people personally, how are people responding personally to what you share and what you expose?
Yeah, no, thank you, and it's important that we speak of this, Douglas, because going back a few years ago, I'm trying to recall what this individual. I met him in the local supermarket car park with my family, introduced him to my youngest daughter, obviously. And I remember this account so well, but I'm trying to remember what he was saying, because he presented the question, we're the victors of World War II. How did this happen? He's asking me, but he's not speaking directly to me. He's speaking out loud and asking the question, hoping someone like a light beam coming from the heavens down on him will give him the answer. Because he was with his arms raised in the air. How did this happen? How could it be? We are the victors of World War II. How did this happen?
That's so sad. That's so sad. That is so sad, but go on. Yes.
He couldn't work out. He has no fathom, no clue how the hell we are where we are and how we got to this point. He was asking that question because he was catharting it with frustration. And I believe it had something to do probably with COVID. It had something probably to do with COVID. It was during that period of time. And it was asking the question about the quality of life in Britain. And it's an apropos question, an apropos statement, because it's following up what you were saying, Douglas. Because people, and when I was a young boy, I should say, my dad would always emphasize to me and my brother that his grandfather, who adopted him, would tell him, if we were overtaken by the Germans, our quality of life will be so much better than what it is today here in Britain. Yes. And I was never antithetical towards Germany whatsoever throughout the upbringing of my life, because I was always acquainted with that information. I was always credited with that thesis, that consensus from their part. I should say, Douglas. And it just brings to mind other things I could bring up in topic about what people say to me. And and even like I had a conversation, I should bring up because it's quite for morbid entertainment, and it is important because even with my daughter Everly, and if anyone's listening in that is a relative, they might feel a bit like, oh God, I'm speaking about my own daughter, but she's blonde hair and blue-eyed, which is the rarest of genetics in the world. Yes. To be blonde hair and blue-eyed is so rare. But even my mother, last weekend, she goes, Hitler would have loved her. And I just laughed. Yes. Because I understood that is not the impression of what he wanted. Right. But rather, I presented to her, well, with Joseph Stalin, he was born in the Caucasus region of Georgia, in the Caucasus Mountains, which is between the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea. He was considered white Caucasian. Yes. But he became the ruler, the head of state, to a nation which he considered degenerates. Yes. The Slavic populations, which he considered to be, the Jewish people considered goy or Gentiles. They were subhuman species. But what he tried to do was downbreed his population in turning into these primatoid, chimeric ape men. Yes. So he didn't have to pay them any money. He could feed them peanuts. Yes. To work in the field, to be forced into the field, to be deployed in the arms of deployment in combat. So that's what he was trying to achieve. And I mentioned about Pierre Boulle being a French intelligence. Yes. He was in the French intelligence, and he was the man who directed the franchise Planet of the Apes. That's where he got that concept from, because he was aware of what was going on in the former Soviet Union. So under Joseph Stalin, what he was trying to achieve, and Adolf Hitler tried to, instead of downbreeding, which is what people propagandize, what he was trying to do, he was trying to eliminate and exterminate anyone he considered to be subhuman. That was not the case at all. He was trying to genetically, what would be the term, Douglas? Sorry, it's because it's so early in the morning for me.
Uplift. We would call it eugenics in this day and age, but the American concept of eugenics is not Hitler's concept of eugenics.
No, it's not Hitler's. No. Exactly. I think he's misrepresentative. He's been misrepresented.
Well, all they do is they pervert him. They pervert him through their own lens. It's basically
exactly. Yes. And when I present to people, he's not German. He was born in Austria. That throws them off automatically.
Yes. Thank you.
Because everything you're told is bullshit after that. Yes. Everything is bullshit. Everything is completely bullshit after that. About Hitler.
Thank you.
Everything, because he was born in Austria. He was baptized a Roman Catholic, which meant he never forsook his faith, his oath. He never killed himself because of that reason.
Yes.
Yes.
It's considered a mortal sin. It's considered a mortal sin in the Catholic.
Yes, it is.
So the way to describe to people what was going on with Joseph Stalin is to point out the fact that it wasn't simply Stalin, but the United States. And what was going on was both the capitalist and communist systems consider their populations expendable. In the case of the capitalists, the concept of the elite in America is that, and it's always important to point out the fact that the British Empire has never been capitalist. They were mercantilist in terms of their colonial economics. So they're not capitalists. That colonialism and imperialism of Great Britain or any other empire in the classical colonial mode is not a capitalist enterprise. It is mercantilist. So they need to get acquainted with their economics. So understand that the British, again, are not economically natural allies of the United States. If anything, the rise of the United States has led to the enervation of British economics, and that's why Britain needs to go a separate path. But such having been qualified, both the capitalists and the communists, unlike the mercantilists or the National Socialists or basically anyone else, the communists and the capitalists have a perspective of their populations as expendable. With the capitalists, it's based on a financial elite, and their version of what Stalin was trying to do was a program by Robert Yerkes. So you've heard me mention this man before. His surname spelled Yerkes. I call him Robert Yerkes, but his name might be pronounced Yerkes or Yerkes. But he was born in 1876 and he died in 1956. So it's very important to know that Robert Yerkes was doing for America what Ivan Ivanov was doing for Stalin. Ivanov or Ivan Ivanov was Stalin's geneticist. And Stalin, as our man George has expressed, was born in the Caucasus Mountains, and that's where the very word Caucasian comes from. Always important to emphasize that. I mean, that's where the very word Caucasian comes from. So he's Georgian. He's as white as you can fucking get.
Yes.
But how he viewed his population was he viewed them as Orientals or an Asian population that was totally expendable. And he sought to downbreed them further, but the ideology was on both the capitalist side and the communist side. Now, understand the British didn't think like this. The British, as a colonial empire, had subject populations. And as a result of these subject populations, there was already an intrinsic caste system. So they didn't need to think like this. They didn't need to think about this concept of downbreeding people because they already had subject populations that served them well. I mean, when I heard this one idiot historian who's just a propagandist, whose name we went over in the last few episodes. If you listen through the last few episodes, you'll hear us bring up this dude who's like a World War II historian, quote unquote, but he's just he's an elderly, ancient propagandist. And this old fucker says, oh, forget the Soviet Union, forget the United States. It was Britain that fought World War II. Britain that was there from the beginning. And I'm like thinking, it wasn't Britain, you idiot. It was fucking India. It was India, their fucking Raj, that took all the brunt of the war.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, it was that. That's what provided them all of the resources, including a lot of expendable manpower wherever they needed it. It's so
asinine. It's so asinine, Douglas. Yeah. Anyone would even
Thank you.
think that, and I've seen that that question presented so many times that it was mainly Britain that was holding them off all the time at the start, and it was you hear all this propaganda that's been regurgitated again and again.
Just remind people, no, it was Britain's colonies that was doing it all. That even though plenty of Asian Indians want to fight on the side of the Japanese, there's still, you're talking about over 1 billion people, you still had so many serving on the side of the British. That and remind them that the North African, when people think of the North African forces, the British army in the desert, I mean, this was the most multiracial force that was ever assembled. You had all kinds of South Africans, Asian Indians. It goes on and on. But all they show are the whites. It's mind-boggling. But
thank you, Douglas. Because it's important that Bernard Montgomery, the field marshal, he's buried just up the road from where I live in Binstead, so that's where his burial ground is. But he's the one who led those armed forces in the in North Africa. So that's just something just to mention. I've got pictures of his gravestone, but he's only buried up the road. But
believe me, he would acknowledge everything we're saying. I'm most certain.
Exactly, he'll be agreeing with everything.
Yes, thank you.
He was the Knight of the Garter as well. He was honoured as the Knight of the Garter as well.
Yes, like Hirohito. Yes. Very important. Thank you. But in terms of my point, just understand that in terms of these two capitalist and communist economic ideologies, their concept was that the new field of battle was the concept of a war between populations mobilized as labor forces. So both of them came to the same conclusion. And with the capitalists, what they said was, hey man, we've got these unions, these fucking communist unions, and they're asking for all these rights. They're asking for higher pay. They can't live off minimum wage, and we're not going to give them higher pay to live otherwise. And so they hired Robert Yerkes to begin downbreeding Cuban women that he experimented on with monkeys to produce a chimerical workforce of troglodytes that literally ate for peanuts, literally worked for peanuts. And so this was their aim on this side of the Atlantic. And then Joseph Stalin said, I've got to downbreed the Russian population to create the same. And his concept was Vysenka. So again, what I'll do is let me just share screen here. And so Vysenka ran the Russian economy. And the concept was that unlike the Americans, who were so wealthy that they had a military industrial complex, the Russians under Stalin, he said the Soviet Union will not have a military industrial complex. We will become a military industrial complex.
Yes.
And so when it comes to what he had organized, what I'm going to do now is share screen here. And so I'm sharing screen. And as I said, I'm working on this essay about Transnistria and the exiled Soviet government. But at the time that the Soviet government was still active, they developed this whole concept of the economy that would be centralized under Vysenka. And it even had a literal logo. This was the vast new front, if you can see this shared screen.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas.
So here we are. As I said, it was to become, I outlined here in all caps, it was to become, and I really should change that to basically lowercase. Here we're going to make that lowercase, but I'm going to basically underline it and put it in bold. So underline, put it all. It was to become a MICOM, a military industrial intelligence complex, sans civilian economic ephemera, completely with intent to overwhelm the human labor forces deployed by world capital on the vast new front of mass productivity under the Vysenka, which actually had a fucking logo that looks ominous as hell attached below. And so I mentioned that. And even all of the products produced in their labor camps were produced under an attached brand label. The Gulag Archipelago had an actual fucking brand label, which I attach here, on their products. So my point is that it's on this front that they were going to basically chimerically degenerate, literally degenerate, meaning downbreed their public in a program of America, the United States, and the Greater Soviet Union, a program of dysgenics. It's called dysgenics as opposed to eugenics. Downbreed their populations with monkeys so that they'd literally work for peanuts. And in a communist economy, that's perfect because they want to ultimately eliminate money. And in America, it was perfect so that all the elite could keep the money. So that is the reason why the British need to understand how geopolitical inevitability and economic inevitability now has Britain aligned with Germany in a NATO alliance against a two-front war against capitalist America and the heirs to Soviet Russia, the Russian Empire under Putin. This is how this happened, was how it got to this point. Britain's real enemy was the Soviet Union and the United States all along. Hitler understood this, but Churchill did not because he was half American.
He was,
So
how he was considered by the aristocrat.
Oh, they despised
all resented him.
Yeah, they all looked down on him.
They all resented him. Yes. Absolutely. And that was the reason why the royal crown brought him into power in the first place, because the general elections all ceased at that point in time when he was elected. After he replaced Neville Chamberlain, he was the man, he was brought in to try to pull the wool over
to keep the
Roosevelt's
Americans
head.
at bay. First off,
Yes.
Roosevelt was
Yes.
threatening to invade Canada, so the British
Exactly.
government couldn't flee to the nearest convenient place. That was to be their final front of resistance if they were to flee Britain.
If an invasion, yes, thank you. In the advent of a German invasion of the Home Isles, so that of the British Home Isles, so that was the reason for that. It was their extradition, or you would say their exodus, their escape into the Commonwealth, which would have been Canada, and that is why not William, sorry, it's Harry. That's why he fled to Canada. Not only did he marry a Canadian citizen, but that's the reason why they flee there. That's
right. And by the way, I always forget.
Yeah.
I always forget because they were living in Los Angeles for a while. Was she an American citizen who simply went to Canada because it's a Dominion and she was with him, or is she actually Canadian? I always forget.
I believe maybe she was not naturalized, but maybe she was born there. I don't know, Douglas, actually, because it's along those lines. I know she has Canadian. I believe.
Oh, she probably just came to America to do her acting in Los Angeles. That must have
exactly.
That was it.
Like a lot of them do. Yes,
okay.
I believe so, Douglas. But we can always vet that and check. The viewers can check that for themselves. But that's from my understanding why they went there. It's a long. That's been the what you want to call it, contingency plan all along. So I knew that if they were going to flee anywhere, it's like with that what's his name? The guy, the Russian propagandist. I'm trying to Edward Snowden.
Right. Yeah, that poor son of a bitch. Yeah, brain injured. Literally brain damaged. Literally brain damaged. Yeah. Come on.
Yes. So all these people flee to and who's the other guy?
Well, remember he didn't want to. Remember he tried to defect to China first, and they wouldn't take him.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, because he was considered. I believe he used to hack him, didn't he? Was that going back, if I can remember correctly?
That was he might have, but I believe you're thinking more about Assange. Assange was the person who was hacking communist China under orders of Michael Aquino, no less. That was he was through that whole cult he was part of, the Shanti
with the family, wasn't it?
They called themselves the Family of Light or some shit, but it's called Shanti Nikatan after this village in India. But it also has this meaning of bringers of light, and they were talk about a white supremacist cult. They're the ones who were dyeing their hair all blonde and bleaching themselves, including their skin, Michael Jackson style. Yes, that's why was what her first impression of Julian Assange was. She thought he was Swedish. Because he was so bleached.
You bleached blonde.
Yeah. And,
that embassy, when he was hiding out it wasn't a consulate, it was an embassy, I believe.
That's right.
Ecuadorian, was it Ecuador? Was it the Ecuadorian?
Yes, the Ecuadorian embassy in London.
He had all these cats, and they would shit up the walls. So his whole that room he was sleeping in, he had and he was just there for years.
Yeah, no, he was smearing his own feces on the walls as well because he started he had gone stark raving mad with captivity. He was cabin fever. He was like,
that's what he was
claiming.
Exactly.
He was claiming he was trying to give himself some kind of mental.
Yes, it was all a ploy. Yes.
Yeah, but whatever happened to that fucker? Nobody cares.
He keeps on appearing on the news from time to time. Something will come up about him. Yeah, and you had all these people that would just rave about him, and all his cult followers and people who praised him.
Yes,
there's so many of them.
Russian
I come across them all the time.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And what about that meme the other day I sent you, Douglas? It was the most apropos meme.
Tell people about that. Yes. It's all the Russian military does. Their military.
That's all they keep doing.
Yeah.
Yes. All that all sources from the Russian state, from the Russian Federation, and they actually have in their curriculum level, in their academia, I believe, in their what you call the education system in Russia. You can actually do a course on, I think, is it hacking or it's some form of computer programming?
Yeah, for them that's a hacking. Just call it hacking.
Yes,
That's the only
there's an
computer
actual
programming
course.
they know. We're joined by Brendan, by the way. Brendan, say hi to George, and George say hi.
Oh, hello, Brendan. Sorry, I didn't see you join us.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Oh, he just came on. So welcome back aboard, dear Brendan. Thank you for that and these lovely images. I'll download them as I do with everything you share.
There's so much to talk about, Douglas. I'm looking forward to the show where I'm able to come on in the next coming weeks, so we can stay on for much longer. I'm looking forward to it because there's so much to talk about. We're covering topics that we weren't even. It just springs to mind. It's all spontaneous. We never even planned the topics that come up. So, but there's so much to talk about.
It's organic. We organically travel down these paths. That well, the good news is Julian Assange was ultimately found guilty, and he was sentenced per the Department of Justice. Let's take a look.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank God. And I don't know where they stuck the son of a bitch. Maybe Brendan can tell us. But let's see. He was detained in the United Kingdom for at least 62 months.
Years, literally.
Sentenced for conspiring to obtain and disclose classified national defense information. As to where they stuck the son of a bitch, I don't know. I've never cared enough to really, but thank God they just shut him up. It's because talk about a guy who needs to fucking shut up. And so he had nothing. He would only expose the secrets of the West, never of Russia. He was so disgusting and always promoted them. But back to George.
Yes, and I did see they released a documentary very recently of McKinnon, the individual. He lived in Britain and he hacked some of the all the United States branches of armed forces. He hacked into the Pentagon computer system, into confidential private security networks within the Pentagon complex, the DoD, Department of Defense, the Air Force, the Navy. He hacked into all these systems, and I remember because what he was trying to pursue was evidence that UFOs exist. And I think that was back in 2002, just months after 9/11. They had he was raided. His apartment was raided, and all his computer systems, all his hard drives, and all his PC towers were all confiscated by these what you call it, unmarked, I forget. Oh God, how do we say that? These are reinforcements.
These
were special agents.
These are like agents or police that are unidentified and unidentifiable because they're not wearing any symbols of their authority, really.
They're all unmarked. Exactly. So to not disclose who they are.
I forgot what they use for humans. There's a term they use for humans. Unmarked would be their vehicles. But we'll get to it. We'll remember it later.
But it was back in the days of I believe it was dial-up. I think he was running off in a low dial-up modem, broadband back then. And it took him because he was exposed to the fact that their security is do you remember years ago, Douglas? I remember learning this from you years ago, that the launch code for the nuclear silos was 8 zeros.
Yes.
Or something
That's
so
what
ridiculous.
It was. That's what it was.
Yes. Yeah. It was something like that. Well, he exposed the fact that all their security systems had no passwords in place. So it was all default to just connect. So he could hack into all these computer systems that were so compromised by any foreign adversary or foreign entity that wanted to hack into their system. So he exposed that, which is why they tried to claim that he conducted damages to their systems of 5,000, because they had to, in order to extradite someone from another nation, they had to do damage equivalent to $500,000 or $1 million. And so
How
they
did
tried
they
to claim
come
that
to this? How did they come to this bizarre requirement?
What this idiot did, which is what dropped him in on it, was he was leaving messages. He was calling himself Solo.
Oh my God!
And he was saying, He was
egotistical narcissist. Go on.
Yeah, that's it. Because he thought he was above the law. He was on basically a flex or a high, and he would leave messages saying your system is flawed. Your system is shit, quote unquote. That's what he was literally putting in. That's what they managed to trace his IP address right back to his apartment. That was how they found him.
What?
But the guy was
idiot.
Yes, what an idiot. Yes. And people think, oh, what a wonderful man. But the thing is, he was out there and he said, he goes, no, he was in pursuit of evidence of UFOs.
Jesus
and he said
Christ.
he clicked on one file and it was the days of dial-up. It would load up pixel by pixel. It would take minutes for a single image to load up. He managed, because this was the time when they were opening and that the personnel would arrive for their duties for the day, and that was how they found that the cursor was moving. They took control of the cursor from the mouse their end, and that's how he realized, oh, they're seeing what he's doing. Yes. Because it was a shared system. He could share the interface from his end. That was, so when he hacked in, he could control the mouse from his end, but the computer had to be turned on in order for you to access it. So that was how they saw that they were being hacked into by some foreign adversary or foreign entity. But the image he loaded up was of the atmosphere. It was taken by probably, one of the we call it low
Earth orbit or LEO.
Lows.
LEO.
Yeah, low Earth orbit satellite that took an image of a close-up cylindrical object. Obviously, the third Reich's Andromeda Gerät. But he was like, oh God, there's a piece of evidence right there. I was thinking, Christ, there's hundreds of images on Google Images of the Andromeda Gerät. You don't need to hack into any system.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just to verify that. That was the first thing that sprung to my mind when I was just watching this documentary last night. But yeah, Gary McKinnon, that's his name. That was the individual. They released a documentary about him recently.
What a loser.
But
yeah. So is he in jail now, or did they just force him to work for the feds?
Yeah, no, yes, I believe,
Oh, shit.
the British government fought that.
But by the way, I think we're going to lose the call. I every time this happens, because I look around at different things while we're talking, and then looking this guy up, for instance, I wind up pushing the wrong button, so the call might close, in which case I'll call you back. Okay.
That's all right, Douglas.
Yeah, so keep talking. Keep talking until it dies.
Oh, God, yeah, no.
Okay, it died. Okay, so we're gonna call him back. Let's see if I can get this running again. Jesus, that's it's like, how do I keep doing that? But he'll probably be leaving for work soon anyway. We'll find out soon enough. It's not unconscious on my part, or maybe it is. It has nothing to do with him. It has to do with my attempting to work, but at the same time I'm screwing it up. Let's cut down the one of these downloads, see if this uploads again, make the call, and it's so frustrating that I do that, and yet at the same time it's was bound to happen. Okay, so here we have it. Says that they're uploading or taking their time to get the call started again. Let's see what we can do with that. In the meantime, of course, I'm just entertaining myself by looking at my background porn that comes on, changes image every minute while I can't push the images forward because it makes a ping sound when I'm on air, so I don't want to regale people with that. Besides, I like the image that I'm staring at right now, but it'll change in a minute. A lot of collection of candy samples in there, dear girl. She was one of the older burlesque artists that I personally met. Kind of like having baseball cards on display if you're a sports fan. Okay, so that didn't work out. I'll have to press the button again. Let's try that again, and then we'll see if we can make one last call for a few minutes and then get this going for the night. By that I mean ending the stream for the night shortly thereafter, after we just say proper goodbyes, and see if this uploads again. Holy shit. Okay, so it should work this time. Let's see if it works. And To everyone listening, my gratitude unto all for your moral support through, silly things like this. And we couldn't do it without you. Obviously, I need your financial support as well. Let's get that started this month. We're going to try and aim for more money as time goes on. There we are. Now we're getting the call starting. We're setting things up for you. There we are. So then I'll call him back. Let's do this with George Knight. Okay. Give him a call back and see how that works. Audio call. Good. Everybody gets to hear that lovely ring. This is what we used to hear on Skype. Kind of? I think Skype was worse.
Hello,
okay,
Douglas,
so sorry about that. It happens every once in a while when I'm pushing all these different buttons for production and I'm multitasking and then I hit the wrong button. So, how many minutes do we have left with you?
Oh yeah, we'll wrap up shortly, Douglas.
Okay.
Give it another 5 minutes, and then we'll I'll say goodbye.
So at least we could say a proper good morning. At least we could say so.
Yes.
So is it one? Now we don't want to give the game away because of the enemy, because they'll obviously interfere. But you feel one of the episodes next week is probably we'll have the full episode together, or a long time.
Not next week. I believe it will be in 2 or 3 weeks' time.
Okay, so we'll
Douglas.
talk about
2 or 3
privately.
weeks'
We'll talk about privately.
Yes. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, it's always a shame because I sort of feel like I've waken up now a little bit, and it's because it's so hard in the mornings, first thing when you rise, and then you're trying to just collect yourself, and it's so hard.
I don't blame. Believe me, like I said, it's. I don't know how you do it. I'm not a morning person at all, and you're getting up in the morning, and how is work these days, generally speaking, in terms of the weather? And you said it was raining. Do you have to work in the rain until the lightning comes close enough to strike, or what the fuck?
Yeah, we only cease operating when it's thundering. That's literally it. And you've got to wait 20 minutes after the last clap, so you got to count to 20 minutes. Just keep an eye on the clock. After the last clap, and then you can resume work. But it's so, at the moment the weather is awful. It's just on and off, and then people deny climate change. People deny that, and it's just like, well, here you go. And we mentioned the fact
tell
that
people about the Atlantic current and all this. It's so important.
The AMOC. Yeah, I know the acronym as AMOC, the Atlantic, and it's the circulation current. That precipitates.
I always forget what does AMOC stand for exactly.
It's the Atlantic. It's the current. It's
something ocean current. Something ocean current. Atlantic. Atlantic something ocean current. Maybe Mediterranean or something. That wouldn't make sense.
It's something like that, Douglas. We'll have to look up. Unfortunately, we have. It's hard for me to try to retain all the information. It's so hard at times.
Oh, don't worry. There's so much of it, and like I said, despite all that, you remember more about everything that I've taught and everything that I brought attention to than anybody else in terms of detail.
Much appreciated. Because it's important to keep your legacy on, and it's just like another thing I don't think I've ever mentioned publicly. With the duty of a father or a parent is to keep their young offspring alive. Now, the reason why a parent has that affinity with their children is because they're the lineage, they're the legacy. They keep that genetics and they keep, that bloodline going. That's the reason why parent just by nature, just by instinct, they protect at all costs the child's well-being and safety. Now, just like a parent looks after their child because they're the lineage, they're the legacy, that's the reason why I'm so protective of Douglas, is because I'm his legacy in a sense for what he is teaching, not in the blood sense, but in the knowledge sense. So that is why I want you to, I was listening in, about Vladimir Putin, what you're saying to Holly earlier about Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, and Xi Jinping.
Yeah.
Yes. They want to live to 150 years old. They were caught on open mic speaking publicly that they want to live to 150 years old. I only wish Douglas lives to 150 years old, and there's a chance that he will live for many, many years to come. And I hope that
Thank you.
because I need to learn so much from you. And the most important thing is I then take that and pass it on. Because my biggest fear is just like losing a child. I never want, a parent should never outlive their child. I would, it's the same thing, Douglas. I don't want to, I want you to live on. I want you to carry on because, it's important that I say that. And just so people can draw parallels, the correlation between, why it's so important. Because, I want to pass that on, and it's so important. It is so important that people understand and learn the truth, because then they'll know where their place is in history, and then they will know where to go from there, to go forward. Because at the moment, the world is so dark, and it's all part of that dark enlightenment, and it's just everything's confusion, and everything is so, nobody knows anything. They're so oblivious and ignorant of everything, and they just go about their lives. You just articulated so well earlier, Douglas, that the population is all expendable.
Yes.
And as you mentioned, the elite want to keep all the money for themselves, and like the old communist economics, they want to pay them peanuts and then eliminate the whole concept of money. And that's just what they want. They want people to be brain dead. They don't want them to think for themselves. That's why critical thinking is not enforced or enacted in any of the academia or any of the curriculum levels in Britain, in the United States. There is overseas in Asia.
Yeah.
But no, not here, and that's because
or in Asia, it's not so much critical thinking as at least a disciplined, calculated thinking method that enables them to become good engineers.
Exactly. Yeah, just to qualify that. Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
Yes. But yes, no, much appreciated. And with that Gary McKinnon, just to go back on that, the man. He, I believe it was, I think the Prime Minister, whoever it was at the time, I forget who it was. I don't know if it was Gordon Brown, because this occurred, this case went on for a few years, and it was obviously Tony Blair, and then it became Gordon Brown, but I'm not sure which one it was or which attorney protected him, but I think the person who did it was later on was elected as Prime Minister. But somebody protected this man, and so he escaped that, and he was never extradited to the United States to be detained and then to be follow up for prosecution for committing these crimes of it was under acts of computer misuse.
Interesting.
Yeah, so he escaped that.
Well, there must have been some kind of bargain that he made that he would then serve the intelligence services, is what I would assume. Yes. Yeah, that's what I would presume. It would make sense. Yes. At least it would channel, what abilities he had. But like you said, it's not like he was really particularly talented. The Americans were just such an easy open target because they're completely corrupted. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Corrupted and incompetent.
Joe could do it. Yeah. Yes, anyone could hack it. That's what he's exposing. And so, but he was high on pot. He was doing it whilst he was,
of course.
He was
high.
That
makes sense. Yeah, it's like you said. He wasn't just that. He was on a natural high, like you said. His flexing, based on his, his acting with impunity, based on his own.
Yes.
Yeah.
He thought he was.
What a goober.
And he was just leaving messages. He was leaving messages, messages on the computer. So every computer he hacked, he would go into Word or Notepad and leave a message. So the next person that come on would just see that somebody's been on the system.
What a fucking idiot.
Yeah, he would leave trails. He would leave. Yes. He would leave his snail trail behind.
A slime trail.
Yeah.
So that people understand what our man George Knight is speaking of. It's not simply, for those of you who have a hard time with climate change or the concept of climate change, understand that what George Knight is speaking of is well beyond that. Historically, the islands of Great Britain have been uninhabitable. Throughout majority of their history, the islands of Great Britain, there were multiple, no less than probably 14 attempts at colonizing the British Isles from the continent. of back when it was entirely evolving populations. And it was only with the last wave of colonization of Europe that it held, and that was because of the retreat of the ice. And but that all that ice could come rolling back, steamrolling back, if that AMOC, that Atlantic current, collapses, which is obviously something that could happen literally at any moment. So, George, you can take it from there and explain to people just the, people don't understand the gravity of the situation.
The gravity, the detrimental aspect of it, yes. And so, people just simply ignore him, which is like what they want. They want people to carry on working and not realize what's going on. And then to get angry with the migrants that are coming over here. That's what they want.
What's Nigel Farage pulling now? He's pulling some bullshit now. What's his latest stunt? He
goes within the first 6 months if he's elected as Prime Minister, which according to the polls, they said if you just go by the polls, it's like in the United States, the Democrats won the majority vote, but it was the Electoral College that got the Republicans into power. But in Britain, if you go by what the polls are saying, there is a high chance that he could be elected.
Jesus.
There is a high chance of that, but he is promised, he is vowed, I should say, he has that he will deport, because his claim under that reform pie, there are 1 million illegal immigrants that are residing in the United Kingdom. And so he has vowed to deport, I think something astronomical, like 600,000 of them within the first something like, I believe it was around about 500 to 600,000 within the first half a year, 6 months. He reckons he can do that. He reckons he can do something that would be similar to what was occurring in my estimate, drawing parallels to World War II, where in Poland the Poles were complicit and handling all the Jews. They were handing them over. So it will be on a mobilization scale similar to that. He will rely on the general public to break into these hotels, to break into all these properties, and to hand over anyone they consider. And you don't know if they're illegal or not. They could be legal. But it's anyone of color. That's how they identify him.
Holy shit. How dystopian.
Completely, Douglas. Completely.
And they called Hitler racist. That's the insanity. Talk about projection.
Yes. Yes. But they're actually, like that meme says, burn down the hotels. There's only migrants in there. It's nobody else.
Oh.
There we go.
Yeah, talk about mob rule. Yes, this is like, this is the mentality of the people behind Nigel Farage, but who's promoting it all in the end? The Russians. The Russians are promoting this crap, and it's
the Russians, You're Elon Musk.
Yes.
Elon Musk on X tweeting.
Yes.
With the Union flag.
Yes.
There we are. Yes, there you are. He's tweeting that.
Yeah.
Who's promoting that? Vladimir Putin.
Thank you. The man who, along with Kim Jong-un and Xi Jinping, wants to live to be 150 years old so that we have, just more of this shit to look forward to.
So they can torture their own people.
So they can torture their own people.
And nobody knows, like in North Korea, Douglas, the Manchuria border, you have all these defectors over the years. People defected from North Korea into Manchuria. Now, Manchuria is the equivalent of the United States to Mexico. Mexico is the equivalent to Manchuria. It's the opposite. So it's the same thing. Now, the reason why you have all these defectors is because in North Korea, under that regime, it is forbidden for you to conduct anything that is political. Any violation against their laws that is considered political, you will be detained. And not only will you be detained, but multiple generational, your children's children's children will all be detained with you. And they eat babies in prison in front of you. Your children, they'll eat them in front of you. That's in the
It's all true. It's all true. Yes.
It's not fabricated. That is all accurate. That is all fact.
And for those of you who don't know, the Manchurian region is, without North Korea, just Manchuria itself is a land area the size of Mexico. It's a very good analogy. So continue.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's the horrors of it, and the scarcity of real organic meat. You'll say, because the land is so, you would say, minuscule. There's not enough grazing of land, so it is looked upon as a delicacy in North Korea to eat cattle, to eat beef. Well, what they do to the prisoners will rumble through that fecal matter to try to pick out, to extract any vegetation that is not been digested.
Yes.
That is how bad it is.
Yeah.
That is how bad it is.
It's unspeakable.
People don't understand the gravity. Yes.
Yeah. It's unspeakable, and the end and of course they use human fecal matter for their fertilizer in North Korea.
Yes.
So the majority of the population is riddled with tapeworms. It's it's beyond tragic. There's no describing. Yeah.
Yes, and people talk about the Holocaust, how awful that was. That is, you want to compare it to what goes on in North Korea.
Oh, there's no comparison.
There is no comparison. It's night and day. Yes,
Yeah.
apple and oranges. There's no comparison there. People want to take a look and just take a look at what's going on, and they don't do that. Nobody wants to know that, Douglas. No, everyone wants to learn about the horrors of the Holocaust, but nobody wants to contend with what's going on in today's world.
This is something else that you can also share with people, that what people don't understand is that when you confront the academics, and I mean any academics, pseudo-intellectuals who teach in universities and the like, or of course when you're talking to Jews, though you don't need to take that angle, but they all will come at you with this this proposition that the German Holocaust of European Jewry is somehow qualitatively worse, or the worst atrocity compared to all of these ongoing genocides. If you were to bring up, say, for instance, the Colombian genocide, as it should be known, or the genocide of the communists, etc., or even colonial genocide, such as what was, of course, perpetrated by the British Empire, what you come up with is constantly this: no, the German Holocaust against European Jewry was qualitatively worse. But if you confront people as to why, and the first thing they'll do is they'll assault you by saying, they'll verbally assault you by saying, how can you ask that question? And no, of course you have to ask it. Why? And only thing they'll come up with is nothing that is in any way, shape, or form logical. They'll say simply that, oh, it was worse, it was horrible, it was the most horrific. But finally, when you really interrogate them with a professional interrogator's skill, your average academician will come down to saying what the Germans did was worse because they were killing people who can read and write. And that is look at what the Jews are doing in Palestine. Palestine is a literate culture. We're not dealing with an ethnicity of a nation, say, for instance, when the colonialists attacked Black Africa, or the Australians are attacking Melanesia, the indigenous peoples of Australia. These are people who, and Palestine can read and write, and it shows an elitism, because whenever I relate this story, people will say, oh, well, that's racism, that someone would say that. No, it's not racism. It's elitism. It's simply because someone can read or write does not make them a superior human being, more worthy of life than someone else.
That's exactly right, Douglas. No, thank you. And just to share with you, it was presented to me on my timeline yesterday on my news feed that there is a high street chain, you call it, in Britain they call it like a high street chain of shops, and it's this high street chain.
In America we call it high end, meaning like fashionista. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, that's it, Douglas.
Expensive boutiques. Continue.
Yes. In Britain, we've got like this shop called Lush. It's spelled Lush. They actually closed the other day, all up and down the country, and they said in solidarity with Gaza. And I did have to put a care heart. It's something that's I just wanted to share that. I saw that yesterday, and I put a care heart on that because that was something that was noted. But it was the general people's impression. They were laughing at it and thinking that's just ridiculous. How can in protest? But it just shows you the stance, because that is mainly a more liberal, progressive chain where they're all young. All the people that work at Lush,
the hipsters, we'd call them hipsters. Go on.
Yeah, it sells organic soaps, organic ingredients, fragrances. It's all natural, and I shop in there because I like the soaps because it's all natural products. Yes. And so instead of getting all the processed shit that you get from drugstores.
Industrial fluvia, basically industrial fluvia.
Mass industrial products. So I shop in Lush to get my soaps to clean myself. Cool. And they said they shut all up and down the UK in solidarity and protest of the crimes that committed in Gaza. And so I was very much appreciated that. But then, it's just the general people's response to it. Oh, F them. Stuff them. Why do we care what's going on that side of the world?
Really?
What impacts you? Really? That's what people... That is why, it's that anti-immigration stance. It's...
that's beyond anti-immigration. That's what I would call anti-human or anti-humanitarian, to say the least.
Exactly, Douglas. We can put things into context. I wish I could stay on much longer, but we can put things into context, carry on. We've done it many, many times in the past. We'll continue to do so. But hopefully I'll be able to join you on Monday. I don't know if you can
see the screen share, but we'll do one last screen share here with you. So let's do a screen share here just to show George this, going back to the call. And you might have seen this on the Infinite Call shared by Holly the other day, but Holly had pointed out that it's a famous British circular, or now they're online. The Guardian finally pointed out the leaked Gaza Rivera plan dismissed as and you and I said this 2 years ago. I think they even got our AI art. They're even using our AI art.
Exactly. It's that was part of Netanyahu's. It was in his manifesto. It was in his what you call it, under his administration, and that's they were going to level Gaza to the ground, and it's going to be a direct link to NEOM in Saudi Arabia.
Well, there's the trains. Looked at here's the one where they've got all the autofacts, the automated factories with the sheikhs to buy the goddamn electric cars. But look, there's the train. There's the train to NEOM.
Yes. Exactly. There's a train direct link to railway track. Yeah, it's a rail link straight directly into NEOM.
Yes.
The linear city. Yeah. Yes. And electric cars in Saudi Arabia.
Linear city. Call it what it is. A linear concentration camp.
Yes. They import cars from Italy, like Lamborghinis. They get Aston Martins from the UK. They don't produce their own cars. And look at that concept.
Yes.
That
they'd suddenly start producing them. Yes, get rid of the
producing them.
It's just the insanity.
Yes.
There we have it. And it feels like 2 years ago you and I brought this out, and finally the Guardian.
You pointed out to me, Douglas, as soon as Netanyahu's administration published that. And it was their plan. I presented it to my colleagues, and they're in denial.
Really?
Oh, it's because of October 7th. I said that's Vladimir Putin's birthday.
Yes.
My first response.
And
that shut him up immediately.
Good.
Oh,
good.
Jesus Christ. Oh, we can put it into we'll put it into further context next time, Douglas. I do have to depart. I do apologize.
Well, we love you
Thank
dearly.
you for having me on, and please
stay safe.
Yes. Thank you, and everyone, please support Douglas. Please, it goes to a great cause. If you want to help this world, start by helping Douglas. Trust me on that one. I cannot overemphasize that. But thank you so much for having me on, Douglas, and I'll speak to you soon. And I'll join you on Monday for the same amount of time, hopefully. I'll come on nice and early.
Excellent.
And just, thank you for your patience with me, because it takes me a while to wake up.
Well, thank you for your patience with me, with the mistakes I make as I begin to wind down. But I'll hold on till you arrive on Monday.
No, you do. You do very well. Yes. Okay. Much appreciated. All my love on to you, Douglas, and take care.
All our love in return. Okay, stay safe and be well. Share that love with your family.
I will do. Thank you. Take care, bud.
Okay. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Stay safe at work. All right. So that's our man, George Knight, going off to work. And with that, we'll be ending live stream. I want to thank you all for staying with us. We did our 6 hours, which is half of a 12-hour program, which is something will, be very rare as we go on in the future. They've changed my home delivered meals policy where I have to be at the door to greet them. So I was always staying there waiting for them to make the delivery before I would leave. Because I would have to take it in so that people wouldn't steal it, obviously, or so it wouldn't rot. So I'd have to transfer it to the refrigeration and before I left. But these days, I definitely have to be out there to greet them, which means, I've got to be at least somewhat awake and presentable. So I try to get a few hours sleep before they show up. So let me make certain I get that. Anxious to get back to work on the epistle. And with that, my love to all who support myself. And I'll start in order of appearance of the ladies who showed up tonight. Dragana, Sheila Gavin, and Victoria Lauren Hobbs. Okay, my love to all of you. And kisses to each individual girl that showed up. Hugs to all the gentlemen. And to all you ladies and gentlemen listening who have not joined us in the chat, please join us in the chat in the near future. And all of you who support myself morally or financially, you're all loved and respected and do return. And Aristides pointed out he feels I'm a bit hard on my listeners at times. Don't take it personally when I said don't want to be among you. You people make me sick. I'm speaking of humanity in general. And everybody knows I have my limits with that level of misanthropy. Obviously, I value humanity for what it produces. For myself, if I were thinking in the most selfish sense, it would be my source of food. Ultimately, the young boys who qualify for that. But I do love many human females as well, and just humanity in general, and the culture that's produced by, of course, especially the cultures that I source from, genetically or culturally. America is a place that obviously I feel I can only help through massive change, and unfortunately in America, the powers that be at the moment are guaranteeing, ensuring that that change will be violent on their part. It's the violence on their part will render the change. They're violating us all. They're violating us all right now with in lunatic policies that will kill as many people as possible, slashing all funding to federal aid and FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Forces. Granted, these are incompetent, corrupt bureaucracies, but it's even worse without them. Stripping them down is not the answer. It's rehabilitating them, remodeling them, modifying them. This is a act of destruction on the part of their Russian manipulators, and Putin is occupying the United States through Donald Trump, through Donald Trump's expansion of a private army called ICE. And his abuse of our military into a treasonous force loyal to himself that gives full military honorary funerals to traitors. Outrageous. And someday that cunt's body needs to be exhumed and dumped into a running sewer. Seriously. I'm very serious about that. So all that being said, do join us on Sunday night, and we'll be here same time, same place. Make certain you are as well. All right, we're ending stream. And for God's sake, make a contribution. Forget what you can afford. Contribute as much as you can. Or I won't be able to afford to be here at all because I won't be able to pay rent. We made it this month. Let's make sure we make beyond that for October 1st, because we've got an expense that's coming up where I'm trying to raise as much money as possible. I'll brainstorm with the lads about that. We're we're trying to aim for about $6,000, $7,000. All right. So just imagine that I have to buy a new car or something of that nature. All right. Again, ending stream. And with that, okay.